which discipline can sort of think about meaningfully about using these tools for human behavior. And once you all coalesce around data, I mean, psychologists have something to say, economists have something, lots of people have something to say, and then these sort of narrow blinders you bring to problems start to look foolish when you start talking about a real problem. So I think this is the beginning of a golden age, and I wish I was sort of younger and a PhD student like many of you are, or a junior faculty member, because I think this is the right time to be in this area. So with that big opening, I wanted to just talk about something fairly narrow to give you a sense of one kind of thing that I think is interesting. But I hope it's not intended to be sort of a narrowing for the purpose of narrowing. It's intended to be a narrowing so that we can get concrete, and then we can use that to have a broader conversation. So I thought I'd put this provocative title out here: Can algorithms help us understand ourselves? And it's going to be a little bit like Lord of the Rings. The primary character, Sauron, never really makes an appearance. So if you wait for where this title is actually going to appear, at the very end, there will be a brief appearance of Sauron. So, and you'd be like, what the hell? But that, you know, Lord of the Rings is a perfectly successful trilogy. So let's hope we have some more success. I want to start with a very concrete problem in medicine. It's a common dilemma that a sort of a doctor in the emergency room faces. My collaborator on this project, Ziad Obermeyer, besides being sort of a leading scholar, is also a medical doctor. And when he works in the emergency room, he faces people coming in with various symptoms. For example, a common dilemma is they come in with chest pain, maybe some trouble breathing, some nausea. What you kind of fear is, wait, is this person having a heart attack? Now, you have some very cheap and quick tests you can do, some lab tests you can do, and you can look at their ECG. But you know, if you find something great, but odds are you're not going to find anything, that doesn't rule out they're having a heart attack. So what you really need to do is you need to see, should I test them for a heart attack? Now you'd say, yes, if you're worried, you should, but that's a little misleading. Many people have chest pain or trouble breathing or nausea. You can't be testing everybody, because this test for heart attack, some of them are invasive. You actually have to put stuff in. And some of them involve people staying overnight. They're both expensive and dangerous. So the decision the doctor has to make is, should I test this person with symptoms that look like heart attack for heart attack? Now, why do you test? The reason you test is that if you manage to catch a recent heart attack, there are things that we can do. If you don't catch it, the consequences are pretty severe. There's sort of fatality at a very high rate and long-term complications. If we catch it, we can do stent bypass surgery, and RCTs show there's about a 50% reduction in mortality and morbidity and physiological consequences. So that's why you want to do it. Now, let's have a look at what we know about testing decisions. So this is it's a physiological problem because it's about heart attacks, but ultimately it's a human behavior problem. You have a person taking information, making a decision. So how did they decide? Well, it turns out we've studied this problem at great length. And what we know about how they decide is pretty clear. We know that they decide badly, and badly in one direction. They test way too many people. In fact, this is just a random sample. You could just look up any of these. It's in fact almost a given that when you look in medicine, you tend to find that when you look at tests like the heart attack test, doctors overtest. And that leaves us with a behavior change problem. Now, why is it that we want to engage in behavior change? Well, because overtesting is incredibly expensive. It is the reason healthcare costs so much in the United States. Overtesting is bad for the patient. You don't want to have something stuck inside of you looking up if it is not necessary. And we spend money and inconvenience patients for very little. That's the lesson of health economics and healthcare policy over the last 30 years about this behavior. So where people shifted is, let's get doctors to do less of this bad thing. Let's get doctors to stop doing all these wasteful tests. This is not just about heart attack. If you said, tell me one fact about medicine that we've learned in healthcare policy, it's overtesting, overuse. And you just have to look this up and you can see there are whole books called, popular books called Overuse. I'm not sure whether I'd read a book entirely about overuse, but apparently lots of people would. It's led to huge interventions. For example, this is a Choosing Wisely campaign where we're trying to get doctors to use a lot less, and they try and do these publicity campaigns. How do we get doctors to stop engaging in this noxious behavior? You have some very clever interventions. For example, those of you who have not seen, these are called descriptive norm interventions. You might have gotten one of these in the mail. For energy use, we have good RCTs that show that simply telling you how much energy you use relative to your neighbors, not telling you what you should do, not telling you what the right norm is, just saying, there you are, there are your neighbors, there are your efficient neighbors, has a pretty big effect. Big in the net present value calculation of the intervention, pretty big return on investment. Okay, so people have taken that and said, hey, can we use that intervention on doctors? So it led to this sort of fruitful literature that's just starting up. Let's create behavioral interventions that get doctors to do the right thing. Now, where can algorithms and machine learning and AI and data help? Well, there are many possible interventions. We have social proof, we can give them information, we can make the cost salient to doctors, we can give incentives, just it goes on. The nice thing about behavioral science is it has a lot to say. The bad thing about behavioral science is it has a lot to say. So you have a lot of possibilities that you have to kind of sift through. And of course, some work better on some doctors in some contexts, in some situations. I should really have written on some doctors in some contexts, in some situations. Which raises the question, can we precisely target interventions? This is an avenue of work that's incredibly promising. It combines the best of what we know about AI with the best of what we know about causal inference with the best of what we know about nudges. Susan has done a lot of work in this area. I think this is incredibly promising as an area for us to proceed because it really is pulling these fields together to do something meaningfully useful in the world. So it's a great approach, but that's not what I'm going to do today. So I'm going to do something completely different, not because I think that approach is not great, but because I think that approach is going to yield fruit and is very promising. But there's a second approach that should have almost as much oxygen, but which really doesn't get any oxygen right now. So I'm going to highlight that as a second approach. So let me talk to you about the second approaches. I'm going to suggest a very different approach, which involves us starting much earlier in the pipeline. So you notice I started by saying, hey, how do we get doctors to test less? So I'm going to say, no, let's not start there. Let's start at the very beginning, much, much earlier. And I'm going to point out that every behavior change intervention has implicit assumptions about why people are behaving the way they are, and even what the right behavior is. When I said, let's get doctors to test less, I implicitly assumed that the right behavior is to test less. Now, we have a mountain of evidence that suggests that that's the right behavior. But if we can go back to first principles and look at that evidence with the new data and the new tools we have, maybe we find something different. So I'm going to suggest that our tools can help us start by examining the first assumption. And to do that, as I said, I'm going to work through one very specific example, but I hope you recognize it for what it is, that it's almost a sort of metaphor for a whole suite of examples. I'll try to bring out the metaphor as I go through by making the playbook concrete. But if you say, I do not care about physician decision-making, then I'd probably tell you, you're still young, you will really care as you get older. But I will also tell you that you don't need to care. It applies to many, many decisions that look like the heart attack decision. Okay, so the first step I want to talk about is, rather than starting with the intervention, let's start with the behavior that the doctors are engaged in and ask, how can these tools help us understand that behavior? How can we use machine learning to analyze a doctor's testing decision? Well, to do that, we have to get a little deeper into what is the testing decision. I'm going to make an observation that was super helpful for me, and it was a trick that is actually useful for analyzing a large suite of behaviors. I'll tell you what the trick is, and then I'll go through the slides. The trick is the realization that when the doctor is choosing, they are implicitly making a prediction. It looks like a choice, but it is actually a prediction that implies a choice. That's not always true, but it is true for a wide variety of examples. So here's how I think about it. Suppose a doctor tests somebody and they find a problem, they find a blockage. Then useful treatment can be given. If they test somebody and they don't discover anything, the test is wasted. So who should you test? Well, it's starting to sound tautological. Test the people for whom the test is going to be positive. Then you'd say, well, if I knew that, I wouldn't need the test. And say, yes, but you know what you have to do is form a prior of the probability that the test comes back positive. If that prior is above a threshold, then you would test the person. If it's below the threshold, you wouldn't test the person. I'm glossing over some obvious mathematics here, which is if the prior is so positive, you know for a fact, why do you even need the test? You know, so there's some, but in the ranges that we're going to talk about today, a threshold rule that says if my prior is the test positive is positive enough, I should test somebody. Now, some caveats. We don't know, for example, other aspects of the test. Maybe I just benefit from knowing there's no problem. So I'm going to abstract from that here. I think it's a reasonable assumption. We can come back to it. But notice what I've done. I've taken this behavior of the doctor and turned it into a rule that looks like form a prior based on the data of an outcome, and then compare that prior to a threshold, test everyone above it, test everyone below. Okay. The key to this trick is testing now becomes a prediction problem. And I'm going to make a little aside here of some work we've done in the past that's helped us understand the nature of decision-making that looks closer to prediction problems and the nature of decision-making that's not. Heart attack is an example of a category, and I want to make that category a little clearer. And to do that, I'm going to talk about two fictional examples. The first example is the head of a country who is interested in dealing with the drought that they have. So it's the agricultural minister, and they have a serious drought, and somebody comes and says, hey, I can do a rain dance. The agricultural minister has to make a decision. Should I hire this person to do a rain dance? That's decision one. Decision two, the agricultural minister of a different country, which doesn't suffer from a drought, is thinking of going to work this morning and was going to walk in and is asking themselves, should I take an umbrella? So two decisions. Both decisions share the following common elements. Both are decisions with payoffs. Both rely on data of a particular type. Y is rain, X is variables potentially correlated with rain. Both must use data to estimate functions Y equals F of X. I could put the physician example on here as well, which is, will the test be positive? That's Y. The X is everything we know about the patient. But these two problems both have a Y, an X, an F of X, an estimation problem. But only one of them is a prediction problem, and one of them is a causation problem. And that's pretty transparent. The rain dance is a causation problem. Will the rain dance affect rain? The umbrella is a prediction problem. I'm not interested in the umbrella affecting rain. I'm interested in whether it's going to rain so I can make my choice. I found it helpful to think about rain dances and umbrellas in every context I work in. And it sometimes helps to have this graphical model in your head. Causation looks like the following. X is atmospheric conditions. That's here. Y is rain. The graphical model has an arrow from X to rain, which fine, you always have. But X0 here is your decision, rain dance. In causation problems, we're interested in the arrow from the decision to the outcome. That's the inferential issue. Does rain dance affect rain? What makes this very, very hard is when you look at umbrellas, it looks very, very, very close. You have the same X, you have the same Y, you have the same payoffs, but the arrow of interest is not, does the umbrella affect rain, though it may seem to you like taking an umbrella somehow mysteriously affects whether it rains. I'm told with some confidence that it doesn't. I'm not convinced myself, but we don't need to get into that today. The question is, umbrellas only affect payoffs. On the right, we're not interested in the decision to Y link. On the left, we're interested in the decision to Y link. Why then do we even make a prediction? Well, you can see it when you take the total derivative. If X0 can affect both of them, if you take the total derivative, you see you get a partial derivative. You take a derivative of Y with respect to payoffs, that's over here, and then the effect of X0 on Y. And you get a direct effect of X0 on payoffs. That's prediction. The effect of the umbrella on payoffs depends on rain. That's causation. Rain dances can actually affect rain and then have an effect on my payoffs. I found this to be a very useful framework to be on the lookout for, because this is where, when we're understanding human decision-making, these predictions can make a huge difference. Forming Y hats can make a difference. Causation is where we're back into having to form parameters of the Y equals F of X function, like beta, if this was a linear regression, and we're interested in stability properties of those betas. So I'm going to focus on these prediction problems because we have a unique opportunity to study how humans form predictions and to contrast them with how algorithms would form predictions from the same data. Okay, so I'll skip this. So the first step in analyzing the behavior here is to realize that ML can analyze behaviors, but only those based on predictions. Maybe there's a way to do it with causation, but I don't know of how to do that meaningfully. I'm sure someone will come up with a way. And we can form our own estimator of Y from X and contrast it with human choices. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to form explicit predictions of the test outcome using machine learning. We're then going to say, compare that to who the doctors test. Because the doctor is forming an implicit prediction, let's form our own prediction and make a contrast. Now you notice we have a way of assessing the quality of physician decision-making because we can assess it against the benchmark of what we could have done using the same data. Okay, so let's analyze the, I'll skip this. This is basically what we did. The one thing that's worth, oh, sorry, go ahead.
The question by Elias, yeah. So essentially he's asking, is the objective that what you're doing is trying to minimize uncertainty of the implicit model that is used for predictions?
No, so what I'm trying to do here is there's a set of goals. First is let's even understand if there's an error and what the error looks like. So we have a human, they're making a decision. We need a benchmark by which we can say, is there even a problem here? Before we engage in trying to change any behavior, we have to even understand, is there a reason to change it to begin with? So in this first part, I'm even just saying the physician is making choices that should follow some, higher probability, more likely to test. Let's ask to what degree they comport with that. Does that make sense? Okay, great. Yeah, and please just jump in. I know it can be a little, I'm speaking fast so that we can get through it, but that doesn't mean I don't want, I invite any questions. The one thing I'll note is that the way we build our predictor is that we have a set of data that the doctor sees. Everything before the patient came into the emergency room, and then they see a ton of things in the emergency room, including how does the patient look? It's worth noting, because it's going to be important later, the algorithm has access to this data. It will not have access to any of the stuff in the emergency room. Why is that? Well, first, some of it is just not available. This is the key fact that many people who come into behavioral science and social science simply ignore. Humans have an information set that is unfathomably larger than your data set. Think about everything the physician sees about the patient that never makes it into a medical record. I mean, they actually look at the person already off the bat. They have a conversation that's not recorded. Now, you could say some of it is recorded. Fine, some of it's recorded, but a lot of it's not. And the some of it that's recorded in the emergency room, the physician takes notes. Those notes are recorded up to 48 hours after the fact. So you can't really use those. That's recorded after the physician knows what's happened. It's like the story after the ending has been revealed. So really, you're constrained to use this. This is going to be important for our story later. Okay, so let's see how the physician does. On the x-axis, I put the decile of predicted risk, the algorithm's prediction. On the y-axis, I've put the testing yield, okay? And the first observation to make is that the average yield is about 12.5%. The entire literature is keyed on this. Amongst the people physicians test, the average yield is 12.5%. If you go and do a bunch of calculations, that 12.5% doesn't look great. And you should be like, wow, we really shouldn't be testing as much as we do. That's the entire literature. But notice what we can do here. We don't have to look at the average. Why would we look at the average? We now have the full distribution, at least conditional on the observables. And what we're able to see is actually, you thought 12.5% is bad. Look at the bottom deciles of risk. It is literally down to basically zero in the holdout. So it's not just that physicians are over testing, it's that there are populations where there is no chance of finding anything, and that's still 10%, 20% of all tests. I put the threshold here as the average, but you can see, so that's fact one. But there's another curious fact. The highest risk people physicians are testing are very, very high risk indeed. They have a 52% chance of finding something. By any cost benefit, we should test them. Now you see the over-testing story is starting to complicate a bit. And it's starting to complicate because it's not a generic over-testing. It's an over-testing of specific populations. I'll skip this. This is on like, the point is it's very cost effective to test at the top. It's very cost ineffective to test at the bottom. But so these data appear to tell us what we already know. There is overtesting, but they tell us that there's not just overtesting on average. We can pinpoint exactly where it is happening, which opens up a new space of interventions. You'll notice all the interventions I talked about before was like broadcasting to the physician, test less. This is saying, no, 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 I'm going to find ways to find the subpopulations that you really should be testing less to. So it's not quite targeting existing interventions. It's actually giving us and modifying the space of interventions that we should even be thinking about, which I think is one of the most useful things you get when you start to really unpack what the behavior is. You start to then step back and say, wow, there's a lot of interventions. All right, but that's not the full story. If this were the story, I think I would have said, okay, this is a modest modification to what we have, but it doesn't really fundamentally change the logic. We thought people were over testing, and you tell us they are. You're just giving us more detail, useful detail, but still more detail. So let me just conclude this bit to say, by targeting errors, it allows us new precision interventions. But I want to go back to this figure. This figure has a curiosity, which I did not tell you about, which is very, very, very strange. So you see these people at the top who are very, very high risk, according to the algorithm. Only 43% of them get tested. So we spend a lot of time talking about over-testing, but these incredibly high risk people go untested at very high rates. Now, that's a huge problem, especially if your entire perspective on this problem is how do we get doctors to test less? We should be like, sure, maybe on the bottom we want less testing, but what the hell is going on up here? We were talking about over testing, but maybe we should also be talking about under testing. And maybe I should figure out how to use hyphens in PowerPoint. Anyway, we'll deal with that problem later. So why are physicians failing to test high risk patients? This is the thing I really want you to walk away with. We don't know they are. All we know is that the algorithm flagged these people as high risk. I have no idea. We don't know the test results of these patients because they were what? Guess what? Untested. This is a very common error that people make all the time in analyzing data like this. They form an algorithmic benchmark and then they're like, oh, wow, look, lots of errors. No, you have an algorithm, you have a doctor, they disagree. That has no implication that one is right. In fact, remember what I said, doctors have a lot of information that we, meaning the algorithm and the data scientists, do not have. So it's possible what the physician saw was a bunch of information about these so-called high-risk patients that made the algorithm feel they're high risk. The physician saw information that made them feel they're not. So what we see is that the algorithm predicts high risk, but lacking test results, we have no way of knowing if they are in fact low risk in reality. This is the fundamental inferential problem if you're going to study these type of problems. It is, in my mind, analogous to the role of unobservables in causal inference. It's very analogous. Here there are unobservables that mean the untested could be very different than the tested, even conditional on everything. People will sometimes do things like, oh, well, I formed a propensity score. On what? On the things you have. You haven't really dealt with this problem one bit. So the second takeaway that I hope you take away is you really need to spend time accounting for humans' information advantage. So how do we do that here? I want to just point out that we call this selective labels. In the interest of time, I'll sort of skip to it. It's central to all behavioral science applications. It's often overlooked in ML. You simply cannot use imputation or other techniques that rely on observables. If you do that, here's what you're basically saying. Yeah, when push comes to shove, I basically believe the algorithm. That's not really the point of the whole exercise if what you say is I already believe the algorithm. What do we do here? Well, the way you solve these problems is they require some insight. Much like in the causal inference literature, you either need an experiment or some domain-specific insight that gives you a natural experiment or some other trick. We have a natural experiment here, but since that'll be familiar to all of you, I'll just tell you what it is. A natural experiment is people being randomly assigned to some clinicians who test more. And by virtue of testing more, we see more of the distribution of test results. I'm not going to show you that. I'm going to show you a different trick. The different trick here is, I see, if these people are high risk and they're sent home, bad shit should happen to them. And we have all of their follow-up data. So why don't we take a different label? The label here is health outcomes immediately following being sent home. And in fact, what we find, these are the untested now, 30 days after the visit, by the quantile of predicted risk. And what we know is these are events like diagnosed with a heart attack, or you actually had one of these adverse cardiac events and you died. Now, what you see is the untested have extremely high rates of these bad outcomes. In fact, so they don't look like they're low risk. And in fact, we have clinical decision thresholds that say people above this level should all be tested. And what you can see is there are very, very high rates of people who are the high risk clearly should have been tested. And this, I'll skip this. This is basically the clinical decision threshold. Actually, I'll tell you this. One of the interesting things is if you look at the diagnosis codes of the patient sent home, a big fraction of them were sent home diagnosed with something else, which is a telltale sign that the physician just kind of missed it. Okay, so once you account for the human's information advantage, and to do that requires sort of addressing the selective labels problem, what you find is that physicians don't just overuse, they underuse tests, which actually now brings us to a very different model of human behavior. Like what we would have done if had we started with the intervention is we would have said, great, let's get, but now we even have to think about what's the model of human behavior. The common explanation for why there's low yield in tested patients is misaligned incentives, which is a very complicated way of saying if you pay people to do something, they do a lot more of it than you want them to. You pay doctors to test, you get a lot more tests. What does that mean? Well, they rank order patients by risk, and they set and this is where they should set the threshold. But in fact, they set the threshold down here because they're paid to do it, so they get a lot more testing. But there's something wrong with this model. We see what's wrong with this model. We just saw the data that's wrong with this model. While this model implies low average yield, what we're seeing is lots of misprediction. The key of what I've shown you so far is the doctor is simultaneously testing low-risk patients at the left-hand side of the curve, while letting patients who are very high risk go home. This is inefficiency by any measure. This is horrible for all of us. Even if we just cared about the physician making money, great, make money, but flip people around. So this rank order mistakes have huge problems. And what happens is, sure, if they set too low of a threshold, the marginal patients will be both high and low risk. It'll have low average yield, but it is low average yield for a fundamentally different reason. Here's the problem. The problem is, if you believe the top model, all of your interventions will do goofy things because yes, they'll cut testing, but it'll be cutting both the good and the bad. And in fact, what happens when we change behavior? In our data, these are some sort of, I can get into details, but this is when people test less and less. The top curves are people who test a lot. The bottom curves are people who test less. Guess what they test less of? Everybody. So all of the interventions that we've been doing to try and cut back on testing, sure, they looked good if you looked at the average, but it's truly borrowing from, what do they say? Borrowing from one pocket to pay. I don't know that. I'm not going to get that right. Biting the hand that feeds you. I'm not, forget this. So they're cutting wasteful tests, but also cutting valuable tests. So this totally different model of human behavior implies our existing intervention may be doing harm. We were aiming at the wrong target, and that the goal of behavior change was wrong. We ought not to be reducing testing. The goal should be to test the right people. So not only were we getting the wrong intervention package, we had the fundamentally wrong metric by which we were trying to assess whether we were having success. No amount of causal inference data, none of that is going to undo this problem. None of this would have been revealed in the usual playbook because we simply would have said, oh, look, tests dropped, yield didn't change much, it was fine. And that's just because you had the wrong sort of framework with which to approach the problem. I'm going to conclude, as I said, with my Voldemort point. Why are physicians doing this? See, now you could just say, let me change their behavior, but that would miss an amazing opportunity. We've kept the camera focused on the patient, on the test outcome, but we could turn the camera back on the physician and ask, why are they making the mistakes they're making? How would we do that? Very simple, do what we just did. Rather than predict test outcomes, let's predict the algorithm, the doctor's behavior. Let's predict who the doctor tests. Let's build a model of the doctor themselves so we can understand where errors may happen. And to do that, I'm going to show you two findings we've had. One is there's an old literature that says doctors are boundedly rational. Great. Let's see if that's part of what's going on. They can't process all of the information available. So how do we do that? Well, actually, there's a nice analogy here between regularization and boundedness of human thinking. Regularization is a form of simplicity. So here's what we do. We build a set of risk models that vary in complexity with lasso, number of variables, or the size of the penalty. And then we ask which risk model best predicts actual outcome and which risk model best predicts physician outcome. That's what I'm going to show you here. On the x-axis is number of variables in a log scale. On the y-axis is AUC for testing, which is yellow, and for the outcome, the actual test outcome, which I'm colorblind, so I'm going to call it gray. Don't laugh at me. I don't know what that is. Might be green, might be blue. Who knows? But it should be clear to the two of you. Not yellow is how we'll refer to it for this slide. So you'll notice the best predictor, the risk predictor of the testing decision uses about 15 variables, and then it starts to fall off. This is like a tuning curve you're all familiar with. The best predictor for outcome still keeps going between 15 and 93 and potentially much further. You can test whether these in fact are significantly different. They are in fact significantly different, which is if you took the signal in this gap, none of that signal predicts test decision, but all of that signal predicts test outcome. So you can see one reason, now we've actually gotten into doing psychology using the algorithms. We can see doctors are boundedly rational. Now I say boundedly rational, this just tells us they're bounded. What does it mean for them to be rational? Well, let's see how well they use those 15 variables in their choice set, in their information set. On the x-axis is correlation of each of these variables with yield. Y-axis is correlation with test. Actually, it's pretty striking. They don't use it perfectly, but they use it pretty darn well. Each variable, how it correlates with testing is actually pretty close to how it correlates with yield. Now it's 0.433, so there's room for bias, clearly, but it says to us that there is. Now I'll conclude on the last one. You can tell where the bias shows up in a curve like this. Look at this one out here, reason for visit chest pain, which is astonishingly off of the curve. And in fact, what you tend to find is that physicians, it correlates much more with testing than it does with yield. Doctors ridiculously overweight chest pain, which then you can start examining the other part, which is what variables do doctors overuse, which is easy to see where you'd run a regression on testing, conditional on true yield, and throw other things in and let the algorithm find the variables that pop out. These are the variables that pop out. So the things we find are, yeah.
For this graph you just showed, do you get any different ranking or correlation if you look at the feature importance, like a permutation feature importance ranking for each of the two prediction tasks rather than just the linear prediction or linear correlation?
Yeah, I can get into the details of why we would use this correlation rather than the feature importance. It's the correlation is telling us the unconditional relationship between these two. The feature importance actually becomes incredibly hard to even interpret because it's telling you the conditional relationships, which has all sorts of bizarre properties. Let's suppose X1 and X2 are correlated. Suppose the physician uses X2 a lot, and you estimated a model of them that uses X1 a lot. It would do very well because X1 and X2 are correlated. So actually, there's a deep econometric problem here, which is our ability to even make inferences at the level of conditional correlations is off. And so these unconditional correlations we're perfectly powered to do. So it's actually the feature importance thing, and we can go into the discussion if you like. It actually it's got a deep problem. It has to do with the instability of high dimensional predictors. Their coefficients on their individual variables are unstable. Feature importance, for example, is a highly unstable property. If you simply re-estimated the same model on subsamples of the same data set, you could get very different feature importance variables. And often the models that don't give you that are actually doing it, not giving it to you. They look stable for arbitrary reasons. They're not stable for deep reasons. Okay, so the two things we get here.
Yeah, sorry, Dan has a question about the
Yeah.
previous. So essentially, are MDs then working on a simplistic heuristic? And the example he cites is a patient, particularly an older one, presents with chest pain. Heart attack is such an obvious and dangerous cause. I would be remiss to not check for a heart attack.
Yeah, I think it's a good way of thinking about it. Physicians, to summarize here, is that physicians appear to use a simple model. We know the 15 variables that appear to pop out, but it's a simple model in which they overweight certain things like chest pain. So the people who are ridiculously over-tested are exactly the things, I think was it Dan who asked that, are exactly the kind of people who Dan said, but who, if you look at their history, nothing in their history would lead you to believe like they should be tested. And in fact, we know those are the people who end up having no test results. And people who are under-tested are the people who have a bunch of random small amounts of signal creeping around their history, but they're 55 and it's a woman. And you're like, oh, well, that's fine. It's a 55-year-old woman with nausea. Who knows what? Well, it's like when the warning signs are blaring at you. So think of it as when you use a simplified model, a bunch of stuff gets left out. And on top of it, you're overweighting the things that are in your face. Okay, so what I hope you get a sense of is we can get sort of an algorithmic model of behavior that now suggests whole new interventions for us, because now we know what the core psychology, a little bit better what the core psychology is. What I think is the promise of this approach is that it moves us upstream from optimizing interventions. It can help us transform our understanding of any problem we work on, all the way to what behavior we're even trying to change, and then in what direction. For me, for example, in this very specific topic area, I think I would hope this paper gets people to take underuse much more seriously, changing the conversation in health policy dramatically around, wait, are we too focused on one type of problem? And as I said, many behaviors can be advanced. So I want to end with, are we studying doctors or are doctors studying themselves? This is why I gave the title I gave. In the very end, when we turned the camera back on the doctor, this is something any doctor could do. Any doctor could say, oh, I have a large set of data on what it is I've done in the past. Help me build a model of myself so that I can understand. Now, is this crazy? Not really. I mean, this happens in sports all the time. We don't build a model, but in sports, quarterbacks and players sit with the tape of their performance and they watch their old tape of their performance. So I think this is all to say algorithms can help us understand our own behavior. And it's a deep lesson of psychology, I think. I cite this paper because I like this one. We're all very articulate about why we do what we do, but frankly, most of us have no idea. And we kind of know that at some deep level. And I think this is the biggest thing that I wanted to zoom back out on. And let me stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Truly awesome talk. You are cool.
I'll take it.
I love it. I love it. We do have time for a few questions. People are welcome to just unmute yourselves and jump in.
We have a question from Elias. So Elias, you can unmute yourself and ask it if you want.
Hi, sorry, it took a while to connect. Well, thanks a lot for the great talk. It was very nice to see it from a different perspective. I normally don't look at things from a psychology perspective, or even from the point of view of an intervention, but more from an economical perspective. And my main question is, given what you learned, and you're saying constantly that, okay, perhaps, of course, at the end of the talk, you say, okay, actually, maybe we're not talking about over testing, but under testing, and even we have to learn more about what doctors are doing. But thinking that there are way more tests than necessary for the low risk cases, should we eliminate the testing in these cases? And the question goes because perhaps this may have if you have a model that has some errors and you use this model to make predictions of that will classify whether the patient is high risk or low risk, bias in the data collection may also affect the predictions of the model in the future if you keep retraining your model.
I think the way I tend to think about a lot of these problems is that we underappreciate all the hidden assumptions we make about the world and about people when we jump to interventions. So one of the things I've come to appreciate in the world is that a robust pipeline that has meaningful impact in the world needs as much investment in the early parts of the pipeline so that we build the right intuitions about what is going on and why it's happening. So how would I practically deal with somebody who says, hey, I'm trying to work on reducing testing? I'd say, okay, let me just try to convince you should also work on trying to increase testing, but that's fine. If that doesn't convince you, then I would try to convince you, focus on trying to reduce testing in this subpopulation at the bottom. But even if you can't do that, you know, it's an ecosystem. Everybody has to do their part. And usually one of the things that you start to appreciate is that when you change the architecture of how people think about a problem, it's like waves. It takes quite some time before it affects the policy architecture, but it affects it dramatically. So we wouldn't be having this conversation about behavioral interventions 20 years ago, but it wouldn't even be on the table. But now it's the only one thing everyone's talking about. And that didn't happen because we started talking about that. It happened because we started talking about trying to understand human behavior, and then the ripples flowed from it. That's a very philosophical answer to a very concrete question. Sorry, Elias.
No,
It's
but
early in the morning for me.
Very interesting. Thank you.
Thanks, Sandel. We have a point/question by Puruz. Puruz, I'm sorry if I hope we get the name right. Do you want to put that out, or should I just read it?
Sure, I can say it. I was just wondering if there might be other non-medical factors that doctors incorporate into their decisions, which might not be captured by the objective function of this algorithm. So for instance, medical malpractice lawsuits. If a patient did have chest pain and you didn't test them, then a jury, which shares the same human biases that doctors have, might say that was really bad, where the algorithm doesn't really seem to capture that in its current iteration.
Great question, Bruce. I think when we've talked about analyzing human decisions, we've identified two big problems. So we call it sort of select. We have a paper in the QJE of like 2017 called Human Decisions and Machine Predictions, where it's a paper that tries to be more metaphorical, even though it's about judges, which tries to highlight the big issues. Selective labels is one of them. But the other issue is the one you've landed on, Bruce, which I completely agree with, which we call omitted payoff bias, which we think of it like omitted variable bias. By omitted payoff bias, what I mean is the algorithm is designed with an objective in mind. The decision maker has a different objective function. Some variables are omitted from that objective function. So what you call an error is actually optimization of a different objective function. That's a very common error. In this context, I think you've also identified a potential source of it, medical malpractice. And we can get into it. I'm confident in this case that's not happening, but that's neither here nor there. The fact that it's not happening here doesn't mean you don't need to be on full, and we were on full alert for that here. Another example of omitted payoff bias would be sometimes you do tests because they generate information that's useful downstream later on. So as an example, a negative MRI or a CT scan can serve the purpose of having a benchmark so that if you come back in a year, we say, did something change in morphology? So you're exactly right, but you really have to get into the payoff function before you decide something's an error. So I agree with you.
Sandel. I'm going to ask Jim to unmute himself. Jim, you have a question?
Thank you very much, Sandel. I love this talk so much. I can't even say. I had a question about one of the points you made at the end about the sort of like overweighting salient factors like chest pain or whatever. I wonder if like an explainable algorithm or a simple like 5 or 15 Robin Dawes style algorithm could be part of the behavioral intervention. I mean, I've done a little bit of work like that myself. If the doctor kind of sees the stats, you can kind of get him or her to kind of think slow using the algorithm. Does that make sense?
Absolutely makes sense. I'll riff a little bit on the Dawes thing and then get back to your question. I think I thought a lot about Dawes because he was obviously an incredibly, I mean, to say he was early to the scene is an understatement. I mean, holy cow, he was like, he was at the party before there was even like the idea that there was going to be a party. It's crazy.
Yep.
So I think that part is awesome. I think one thing that that will prove that he was wrong about, which is actually a testament, because I think you get early somewhere, you got to make some mistakes, is he had a view of human behavior that it was too complex and that simple linear models of reality would do better than all of this junk humans were being adding on. You'll notice what I'm finding is the exact opposite. Reality is super complicated. the human model is too simple. And I think that's what we're going to find consistently now that our econometric tools have gotten better than what DAWs had. So that's a meta point. But your point about interpretability and explainability, I completely agree. Oh, Errol, I'm talking about Robin Dawes, D-A-W-E-S. There's a bunch of really cool stuff. So I think your point about explainability and interpretability is right. Jen has done a lot of stuff. Jen Log has done a lot of stuff on this that's very interesting. It's worth looking at. And I think one of the areas that is going to be very interesting for us is to start, as Jen has done and others have done, to start unpacking what is that human machine interface? What is it that we want from the algorithm? And let me push back just a little bit on the interpretability part. A lot of times I think we think humans want interpretability, but the example I always go back to is the illusion of explanatory depth. We don't understand any of the stuff we use, like at all. Like, I don't even know how a bicycle works. Like, that's the beautiful study in illusion of explanatory depth. You can literally get people to draw a bicycle, and what they do is they draw bicycles that could never work. The chains are in the wrong place. And doctors do this daily. So if you went to a doctor and said, oh, it's great, you just ordered a troponin test. Yep. So what do you do with that? I said, oh, if the troponin level is above 2.0, I do this. Great. How does that work? I take blood. Then what happens? There's a chemical process. What's the chemical process? How does that relate to heart attack? You'd get like a few more sentences after that, but that'd be the end of it. Because your trust in the tool comes not from a deep understanding of the tool. It comes from some other source. So I might almost zoom back and ask, where does our trust in tools come from? What is the genesis of that trust? Either right or wrong. Like, people also do this in goofy ways where they really should not trust these things.
But also,
I think,
like when to trust the algorithm and when not to, right? There are times when you really, like broken leg things, right? There are times when you really should override it. So you need to have
exactly.
like a meta level understanding, if not of this, right?
Beautifully put. I think, let me refine, beautifully put. I think once you take the information advantage seriously,
right.
I think people even have the wrong metrics when they talk about algorithm reversion. Are you telling me that the right outcome is people always follow the algorithm? That can't possibly be right.
Exactly.
So what you said it perfectly, so I won't even go further, Jim. That's great.
I hope you recorded it because I forgot what I said.
We are recording, Jim. And Marnie has a question about, can you point us to some seminal resources in this space?
Yeah, I truly dread naming my own papers, but I will do it just for the purpose of, I know that we put time into the references. And so you don't even need to read the paper if you don't want. I'm not asking you to do that, but look at the references. So I think we spent a lot of time getting the human decisions and machine predictions paper correct. And we have a ton of references, including DAWs, including a bunch of stuff in there that hopefully is useful. I'll try to think of it. I mean, it's a growing area, so it's more, I think, Jen, you probably would know all this. What's the best place to find this stuff on human plus machine? That's missing from our.
Not to toot my own horn, but I just submitted a book chapter on the topic, and I'd be happy to share it with organizers to kind of give a broader overview of the field.
That's great. That's perfect. That's exactly it. So I think on the H.
You and Jim a bunch.
And I think the H plus M, how humans interact with machines, I think Jen has done the work in that chapter. Sounds really awesome. I think between those two, hopefully it gets you to the right references.
We have a question by Dan.
Yeah, great talk. And I love the telling more than you can know paper, and even the other side of it, the knowing more than you can tell paper, which is another one, also in the same realm. One of the things I think that happens structurally is that in practice, the doctor and the ED often doesn't know what happens to the patient afterwards, so they never really get that feedback signal coming in. And that's a place where AI can show. I mean, that happens with misdiagnoses, especially with a specialist, for instance, who's called in, has that, but in an ED, you've got this very brief encounter with the patient, you send them home. Even if they show up at the same ED, there's a different doctor there. You don't necessarily know what happens. The system is absent these messages, and that's a place where AI could probably come in and help, even with that flow of information, to educate, like, here are some things you should know about that happened. So
I think that is the first order money on the table. In every area I've worked in on this, the flow back, exactly as you said, is like, and in fact, doctors are at the high end of this business. Judges get no information back about when the people they send home for pretrial, what did they ever show up again? Like basically, it is zero. They're at zero. So it's amazing in every area. Information flows are totally, so it's a great point, Dan. And I would add to it, where AI, I think, to me, the information flow is just an architecture, an organizational architecture thing. And it's shocking how bad that is. It's actually just a deep research question I think people should work on. I think you're exactly right, Dan. The AI piece that can be helpful is, even when people get information flow back, they don't really have tools to look at their own data to make sense of it. So that's why I sort of had to call my talk telling, I think tools that help people make sense of their own data to understand their own behaviors for themselves and like where they got right, where they got wrong would be super, super valuable.
Thanks.
Thanks. And we have time for one more question. So I'm going to ask Renita to unmute herself. She has the question.
Hi, thank you. The talk was fascinating. One question I had was regarding the notion of turning the camera back at the doctors. In the process of testing, the category of low-risk people, if we assume that they fit within a certain demographic, maybe they're more aware of their health and they have more resources to test, they would probably pressure the doctors into asking them to test more frequently. And so that might create a way of turning the camera back at the patients too.
Oh, I love that. Such a good point, Renita. Just to amplify what you're saying, we forget there's pressure from the patient, and that could result in some disparities and disadvantaged groups being sort of screwed over effectively. But B, it may also be a tool to give back to the patient and say, look, you really are here. So totally agree with that. I think the one thing I would add to that is that we've done a lot of work on racial and other biases in the healthcare system, especially with algorithms, exactly along the lines that you so rightly pointed out, that utilization is highly correlated. Certain groups just get more utilization. So exactly, you're totally on target. One of the amazing things that in this thing though, is that their demographics never popped out. So age, race, gender cells, like we thought that those would be like ridiculously like I really thought there would be a lot of over testing of, white males and under testing of Black females. I mean, if I could show you the graph, you just plot it by gender demographic. It's like a 45, it's like they really just get those groups right. So in this particular context, I don't know why that's actually, it's the dog that didn't bark. I don't actually understand why that's happening. It doesn't invalidate what you're saying at all. It's still the case that the squeaky wheel will get the grease. Some patients will get more, but it's interesting that they get the demographics right in this context. I'm so used to seeing human behavior having tons of discrimination. I was surprised. So.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Rita. Thank you again, Sendil. Really wonderful talk. Very fun. Picture the large amounts of applause roaring across all the silent muted people there. The crowds roaring in enthusiasm.
Thank you so much for having me. This is such a delight, and I'm just thrilled to see the diverse set of people who are working on this topic. I'm so excited to see what people are going to produce over the next few years. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Cool. We now shift to our next hour. We have 4 really nice contributed talks from a diversity of areas. First up is Hannah Mitkowski. Let's see, make sure Hannah's there, and maybe Rahul make sure that she can share her screen.
Yes.
So that
Hannah
things
made
come
the
up there.
co-host, so we can go ahead and share.
Cool. So Hannah's a 4th-year PhD candidate in communication at Stanford University, studying media psychology. She uses survey-based experimental and text analysis methods to investigate dyadic and group dynamics, social cognition, language use in the area of human-machine communication with a focus on AI. I'm looking forward to hearing her talk. Hannah?
Hi, everybody. Thanks for being here. I'm really excited to present for you. Let me just get all this screen share business. There we go. Okay. Looking good?
Looking great.
Awesome. Okay. Hi, everybody. I would like to present some conceptual work done by myself and my colleagues at Stanford entitled Artificial Intelligence in Interpersonal Relationships, the Principal-Agent Framework. So to start off, new technologies have traditionally served a passive role in human interaction. The rapid emergence and integration of artificial intelligence into human communication means that previous assumptions about technology and agency need to be reconceptualized a little bit. As I'm sure many of you have probably already seen since you're here at this workshop, AI systems can provide suggestions for our messages, such as smart replies in Gmail. Similarly, AI assistants can make calls on our behalf to say, make a reservation at a restaurant, and can also create believable fake videos like deepfakes. So this shift towards more agentic technologies has implications that stretch across the social sciences and beyond, and specifically in psychology as well. So if we wanted to bring all of these communication experiences that I just mentioned under one umbrella, we could call it AI-mediated communication, or AIMC. So AIMC is interpersonal communication that's not simply transmitted by technology, but augmented or even generated by algorithms to achieve specific communicative or relational outcomes. So AIMC, just to give a brief background, is distinct from traditional computer-mediated technologies that primarily transmit messages. So just, let's say, like normal email, no algorithms involved, and also from typical machine-authored texts that don't represent a person. So that would be like a bot. So in this case, on what I'm going to be talking about today, we're specifically interested in the introduction of an AI agent that operates on communication between people. And AIMC includes at least two people and an AI system. Like I just said, communication between people. And it necessarily involves some sort of human control, and the AI system must be human presenting. So that's sort of the overview of the kind of communication we're looking at. In the aforementioned examples, like the suggested text responses and deepfakes, there's always at least one person in control of the AI system. And it's also presenting as, the AI system is presenting as a human, not a machine. So for example, if I have an AI generated profile on LinkedIn, the profile appears like it's from me and not something like a bot. So in order to better understand the role of AI in social dynamics among people, which is what we're interested in today, it would be useful to have a conceptual framework that could articulate AI's role with respect to the people who produce and use it. So we argue that the principal-agent relationship is a useful way to think about the relationship between a person using AI in their social lives. So a principal-agent relationship emerges when a principal enlists an agent to pursue an objective on their behalf. So most of the literature in this area emphasizes this framework. Most of the literature emphasizing this framework is in the fields of economics and law, but many relationships can be framed through a principal-agent lens. So for example, a parent sending a child to the store with some cash to pick up milk, or a messaging platform sending and receiving texts on a user's behalf, both involve principal-agent dynamics. And the challenges that emerge from these complex relationships are referred to as principal-agent problems. So fundamentally, principal-agent problems emerge from information asymmetries. So ideally, the principal has complete information about the agent's interests, motivations, abilities. However, this is rarely achievable in practice, as you might expect. So as such, there's two real overarching problems that emerge. One of them is adverse selection, and the other is moral hazards. So adverse selection occurs when one party declines to provide information that might have influenced another party's decision prior to entering into the principal-agent relationship. Whereas moral hazards refers to the obfuscation of one party's actions and/or their effects from another party during the course of the principal-agent relationship. So if we're going to take that and bring it into what we're talking about today, the principal agent framework's enduring appeal for studying social relations owes much to its intuitiveness, hopefully found it a little bit intuitive, and its emphasis on identifying and specifying power dynamics in these relationships. So we argue that this framework could be used to conceptualize the role of AI in a host of communication dynamics, with the most basic relationship structure shown here, including a human principal. So that's the human communicator, a platform principal, so the creator and the owner of the AI technology, and an AI agent, that's the technology itself. So for the purpose of this talk, you can think about the human principal as me or yourself, whatever floats your boat. The platform principal as a large tech company, since that's where a lot of these AI agents are situated, and the AI agent as any AI system that's controlled by a person, presents as a person, and operates in communication between people. So although there are, like I said, typically power dynamics between a principal and an agent, just by the nature of the relationship and the enlisting of help, in the context of AIMC, there's likely also a power dynamic between the platform principal and the human principal. So most platform principals, like I've alluded to, are these monopolistic entities that could choose to intentionally eradicate or limit the functionalities or even existence of an AI agent. So at best, this may present an inconvenience for the human principal. So like, let's say I'm not able to use these AI systems to make phone reservations at a restaurant. Not that anyone's really going to restaurants right now, but let's imagine a brighter future where I'm able to. But at worst, it could actually severely or fully restrict interpersonal communication. So for example, a person can't have a conversation with somebody else because their speech to text system doesn't work. Another thing to consider is what choices do human principals or platform principals have if this AI agent behaves in an unintended manner? So in many cases, platform principals create AI agents to be purposefully non-transparent, creating a scenario in which the human principal has little to no opportunity to punish or even reward the behavior of an AI agent, as one might do in a typical or classic principal agent relationship. So in order to enact change in this sort of relationship, human principals must imagine new ways of maintaining this balanced and explainable dynamic among the platform principals and AI agents. So with this framework and the differences I just mentioned in mind, let's consider what kind of applications this framework can have in psychology in particular. So one phenomenon that may be affected is self-perception. Sendel got a little bit into this in the prior talk, but in computer-mediated communication, self-perception suggests that selective self-presentation leads to corresponding changes in how we perceive our real-world selves. So the question that follows from that is, so if an AI agent is acting on a human principal's behalf, how does that affect the human's thoughts about themselves? The human principal may assume that there is an information asymmetry, like I mentioned before, between themselves and the AI agent, where the AI agent actually has more knowledge about the human principal because of the AI agent's relationship with the platform principal. So to use the example of suggested text responses again, the AI agent may suggest, let's say, extremely positive responses for the human principal. And the human principal may not ordinarily use language this positive, but might assume that the AI agent has personalized the text. But in reality, the AI agent may just be suggesting text based on the available data, right? There's no personalization involved. This is just what everyone gets. And in this case, the human principal may come to view themselves as more positive simply because of the AI agent's suggestions, even if this is actually not a reflection of a personalized reflection of themselves. Likewise, this assumption of the information asymmetries may play a role in altering perceptions of other human principles as well as the AI agent itself. So recent work suggests that when people perceive content to be written by AI, they believe it's less trustworthy. And relatedly, other work suggests that when communication between two people, or in this case, we can think of them as human principles, doesn't go well, the AI agent may receive some of the blame that would normally be assigned to the other human principal. And if we're going back to this LinkedIn example, if a human principal's profile creation assistant on LinkedIn, so that's an AI agent, creates an inaccurate representation of the human principal's skills, could a reader form the impression that the human principal is being deceptive? So impression management theory would suggest that the answer would be yes, and as such, moral hazard could arise. Another area of interest is language use and language change. So AI agents could conceal typical person or group-based variation in language by only offering homogenized content from a specific population via the platform principle. So for example, a human principal may use the word y'all in their normal spoken conversations, as I do frequently, but I'm trying not to in this talk. But maybe the AI agent always attempts to correct them by offering you all as a speech to text suggestion. So this suggestion originates in the large scale data held by the platform principal. And as a result of these constant suggestions, the human principal makes the decision to start using you all or instead of y'all when they're speaking, thus providing additional data for the platform principal that you all is the correct terminology instead of y'all. So in this way, the AI agent is biased towards a certain set of linguistic features, which may have a substantial impact on the common language and terminology if used by a massive number of people at scale. Finally, some ethical questions surrounding honesty and authenticity, as well as surveillance and control, are common issues inherent to principal agent problems of any kind. But specifically for AIMC, we might think if someone's making a video, a human principal is using automated captioning, so that'd be an AI agent, might rudely misrepresent that's something that the videographer or video person said, who assumes responsibility for this comment. In this example, the captioning service or the platform principal is implicated as well. So for those who are relying on the captions as their primary form of communication, this may increase interpersonal difficulties as well, right? So, and as I mentioned a little bit earlier, in a typical principal agent scenario, much of the blame is attributed to the agent for acting out of alignment with the principal's goals. And when considering AI in this scenario, the agent only has the freedom that its creators provide it with. But in some cases, AI agents are more unwieldy than the human principal, such as when Google's smart reply system kept suggesting that users respond with, "I love you," regardless of the context of the conversation. So you might imagine that that definitely got a little weird at some points. But if we take that at a higher level, what entity should be held accountable when an AI agent takes this action for their human principal? AI agent itself, platform principal, and one larger question that I'll leave you with is like, what sort of motivations underlie the principal's decisions and what sort of biases arise in the AI agent as a result? Thank you for listening to this presentation, and feel free to contact me if you have any questions after, or you can ask them right now.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Awesome. A huge amount to think about there. I have lots of questions, but I'm going to actually hold mine and others because I'm going to try and keep us on a tight schedule.
Sure.
But I hope that you and others will be around at the end of the hour. We'll have a hangout and gather, and people can grab each other and ask questions, because I'm sure there are lots of questions in addition to mine. But moving right along, and excellent, thank you. I wish you could hear the applause again. It's very frustrating. It sort of misses that feedback of having people there. But there is a real live audience and real people. Awesome. Okay. Thank you, Hannah. Moving on. Next speaker, Ahmad Manzoor, who Raul is going to set up so he can screen share. Yes, thank you, Raul. So our second contributed speaker is a PhD student in the Heinz College of Information Systems and Public Policy at Carnegie Mellon. He'll be starting at University of Wisconsin-Madison in the fall. He develops natural language processing methods, randomized experiments, and quasi-experimental studies, my favorite, towards understanding persuasion and technology-mediated communication. Ahmad, are you there?
Yep. I'm not the host yet, so I'm not able to share my screen.
Yeah, Raul is working on that as we speak.
Okay.
Apologize for the technology pieces here.
I just made it the co-host. Sorry, Ahmad. Yeah.
No problem. Okay. Let's do this.
You are good. Awesome.
Thanks. Okay. everyone can see my
Yep,
screen.
screen is perfect. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Thanks, everyone. And I'm super excited to share a little bit about my ongoing research on online conversations, persuasion, and the power of mental shortcuts. So let's dive right in. Let's see. Oops. Yeah. So this is based on joint work with my advisors, George Chen, Do-Kyun Lee, and Mike Smith at CMU. And I'll share the slides in the video for this talk for you to look at later at the link on this slide. This is also ongoing work, so I'm very happy to take any questions in the middle of the talk or after the talk or during the poster session. Okay, so persuasion comprises 30% of the US GDP, and millions of dollars are spent each year on persuading people to vote, to click on ads, to buy products, and to adopt public health measures such as getting vaccines and wearing a mask. Despite all this effort, most attempts at persuasion end up being unsuccessful. And this is why we have this entire industry of popular literature on how to influence people and academic literature in different settings. Some attempts at persuasion are successful, but end up being short-lived. And a minority of attempts at persuasion lead to resilient and long-lasting changes in attitudes and behaviors. A key determinant of long-lasting attitude and behavioral change is the cognitive mechanism through which the persuasive message operates. So social psychologists hypothesize that persuasive messages can operate through two pathways. The first is the systematic pathway, which involves carefully considering the merits and the validity of the message at the cost of high cognitive effort. And this pathway often leads to attitude change that is long-lasting and resilient. The second is the heuristic pathway, which involves quickly scanning things like sender characteristics, such as their affiliation or reputation, with low cognitive effort. And this pathway often leads to attitude change that is short-lived and not resilient. And in this age of information overload, people often default to relying on heuristics when faced with a persuasive message. So it's important as a persuasive agent to consider not only whether your communication is persuasive, but through what cognitive mechanism it's operating in, especially in cases where a long-lasting attitude and behavioral changes are desired, such as when promoting changes in public health behavior or financial behavior. So what this work does is it contributes to our understanding of heuristic information processing by quantifying the persuasive power of reputation as a particular heuristic in the context of dialogue. And I'm specifically focused on dialogue that is text-based and technology-mediated, which is common in scenarios, in cases where firms interact with consumers online to manage churn and to make sales, and when employees interact with each other online on collaboration platforms like GitHub to influence the direction of their product. Quantifying the persuasive power of reputation in the setting is challenging for two main reasons. The first is that in real-world conversations, persuasion is rare. And even when it does happen, it's rarely explicitly stated. And the way I get around this challenge is by assembling a data set of conversations from this platform called Change My View. My data contains over 1 million conversations that are of very high quality thanks to the efforts of a vigilant moderation team. And each conversation on Change My View starts as a post, which contains the poster's claims and supporting arguments. Other users can then respond to and challenge this post. And this leads to, each response leads to a debate between the poster and the responder. Debates may end in the poster changing their view, which happens around 3.5% of the time in my data. But more often, they end up in the poster not changing their view. What's unique about this platform are the explicit indicators of persuasion provided by the posters who end up changing their initial view. So here's a screenshot of a debate between a poster and a responder. And you can see on the bottom right, the delta symbol, which this poster uses to indicate that they have been successfully persuaded. And every delta earned by a responder in this way adds a point to their reputation on the platform. And this reputation is prominently displayed next to their username, which you can see on the top right. So this responder, Miguel, before the start of this debate, had already persuaded 110 posters. So what this platform gives us is a clean way to disentangle two pathways to persuasion. One through the response content, which requires relatively high effort to process, and the other through the displayed reputation, which requires relatively low effort to process. And my goal here is to quantify the impact of this displayed reputation on successful persuasion on this platform. The second challenge I address is how do we establish causality with unstructured observational data? So most of the data here is unstructured text. The way I do this is using this 4-part identification strategy. I first control, sorry, this is a very brief summary of the strategy, and I can talk about this more when you have questions. I first control for the responder skill, which is a potential confounder because it affects both the outcome through the quality of the response and the treatment because the reputation is just the number of people persuaded previously. The way I control for skill is by approximating each responder's skill at the start of the debate using the fraction of people they have persuaded previously. The second source of confounding I consider is from users endogenously selecting which post to challenge. And this could be based on factors like the topic of the post or characteristics of the poster. I address this confounding by using post-fixed effects, which control for all post and poster characteristics. The cost of doing this is I lose a lot of variation in the data, but I can still obtain precise estimates thanks to the amount of data I have in my setting. The third component of my identification strategy addresses unobserved confounders using an instrument. The intuition behind my instrument is as follows. Responses to a post arrive sequentially in chronological order, and I expect that later responses are less likely to persuade the poster, either because they receive less attention or because earlier responses have exhausted the space of good arguments. Another thing to note is that reputation, which is the treatment, is the number of people persuaded previously. And this motivates using the mean past position of a responder as an instrument for their present reputation. I expect users who tend to respond late to have a numerically larger mean past position and a lower reputation in the present. And I expect users who tend to respond early to have a numerically smaller mean past position and a higher reputation in the present. An immediate concern is that users can and do select posts to challenge based on their anticipated response position, because you don't want to jump into a crowded competition. And this would confound the instrument. You can actually formalize this using a causal graph as collider bias. But this can be addressed quite easily by just controlling for the observed response position in each debate. And this is the instrument is strong. It has a first stage F statistic of over 3,000. And the plot on the left here confirms my intuition that the instrument is negatively correlated with reputation. So on the y-axis here is the value of reputation at the start of each debate. And on the x-axis, so yeah, and on the x-axis is the value of the instrument at the start of each debate. And you can see that there's a clear negative correlation. The final component of my identification strategy involves controlling for the unstructured response text. And the motivation for doing this is that what the poster can see on this platform are the responder's reputation and the responder's response text. So to use Sendel's terminology, the informational advantage or the informational access of the poster is kind of restricted by the platform. And what this means is that any factor that confounds the treatment or that violates the instrument's validity must affect persuasion, must affect the outcome through the response text. So if we could somehow control for this response text, we could block the offending causal pathway. And the question now is how exactly do we control for response text, which is inherently unstructured and high dimensional? We can conceptually decompose the text into 4 disjoint components, which I'm showing here as A, B, C, and D. And to prevent confounding, it's sufficient to measure and control for component A, which is affected by the confounder and affects the outcome. And a common way to do this is by representing the text as a high dimensional vector, reducing its dimensionality, and including it as a regression covariate. The dimensionality reduction can be done manually using feature engineering or automatically using LDA or PCA, for example. The main issue with this approach is that there are no guarantees that component A will be retained in the low dimensional representation. And the other issue is that the final estimates will be sensitive to how exactly this dimensionality reduction is performed in practice. So what I do instead is focus, instead of trying to get at component A, which is like trying to find a needle in a haystack, focus on measuring the strength of these associations between the text, the treatment, the instrument, and the outcome, and to combine them using the double machine learning framework to get statistically valid causal estimates. And the strength of these associations can be measured using the error of a machine learning model that uses the text to predict each of the instrument, the treatment, the outcome, and any other controls. So this is where the double machine learning framework comes in. It provides a general recipe to incorporate machine learning models into causal effect estimation. And it addresses two types of bias that machine learning models bring in. And it gives us an estimator with root and convergence, despite the fact that we're using non-parametric machine learning models, which typically converge at slow rates. So if I apply the double machine learning framework to my setting, I end up with the following Neyman orthogonal moment condition. And all I need to do is solve the empirical version of this moment condition for the beta coefficients to get the causal effect, to get the estimates of the effect of reputation, skill, and the response position. What Neyman orthogonality gives us is an estimator that converges fast, as long as the ML models used to estimate these conditional expectations converge at the rate of n to the fourth or faster. And a recent paper that came out in Econometrica just last year shows that deep neural networks with rectified linear unit activations converge at the desired rate. So that's the identification and estimation story. And my main finding after applying this framework is that having 10 additional units of reputation makes it 0.9 percentage points more likely to persuade the poster. This is statistically significant and also economically significant because it corresponds to a 26% increase over the platform average persuasion rate. And the effects of skill and response position are also statistically significant and in the expected direction. I also find that the impact of reputation increases with the length of the response text, which you can think of as a proxy for the cognitive cost, and decreases with the length of the post text, which is a proxy for how relevant the issue is to the poster. And taken together, these results are consistent with predictions made by psychological theory. And with that, I conclude with some key findings and takeaways. The key finding is that displayed reputation is persuasive, even if there is a dialogue between the target of persuasion and the persuader. And I expect this persuasive power can be influenced by conversation design, which is something I'm looking at in future work. And I'm happy to take any questions if there's time, or I'll see you in the poster session.
Thank you, thank you. That was great, and both the results are nice and the methodology, I think, is something a lot of people will appreciate, the careful controls. We do not have time for questions, but you might put the link into the chat window so that people can look up stuff. I at least am eager to see a paper and hear more detail, read more details about exactly how the controls worked, because it's something I would love to steal from you with citations. Awesome, thanks. Okay, moving along again in my endless quest to stay around on time. I thank both the speakers so far for being punctual and staying on time. Our next speaker, Jackson Killian, is a PhD student in computer science at Harvard University. He studies how AI techniques can solve challenges in public health with a focus on machine learning and sequential decision making. And Jackson.
Great.
There.
Yes. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, and you should have permission to share screen. We've learned how to do the process. Yes, it's coming. Wonderful. There it is. Okay. All yours.
set up here.
Perfect.
Okay, well, yeah, thank you so much, Lyle and Rahul. And all the organizers. It's really a pleasure to be here. I'm very excited to join you all. So I'm Jackson, and I'll be presenting our work that is focused on designing fast algorithms for scheduling interventions via Lagrangian solutions to multi-action restless bandits. And that's a little bit of a mouthful. So the setting here that I'll focus on, the motivation, right, is when we want to build models to target health interventions in different cases. So the example I'll use throughout this paper, because this is sort of the application focus of my work so far, is that of tuberculosis medication adherence, and specifically in Indian context. And so a little bit of background is that when a patient is diagnosed with TB for the first time, they're immediately put on a 6-month antibiotic treatment course. And this is a difficult treatment course. The antibiotics, you have to take daily. They come with side effects and so on, even though after 3 weeks or so, you might have the symptoms of your TB actually subside. So when you start treatment, at least in the public sector in India, you're also assigned a health worker who's meant to help you manage your treatment throughout the whole course. So one way to think about what the health worker is doing is they're keeping an eye on you. They're tracking sort of your state, if you will, whether or not you're adhering, and deciding when to call or text or visit you. They have a number of intervention options available to them to try to boost your adherence throughout the treatment course. So this is a common setting. I'm sure this group is very familiar with this throughout different healthcare contexts, not just in medication adherence. But the particular challenge that I'm going to focus on is, what do you do when you don't have just 1 or 2 patients? You have to manage hundreds at a time, and you can't act on them all as you would want to every single day because your resources are ultimately constrained. And we're specifically thinking about this problem because this is the case in Mumbai, India, where we've been working, and in a number of other contexts outside of hospitals, specifically in community health settings. And so the way we're going to formulate this is, as in the title, a multi-action, multi-arm restless bandit. And this is diagrammed in the figure here. It just means that we're going to have one planner. This is the health worker in our TB example, who manages many patients. So every arm in this case is one patient whose adherence we're trying to maximize throughout time. And we have some limited budget available to us, such as time, that we can spend in different ways on different actions that'll have separate effects and so on. So how do we actually go about solving a problem like this? I'll go on to show that the current solutions for doing this do not scale to real world problem sizes where we do have things like hundreds of patients with large state spaces. So I'll briefly touch on previous work here. There's a number of papers in different disciplines who look at specifically 2-action multi-arm bandits. But the trouble is that these only let you plan for one intervention at a time. So they would assume that the only thing you can do is just go visit someone in their home, or the only thing you can do is call them. But we know that health workers have, in general, a number of intervention actions that they can take, and they want to plan them in tandem. And so there is also a limited amount of work that's been done in this multi-action setting so far. The one I'll highlight here is that of Hodge. The trouble here is that they assume sort of a restricted setting with a certain structure that says, okay, I can move resources as if it were continuous, or they're discrete chunks. Like I can spend $1 here, $2 there, and so on. And this is not going to be general enough for the types of problems that we want to consider, where you can have arbitrary action costs and effects. And so we actually have to go back to Hawkins from 2003 in the setting known as weakly coupled MDPs, which are essentially the same as the multi-action setting we consider, except that they consider an arbitrary number of constraints. So in our problem, we only consider this one budget constraint. And so these more general algorithms are just going to be slower. And that's where we're going to focus on, is getting speed compared to these. So the contributions here are that we develop a new algorithm for these multi-action restless bandits that leverage the structure that exists there in this single constraint nature to get to solutions more quickly for these problems. And we even show that this has a best case, or an improved best case complexity as the size of the problem grows compared to the generic state-of-the-art solver. And then I'll conclude by showing some initial simulation results on an example medication adherence setting that we focus on here, and show we can get up to 10 times faster and so on solutions with virtually no performance drop. So to get into exactly how we're going to model each patient, each arm here, we're going to make the choice to model everyone as a Markov decision process. And just a quick note that I'll give an example of a simple MDP here, but the methods that we build up apply for general MDPs. So for those unacquainted with MDPs, they consist of what you see on this slide. So they assume that you have a set of states. In our medication adherence example, the natural states would be something simple like either not adhering or adhering on any given day. You also have a number of actions that you can take, so call, text, home visit, and so on. We have a set of transitions, which I'll touch on in the next slide. We have rewards, and you want to set these so that you optimize for the states you want to be in. And in the adherence setting, if you're adhering, you get reward 1 for that patient, not adhering, reward 0. And then we have a set of costs that can take any arbitrary structure for the actions that you'll take. And so here the transitions, all they're doing is they're modeling how a patient might transition day to day between the states. And so, for example, here, if we don't take an action, just in this very simplistic example, if a patient was not adhering today, there's a 90% chance they continue to not adhere tomorrow. Whereas if we visit them in their home, there would be a 60% chance that they would change to adhering if they're not adhering. And this is just describing what's happening in the back end of our modeling. And for now, in this setting, we're going to assume we know these. And the reason is that even when we know all this information, this is a very difficult optimization problem, which I'll describe next. So how do we solve this general problem? Well, if you wanted to solve it exactly, you'd have to take the combined problem that combines all the state spaces and actions that you might take over all of the patients. And we can show pretty simply that this is a bad idea. The problem size explodes. It's exponential in the number of arms, combinatorial in the number of actions. And so even your very good, very fast MDP solvers will be slow in this case, and they won't scale to problem sizes beyond 5, 6, 7 patients. So we're going to need to do better. The key insight, though, is that the only thing that couples all of these patient states and their transitions are this budget constraint that we've imposed. And so the natural next step then for us is to relax this budget constraint and build our tools from there. So I'll just give a brief high-level view of the math that's going on behind this to motivate our method. So what I'm showing here is the Bellman equation. So for those familiar with solving MDPs, this would look familiar. It just has 2 parts here that say you want to maximize the reward you're going to get in this step, plus your expected future reward. And this represents the massive MDP that I talked about. So if you wanted to solve over the combined exponential state space, you'd have to solve this exactly subject to this budget constraint that just says the sum cost of all my actions must be less than or equal to some budget. So to relax this, we're going to relax this constraint in a Lagrangian fashion, which means that we're not imposing it at any time steps in our planning, but we're going to add it to the objective as a penalty with the Lagrange multiplier lambda here. And so this is nice for us, skipping some of the math here, because this essentially decomposes the problem. So we can reason about every arm individually now, except for how we set this Lagrange multiplier, our penalty lambda. And what we can do, what we want to do really is, this is a result from taking a Lagrangian approach here, is if we solve this problem exactly, we're going to have the tightest bound on the expected return that we would get from an optimal policy on the original large problem. So what we want to do is minimize this bound as much as we can. And we're going to do that. You could do it by solving this LP directly. And just a little note here is that what this LP essentially is doing, for anyone familiar with, again, with solving MDPs, this value function, this constraint in the LP is exactly the definition of a value function, except that, or it's almost exactly the definition, except that we have this penalty for the cost of the action that you might take. And what this is going to do is, as we increase this multiplier lambda, the penalty for acting, it's going to change ultimately what your optimal policy would be in a way that lets you reason about the budget you have available and where you're going to get the most benefit on certain arms for your actions. And so we could solve this, like I said, directly with the regular LP solver, but even this is, it's not going to scale to the problem sizes we want because it's quadratic in the number of arms and the number of states. And it's not going to scale to real world problem sizes, right, with hundreds of patients. So what do we do? The key idea then that we take in our paper is to avoid solving this full LP as much as we can. And the way we do this is by replacing parts of the LP with cheaper representations. And so remember I said that the LP essentially can solve for every arm individually. So that is captured by the value functions on each arm that were in the LP. To represent those exactly, you need the size of the state space, number of variables, and SA constraints. And when you take that overall n, that's where you get this large LP size. Instead, what we can do is find a way to bound the representation of the value functions in the LP for each arm in a way that just costs one variable and a constant number of constraints. And we can do this, we can compute these bounds, the upper and lower bounds, on this value function relatively easily using fast methods like dynamic programming or value iteration. and then build the bounds is pretty much as easily as you can draw these red and green lines on this graph here. And so how we use these bounds is first we replace in the LP all of those the value functions with their bounded representations. And so if we replace them with upper bounds, we get a lower bound in the solution, the LP solution, and vice versa. And so what we can do then is just solve those bounded versions, check if they're within, if their distance is within some value epsilon. If it is, we can stop. We know we're very close to the optimal solution to the LP. Otherwise, what we do is replace some bounded version, so the cheap versions of the value functions with their proper, more expensive versions, solve this slightly more expensive LP, check the bounds again, and loop until we finish and find our solution. And so what's nice about this algorithm is that it's guaranteed, we've designed it to be guaranteed to converge to the optimal value within some tolerance epsilon. We give some results that show that we have a better best case complexity compared to solving the LP directly. You have to do a little bit of a turn-by-turn comparison here to see, but I hope you'll take my word for it. And then one other nice part here is that the worst case complexity for our algorithm, if you have to go and do this iterative thing all the way for all of the arms, in the worst case, it only scales root n worse, but it'll still converge to the optimal policy that you want. What we'll show in the results is that for the problems that we care about, our runtimes will be closer to this best case complexity. And so how do we actually choose a policy once we've solved this LP? Well, as I mentioned, solving the LP lets us come up with these adjusted value functions that are aware of the budget that we have available to spend and lets you focus on the actions that give you the best value for the cost. And so we can use those adjusted value functions to solve a knapsack over the actions we want to take with respect to the budget we have available. And this is fast and does not add to the computational complexity. And so quickly here, I'll just touch on our experiments. The baseline we compare against is solving the LP directly, and then we also compare against our algorithm BLAM for various values of the tolerance epsilon. And I'll describe the experimental setting here. This is probably somewhat simplified than this crowd might be used to seeing, but the idea is to just exemplify some of the key features we might see in realistic simulations. So one is that we have a large state space here that contains three things we might want to track. One is the adherence level of a patient, which we'll say instead of being 0, 1, can take values between 1 and L, which you can think about representing sort of their average adherence over the last few days. The second entry here will be a treatment phase, which will mark whether or not we're in the intensive or continuation phase. So in TB, the first 2 months are considered the intensive phase, the last 4 continuation. And one thing we see is that in continuation phase, intervention effects tend to decline, as does baseline adherence, and we'll simulate this. The last entry here just tracks what day of treatment the patient is in to mark whether they're in intensive or continuation. And the actions available to us, we'll just say, are you can call a patient for cost 1, visit for cost 2, which is slightly more effective in boosting adherence. And then there's also an escalate action, which costs you, it guarantees you getting a patient all the way back to top adherence, but might cost you half your budget. And finally here, I'll just say that there are 4 types of patients we include in this simulation. The first 2 are motivated by some data we've seen in the real world from this Mumbai adherence, a TB adherence setting, are that about 2/3 of the patients in the data set we looked at tend to adhere every single day. And that's presumably without even needing really actions from the health worker. There just are a good set of patients that will adhere regardless of what we do. And on the flip side, in this data set, there about 1% never adhered. So this will be important for showcasing why our algorithm is useful, because this is structure that we can leverage to solve this problem more quickly. If you know that some patients, the intervention effects are lower, you can spend less time reasoning about the trade-offs for them and more about the trade-offs for other patients who we think might need our attention. So that's modeled in these second 2 patients here. The receptive patients will tend to adhere when we act, tend not to when we don't, and so on. So I realize I'm running up on time, so I'll just show the results here. The key takeaway is that on the left here, we see the return from running the policies. We compare against the LP solve approach. Hawkins here is this blue bar, the dark blue bar, are 3 versions of our algorithm of the next, and we see that they all converge to about the same policy return here. But the key is that on the right, we see our algorithm scales much, much better as the number of arms that we're trying to plan for increase. And yes, sorry for going about 1 minute over time. Thank you very much, and happy to take your questions at lunch.
Awesome, thank you. That's nice, elegant model and a nice application. I can imagine a lot of other people will want to do similar optimization processes. and we will defer questions as usual to lunch, which will come up in 15 minutes. Cool. So we'll see you shortly on Gather. But before lunch, we get one last speaker. Sudeep Bhatia, our final contributed speaker, is a colleague of mine, a professor at the Department of Psychology at the University of Pennsylvania. Sudeep studies cognitive basis of human judgment and decision-making with the use of mathematical and computational models, and does really nice work in formal modeling of how one can look at language models such as machine learning people use to understand decision-making such as humans make. And with that, I will turn it over to Sudeep.
All right, thank you, Al. You can all see my screen, right?
Yep, it's good.
Wonderful. So this is joint work with Wanling Zhu here at Penn, and Natasha Gandhi and Lucas Walasek at Warwick. So I'll start with a question. Is granola healthy? Maybe you can think about that for 2 or 3 seconds. And when you've made up your mind, just sort of, I guess, record your response to yourself. New York Times ran an informal study back in 2016 where they asked a lot of people this kind of question, and it turns out that around 70% of people thought that granola and granola bar were healthy. And what's interesting is that the majority of nutritionists that they sampled did not think that these items were healthy. So there's, in essence, a discrepancy between sort of lay judgment or public judgment and expert judgment. There are judgment errors. And you can imagine that these judgment errors have implications for health outcomes. So if you think that, for example, granola is healthy, or that frozen yogurt or orange juice is healthy, but it's not actually healthy, you may be increasing your risk of diabetes or other forms of health conditions. You can also imagine that predicting these judgments and these judgment errors is important, right? So there's thousands of food items out there. If you can determine which are the items that people will judge as being healthy or unhealthy, which are the items that people will make mistakes for, you'll be able to selectively target those items, selectively target the people who consume those items, and this has positive effects for health outcomes. And not just for food, right? People make judgment errors, well, in all domains of their lives, social judgment, political judgment, economic and financial judgment. If you can, using artificial intelligence, determine the items for which these errors will be most profound, you can again target your interventions accurately. And this, by the way, is a variant of the idea that Senthil talked about in his talk, right? They were trying to figure out judgment errors in clinicians. Now, there's been a lot of work in psychology, in the behavioral sciences, trying to understand human judgment and decision-making, trying to understand errors in judgment and decision-making, but we don't have predictive models, right? The reason for this is that in order to make judgments and decisions about real-world entities, you need to rely on some real-world knowledge. A lot of research in behavioral science focuses on how people use this knowledge. For example, the heuristics they may use and the biases those heuristics will generate. It focuses on how people use the knowledge, but not what the knowledge actually is. All right, going back here, is granola healthy? Well, you know what granola is, and you use that to make a judgment, and that presumably influences your food choices. Okay, I, the researcher, I don't know what you know what granola is. I don't know what you know what orange juice or coconut oil or froyo or Donald Trump or GameStop. I don't know anything about your knowledge about these natural entities. So I can't really predict your judgments, and I can't understand your judgment errors. Okay. Here's another way to visualize this critique, right? Right at the top, you've got judgments and decisions. These are what drive health outcomes and other outcomes in the world. These judgments and decisions depend on people's knowledge. And a lot of behavioral science has really looked at this link. I mean, most work in, say, psychology focuses on the decision rules that people may use when making judgments and decisions. When knowledge doesn't exist in a vacuum, it itself is derived from people's, let's say, information environments, the news that they read, social media posts, things like that. What I'm saying that you can do is you can apply insights from artificial intelligence to these information environments, extract knowledge representations for natural entities, and then from that predict people's judgments and decisions. All right, and I'll be showing this, of course, in the domain of food choice, food healthiness judgment. All right, and the approach that I'll be using from AI are word embeddings. Some of you have probably heard of these before. These are techniques in natural language processing that extract high-dimensional vector representations for words using large-scale text data. these vector representations essentially quantify people's knowledge about the concepts corresponding to the words. Right? So through this approach, you can essentially quantify what people know about thousands of different food items. All right, and that can then be used to build a predictive model of food health judgment. In this talk, I'll be using well-known word-to-vec embeddings. These were trained on a large Google News corpus. They have 300-dimensional representations for millions of words and phrases. All right, what we'll be doing is essentially learning a mapping from this embedding space onto a judgment, a one-dimensional, let's say, rating scale, how healthy is this food item. And once we've learned this mapping, then we can use it to predict out of sample items that people think are healthy or unhealthy, and perhaps also to predict judgment errors, and also the effects of interventions on health judgment. Okay, I have a number of studies that I want to show you. I'll start off with studies 1A and 1B. These are very simple. Here we essentially just give people names of different food items and ask them to rate these food items on a scale of -100 to +100. A very simple study. Study 1A has 134 UK residents, lay decision makers, let's say. Study 1B has 13 registered UK dietitians. All right, and the food items span a pretty large space. So here I've shown you a two-dimensional decomposition of the word embeddings of the stimuli from our experiment. And we've got everything from chicken rings, onion rings and chicken curry over here, to asparagus and kale, to apple and mango and Coca-Cola and lemonade. All right, so we've got a wide set of food items. What we're going to do essentially is train a regression model on those embeddings to predict out of sample the health ratings from our data set. And we'll be just evaluating it using leave one out cross validation. It's a ridge regression. Basically, we're regressing in each case health ratings for a set of food items on their embeddings, and then applying that trained regression model on an out of sample target item. All right, so here we see accuracy rates. On the left is a nutrient-only model. This is a model that knows all about the nutritional information of these food items, but that's about it. And out of sample, this gets around a 0.35 R-squared. Not bad, but a vector representation model, one that has only the word-to-vec embeddings for the food items, gets more than twice the R-squared. That's a 0.76 in our study 1A. And when you combine the two, you've got word embeddings as well as nutrients. You're not really improving accuracy much beyond that. All right, we get similar accuracy rates for our sample of dietitians, so we can predict dietitian judgment as well. And of course, dietitian judgment and general population judgment, they diverge, but the point is that word embeddings can be used to flexibly predict both expert judgments and lay judgments. And what I've shown you here are predictive accuracy rates on aggregate health ratings. So we basically take our entire sample and just average everyone's ratings together and predict that. But if we apply the same approach on individual level ratings, so ratings made by each participant or each dietitian in our study, we're able to achieve fairly decent out-of-sample accuracy rates as well. So somewhere between 0.5 and 0.6 for these two studies on average. Okay, so this approach also, can be extended to the individual level if you want. All right, so that was study 1, basically showing that you can predict people's health judgments. So in studies 2, 3, and 4, what we do is we give people nutritional labeling interventions. So we present half the participants with just the food name, and the other half the participants, we present them with the food name plus nutritional labels. So in study 2, we use essentially just calories per 100 gram, very simple nutritional label. In study 3, we have a more, elaborate nutritional label. Here we're presenting calories, fat, saturated fat, sugars, and salt. And in study 4, we have all the stimuli in study 3 plus traffic light labels. So for those of you who aren't familiar with this, in the United Kingdom, this is one recommended way of presenting nutritional information to consumers. So both the stimuli from study 3 and study 4 are essentially taken out of the UK context. So again, each of these studies, right, half the participants don't get the nutritional label, the other half do. Right. So let's see, how well can we predict people's food ratings or healthiness ratings in the presence of a nutritional label? Well, Here, the results are kind of similar to what we saw in study 1. The vector representation model outperforms the nutrient model. This is a model that only has the nutritional information. So the vector representation model, for example, is better at predicting healthiness judgments, even when you tell people how many calories there are per 100 grams, or even when you tell people the actual nutrients in there. The one difference is when you actually use traffic light labels. That's where people tend to rely more strongly on nutrient information, which can obviously be picked up by a nutrient model. More interestingly, a combined model that has both the nutrient information and the vector representation model does remarkably well. So we're getting, for example, out of sample 0.91 R squared for this traffic light condition. All right, so that's our ability to predict health judgments. What we can also do is predict the effect of the intervention for each food item. All right, so here each point is a food item. And on the x-axis, we've got the differences between the conditions. So the healthiness rating on average in the presence of the nutritional label minus the healthiness rating in the absence of the nutritional label. On the y-axis, we've got our predicted difference. And hopefully what you can see is that we are achieving reasonable predictive accuracy rates. So we're able to tell you which are the items that people will, in some sense, overestimate the healthiness of, which are the ones that they'll underestimate the healthiness of, or specifically, which are the items that will change in healthiness as you give a particular type of nutrient label. And you know, items on this end of the scale, these are items that tend to be rated as less healthy once you tell people the nutrients involved. And here we see things like cashew nuts, ramen. We also see coconut milk and granola in that corner. And then at the top right, we see items like spaghetti, beer, espresso, rice pudding, pretzel. These are items that people, in the presence of the nutritional label, increase their health assessments of. So it's interesting to know that people think that spaghetti and beer are healthier when you tell them about the nutrients in spaghetti and beer. There are many reasons for that, and I won't go into that here. But the point really from this graph is that you can predict not only for the 200 or so items that we use in our study, the health rating and the effect of an intervention. You can do this for hundreds, perhaps even thousands of items for which we have word embedding. And also you could, of course, train your word embeddings on a larger corpus that has embedding representations for perhaps thousands or tens of thousands of food items. All right. One last thing you can do with word embeddings, you can essentially understand the regions of the semantic space that maximally project onto high healthiness or low healthiness. And this tells you a little bit about what your participants are doing. So here's a word cloud of words in the region of the word embedding space that essentially are associated with food items rated to be high in health. And you see that participants are perhaps incorrectly relying on associations with constructs like crop and agriculture and nutrient, and even organic shows up as a word in this word cloud. Okay. Now, this approach, I think, is very broad, and we've been applying this approach to predict human judgment for naturalistic entities across different domains. I'm talking about social judgments involving famous people, risk perceptions, consumer judgments, probability judgments about events in the world, and so on and so forth. And then some preliminary work, we also show that you can combine this with individual level data to then predict the populations that will essentially make judgment errors in a particular domain. So you're getting both item level and for participant level or subject level predictive accuracy. And then another paper that I did want to talk about, but I think I'm out of time. You can essentially also use this approach to understand how people respond to various descriptions. So for example, descriptions of disease states on online websites like WebMD. Can you predict how severe a person will rate a disease to be given a disease description on these online information sources? So we can do that with a fair amount of accuracy, and we can also predict how wording changes can then influence perception of disease severity. That's a different project. I'll tell you about that another time. All right, I'll end this up with this slide. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Again, thunderous applause. Awesome work. And yeah, I love just how far you go with the distributional representations for understanding. You might also post at least the one link into the chat window so people can read more about the current opinions paper.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Just so people can see it. And with that, I will thank all four of you. They will be at Gather in just a second. And in fact, Raul now will take over and tell us how to meet people.
Yeah, hi, thanks, Lyle. Thanks to all the speakers. What a fascinating array of talks and such a very wide spectrum. I mean, so we are continuing to, it's flying start morning. We still have a bunch of stuff pending over the afternoon and the evening. So from here, we will move on to gather. And as I've mentioned in my email, we have 5 lunch rooms based on these topics, and you will find the speakers who've presented and your colleagues there, so head there. We also have the poster session on Gather. So let me quickly show you how the platform works. So you sort of enter on Gather, the link and the password are there in the chat. So once you come here, you can move over to the poster session where all the 11 posters, including the talks, are there, and the 5 lunch rooms with the 5 topics that I showed will be there. And in each room, you will also have the theme of that room specified. So yeah, I mean,
you can also see people on the far side, and if you click on them, you can get directions to walk over to where they are. So it's even better than real reality. In virtual reality, you can find people and know where they are.
Yes, and as you approach anyone, you get an option to talk to them, and you also have places where you can chat with people, one-on-one conversations. So we hope you can meet new people, talk to speakers, and we hope this is a meaningful engagement opportunity for you. At 2 p.m., we will broadcast a message to everyone asking you to come back to the Zoom link, because there we will have the spotlight talks by our poster presenters. And at 2:30 p.m., we have Susan Athey's keynote talk. So look forward to seeing you there. Shuai, I think you might be able to use Gather on iPhone. I know it's very much amenable and compatible with Google Chrome, but you can try it out on iPhone. I know it has issues with Safari, but just check that. Yeah.
See you all on Gather. Bye-bye.
I'm just going to keep this on then.
Yeah.
Take a look at,
I'm sorry, can you repeat where exactly should we go now?
So look in the chat window. If you click in the chat window, you'll see a couple lines up, a link and a password.
I'm sorry, but I missed this part. Can you please send the link again?
Yes. Yeah, the links unfortunately vanish if you're not there. I'll send it right now.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Good.
Is it the same Gather as AAAI?
No, it's different. So this
Okay.
one's are different because you have lunch rooms and the poster session here. So this is different from that setup.
Oh, okay. Oh, now I'm there. Okay.
Use this QR code if you're not. Yeah, okay. So but this if you want to use it.
Yes, and what lunch to go? What lunch room should I go to?
So you have any of these 5 options. So each of the lunch rooms are themed on a specific topic, just to ensure, sort of content and all of that. So you can hop off to any of them, or you can also go to the poster session, which is also on. And we will have the poster presenters give spotlight talks in a bit, but at 2 p.m. Eastern. But until then, you can head to the lunch rooms and sort of, yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much.
No problem. Yeah.
Hey, Rahul.
Hey, Mad.
Could you tell me which lunchroom I'm assigned to?
You can go to, I think the choice that you have, it's all dependent on, I think you may, I need to pull that out, but.
Oh, okay. So I'll just get my email. I think I picked 2 of them, but yeah, I'll pick the first. I'll go to the first one.
Yeah, exactly, right. And if you want, I mean, you can sort of hop between the 2 lunchrooms as well, right? Based on how you see the attendance going.
Okay, good. Thanks.
No problem. Atsushi, you can just go to the Gather platform, and if you move towards the end of it, like this is lunchroom 1, and you can just sort of enter here. Yeah.
All the room is, okay, I got it. Notice.
Cool, yeah. So you can just jump. Yeah.
Initial entrance is the same. Okay, I got it.
Cool, okay, yeah.
Yeah, that beats walking. Can you hear me now? Okay. Hi.
Hi, Eric.
Yes, I was. It's very interesting. It's, it's quite different from what I typically do. So it's been fascinating to follow some of the discussions. I was. Yeah, that was very, very good. So can people introduce themselves? Sure. So I'm sorry, I think at some point maybe you were asking me were you talking to me at some point? I got disconnected for a few minutes. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm Eric Chutkan. I'm a statistics professor at the Wharton School, and I do primarily work in causal inference and missing data and connection, which are highly connected. One of the things that I thought was fascinating about today's talk is kind of the connections um, between prediction, decision making, and selection bias, and how different perspective on how to view them. I think one of the kind of the big movements in causal inference, um, both in epidemiology but also somewhat in statistics, is gradually trying to move away from assumptions, such as exchangeability, or assuming that you have selection on observables only, and trying to learn something about interventions, if in fact there is, as in most observational studies, some degree of unmeasured confounding. And so I've been particularly interested in learning about how people tackle this from a machine learning perspective. There's a huge interest, I believe, in trying to learn about kind of latent structure. So taking this perspective that in fact somehow we can estimate, and from the observed data we can learn something about the unobservables. I've been particularly dubious about those approaches, but I'm curious to hear of any success stories that people might have had in those attempts. I think there's a lot more enthusiasm about that perspective, perhaps in machine learning than there is in sort of classical statistical perspective. And while I think I do have that kind of skeptical perspective, I do also want to recognize the fact that there are a lot of insight that people have in using a machine learning approach that may not necessarily meet the sort of formal identifiability conditions, but may still be useful in ways that may not be entirely clear from a statistical perspective. And so maybe I'll stop there, and if anyone would like to chime in, maybe with their own personal experience in that space of how do we use kind of machine learning methods to learn about unobservables, and whether you've had any success or failures in trying to do so. Thanks, Raul. So I guess one question I might have is, so you mentioned a method like the deconfounder, which made a big splash when it first came out. Is your sense that these methods are actually being adopted in practice, used in practice, or taught in courses? And if not, what are kind of and it doesn't have to be machine learning. I suppose I should say in behavioral research, what are kind of what's the gold standard in terms of thinking about selection of observables and how to handle it? Is this seen as much of an issue or not at all? Yeah. Yeah, no, that does make sense. And quite honestly, I personally don't know how one can particularly because they're, these things seep into different disciplines at different rates. It's not entirely clear how one combats that, except perhaps through personal experiences when people realize that they have one particular case study where things don't seem to make sense, and they have various ways of validating. I think in the biostatistics sciences or in epidemiology, the way people validate usually is they do sometimes have the luxury of randomized trials. And so can in fact, if experiments are doable that inform on interventions of interest, they do have the luxury sometimes to validate some of these methods. But it's not entirely clear to me how that works in behavioral sciences, because I think perhaps and this is, I'm speaking as an outsider, it seems to me that behavioral sciences has this additional complication that the mere fact of intervening itself has an effect that might be completely separate from the actual intervention, just because of the way folks interact. And this was kind of really one of the things that I found fascinating about Senthil's talk this morning, was just really thinking carefully about the process of, in this case, was physicians, how physicians make treatment decisions, and just thinking about that selection process. Mm.
The sharing is working, so it seems
Perfect.
okay.
Okay. Awesome. Great. If Shashi is here, I don't see Shashi, but I'm sort of quickly checking if everybody else. I think next is Shashi after Elliot.
Yeah.
We have eight talks, so I think, and we have 30 minutes. So I think 2 minutes per talk, we should be good.
That'll do it.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Swali, Chao Chun, are you available? I see him. Yeah. No, but he's not. Hey Salva. Hey Salva, could you head to hi? Could you head to the Zoom call?
Oh yeah. Okay. I wasn't sure.
The Zoom link is also in the chat.
Let's wait a minute and then we can begin with Renita, okay?
Yeah, we still have a few people over in the gather.
Yeah, I just made an announcement there. So that
They're all rushing back here, I think.
Okay. Okay. Cool. I just want to ensure all our spotlight presenters are here. I've made you. If you are here, I've made you the co-host, and you know the order, and you can just sort of keep doing it one after another. And that if you just work it that way, that'll be good. Okay. So I think we should begin. It's 2:02 already, and I think we should begin. Yeah. Hello and welcome back. And I had a great time at the Gather session. I think some amazing conversations in room 2 and room 5 especially. I hope you had a good, meaningful engagement opportunities with speakers and your colleagues. So we are back to Zoom again, and we will begin with our 8 spotlight talks. And these are poster presenters, and the posters are also up on Gather. But we will be doing 2-minute quick talks. And if you have any questions to them, please feel free to catch them again and Gather during the break and during the post workshop Hangout session and Gather. So with that, we begin with Renita Morimi.
I hope you can all see. Thank you. Hello, my name is Renita Morimi, and my paper studies the development of an AI-enabled intervention for a more truthful social media ecosystem. As events of the past few years have shown, the design of social media is in a dire need of a rethinking. We always want to present our best selves to others. This is part of our social psychology. However, the affordances of social networks have made it possible to amplify perceptions on a scale that has been previously impossible. In online social networks, users can choose to present highly curated versions of their lives, which can lead to warped portrayals of their life events to others. The choice of social media platforms matter too. Survey data obtained for this paper showed that users tend to post reputation boosting events on non-anonymous networks like Facebook, and reputation decreasing events on anonymous networks. Inspired by these findings, I developed a model to study user activities in online social networks as a set of actions with different payoffs. I examined how these payoffs differ with the level of anonymity afforded by a network and the resulting implications for the kinds of content posted by a user. Finally, I developed interventions that function like subsidies and taxes with the goal of incentivizing truthful social network activity. This work raises important questions regarding moral hazards and data ownership. The moral hazard imposed by posting false information and its impact on both users and non-users of a network is an issue that we need to grapple with. Further, questions on data ownership will have to be addressed, such as the use of incentives to share data, and a clearer understanding of who owns the data will help to further strengthen the conversations around social media interventions. Thank you.
Next up is Elliot Ash. Thank you, Renita.
Thank you, Anita. Thank you, Rahul, and thank you for the spotlight. This is a machine learning approach to analyze and support anti-corruption policy with Sergio Galetta and Tommaso Gemoni. So we are actually, what the title says what we want to do. We want to use machine learning to support the detection and regulation of corruption. And our empirical context is Brazil, where we have 26 states, about 5,500 municipalities, and we're going to be looking at these local municipal governments, which have an important role of public goods provision. Where we get our data from on corruption comes from a series of audits that started in 2003, where there was a random assignment of audits. So they would, let's say 200 audits per year, the audit team would go to these municipalities, look through the fiscal budgets and look for budget misfeasance, such as favoritism, a misuse of funds. So that is the outcome label we have. This is from a previous paper by Brolo and co-authors, where they have audit data from 1,500 municipalities that were audited between 2003 and 2010. We have a measure of serious corruption, which is intentional misconduct. And about Brazilian municipalities are very corrupt. About half of them have this serious corruption charge. So that we're going to try to predict this outcome of corruption using a set of predictors from the local budget. We have annual budget data from 2001 to 2012, about 800 variables, and we use XGBoost. Here is our model performance. We can predict with about 72% accuracy, almost 0.8 AUC-ROC, and the confusion matrix looks pretty good. One thing that's interesting potentially is that we can use a feature importance weight to look at which features the model is using. And it turns out that those features, those phrases, are used more often in the audit reports. So we can then take this machine learning model and form predictions of corruption for all of Brazil. And we can replicate some previous empirical results using this machine learning predicted corruption measure rather than a true corruption measure. For example, we find that audits decrease corruption. And then I think what's most interesting for this audience is that we can use our corruption risk predictions to target audits. So rather than take 200 randomly selected municipalities to audit, we take the top 200 as ranked by corruption risk. And it turns out that this greatly improves the performance of the policy. We can detect about twice as much corruption for the same number of audits. Thank you.
Thank you, Elliot. Next up is Shashish Suman. Shashi, I think you're muted.
Yeah, okay, sorry for that. Okay, hello everyone. Thank you for the opportunity of Spotlight. I'm Shashi, and me and my colleagues, we are investigating the impacts of smart homes with reinforcement learning on human behavior. So we first designed this smart home model based on simple MDP-Q learning approach, where the smart home would receive the human's ongoing activity, the current temperature preference of the human, humidity, and the activity duration for which the human decided to, pursue the activity itself. So in case the human decides to change the temperature, the smart home receives a negative reward. And in case the human decides to not change the preference, the reward is 0. So the action of the smart home is either to increase or decrease temperature or humidity itself. Our human model is based on hierarchical reinforcement learning with hierarchical optimality. So we are following 3-part value function, where the Q value is basically separated into 3 parts. The first part is Q of R, which means the immediate state action reward for taking action at a certain instant. The Q of C is basically the expected rewards for completing this subroutine after the agent has taken action A. And the Q of E is the expected rewards from the external subroutines. That means all the tasks that are available other than the current ongoing task. So we did this in order to anticipate, because the humans are able to anticipate external rewards as well from other tasks as well. So this is our hierarchical model where the root is the human model, and the human decides whether the human wants to watch television, work out, or rest. So in case it wants to watch television, it can decide whether it wants to continue watching the television, leave that task, and then decide from the other task, or change the temperature and humidity. So all the rectangles are a semi-Markov decision process, because we need to basically anticipate how long we have invested time in one particular activity. And each activity observation basically includes time spent, temperature, and humidity in order to obtain the comfort level of the human. So we basically had 3 models. Model A, which had a PMV score of from -3 to 3. -3 is too cold, 3 is too hot, and 0 is optimal comfort. Model B basically had a slightly different thermal preference, like some people prefer a warm temperature and some people prefer a little hot. So just plus and minus 10% difference in thermal variance, but it had the same intrinsic reward system as compared to Model A. Model C basically represents those humans who are like not feeling well. So their intrinsic reward system of the body completely changes. In case if you are having fever, you basically prefer warm climate rather than cold, warm temperature rather than cold temperature. So what we observed is that with Model A and B, the smart home was indeed able to adapt between Model A and Model B, and was also able to reduce the total number of time steps required to change temperature and humidity. However, with Model C, the smart home was unable to basically anticipate the preference of human, and because of that, we observed occasional switching between the activities from workout, watching television, because of wrong perception of the state of the human. So as we can observe in the table, with Model C, the number of time steps increased and our model's reward decreased greatly. However, with Model A and B, these time steps reduced with smart homes, and the overall reward for the human also increased. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Shashi. Next up is Siddharth.
Hi, everyone. Give me a moment to just share my screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes, thanks.
Yeah. All right. So hi, everyone. I'm Siddharth Nistla, and I will be talking about how we use AI to improve maternal and child health outcomes. This work was done in collaboration with Google AI and Arman. The World Health Organization estimated a total of 295,000 maternal deaths globally, and India accounts for nearly 12% of these deaths, with women dying in childbirth every 15 minutes and 2 children under the age of 5 dying every minute. India performs rather poorly on various maternal and child health indicators. Arman is a non-profit organization based in Mumbai that works for the betterment of maternal and child health. Arman's flagship program, Emitra, is a free automated voice calling program that provides preventive care information to new and expectant mothers. It consists of a series of 141 phone calls spread over a period of 18 months. Despite the program having evidence of affecting health parameters positively, a significant number of women drop out of the program. In this work, we work on identifying such beneficiaries so that the NGO can plan relevant interventions and ensure their continued engagement. We formulate 2 problems. 1, if the beneficiary is going to engage with the program in the next 2 weeks, and 2, if the beneficiary will engage over a much longer time frame of 6 months. We use demographic features and call logs as inputs to make these predictions. So we then build deep learning models that leverage the available data and validate the long-term model through a pilot study. We then conducted an RCT to evaluate if intervening based on these predictions had an impact on the behavior of the beneficiary. It was observed that 44.6% of the beneficiaries that received a successful call intervention exhibited low-risk behavior as opposed to 22.9% in the control group. In conclusion, we were able to successfully build models that accurately identify beneficiaries that are likely to drop out and conduct relevant interventions to ensure their continued engagement. That's it from me. I'll be happy to answer any questions on chat. Thank you.
Thanks, Siddharth. Next up is Salwa.
Thanks. Just sharing screen. So hi, my name is Salwa. I work in the JP Morgan AI research team. And I wrote this paper with my colleagues on belief and persuasion in scientific discourse on social media, particularly as it relates to COVID-19. So we first got data from around 21 scientific accounts on Twitter. We also got the responses to their tweets in order to detect whether or not people believed them. And the way that we detected belief was using an LSTM classifier ultimately. From there, we were able to do an analysis and see that the tweets that were non-COVID related were actually twice as likely to be believed than tweets that mentioned COVID. We also created a network graph between the tweets and applied the Louvain algorithm to find communities. And from there, we took the top hashtags per community to find different topics and then see the different levels of belief per topic. We found some topics that had low belief actually had a high amount of conspiracy theories. So they had hashtags such as scamdemic, plandemic in them. We also looked at belief as it relates to the scientific sources themselves and found in general things that are tweeted by an educational body actually have higher level of belief responses than tweets from government bodies. So we were wondering why that is and decided to try to profile persuasion by seeing if maybe the way that they write the tweets allows them to get more belief responses. So we created parse trees for the tweets and were able to calculate a median parse tree for the tweets that received high belief responses and those that didn't. And we were able to classify new tweets based on their edit distance from those median parse trees to a degree of accuracy of 75.9%. Thank you.
Thank you, Salwa. Up next, we have Elias Fernandez.
Hello, give me a second to share my screen. Okay. Can everyone see it? Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for inviting me for this spotlight talk. I'm Elias Fernandez, and in this poster, I present a series of behavioral economic experiments designed to study how delegation of human actions or tasks to artificial agents affect social choice. And pursuing this question is important because artificial autonomous agents are already present at many levels of our society. We have Twitter or Facebook bots, which spread information through the social network, recommender systems which tell us which videos we should watch on YouTube, or what route should we take to go to work. And even smart devices such as the refrigerator you see in the photo, which not only is able to figure out what we like to eat, but can also identify what is missing inside it and even place an order on our behalf. And the systems are changing the way we interact in society, but we still don't know exactly how. We don't know how they will change consumer behavior, social choice, or even what is their impact on political and social polarization. And in our work, we have focused on an abstraction of social problems that involve collective risk and delayed rewards, such as climate action, antibiotic abuse, or control of pandemics, such as the COVID-19. And we have found that in situations of high collective risk, delegation to artificial agents improves group coordination and success in comparison to when humans interact with each other directly. And we also find that allowing participants to customize or personalize their agents increases their willingness to delegate. And if you want more information about our experiments and results, please visit our poster or contact me. Thank you.
Thank you, Radius Fernandez. I mean, next we have Xiaoshun.
Yeah, let me share my screen. Okay. So hi, I'm Chao Jun. I'm a PhD student from U Chicago. So I'm going to introduce our paper characterizing the value of information in medical notes. Sorry. So as we know that medical notes in our hospital admission history can be very long, which can easily exceed 10,000 words. There are increasing complaints about hardship of getting useful information from these long medical notes. On the other hand, physicians need to spend additional hours on note writing after 1 or 2 hours interaction with patients, and that could lead to the burnout of the caregivers. So in our paper, we want to know, can AI make the note-taking practice more effective or more efficient by investigating the value of information in medical notes? So here we have 3 questions. And our results show that notes actually have more predictive values than structural variables in readmission prediction. So we keep going to answer the question, which types or which portion of those notes are more useful than others on the test bed of mortality prediction and readmission prediction. Here we design a problem task. So it is the problem task that we train models on all input and test on partial inputs. And then our results show that discharge summaries are the best for readmission prediction. And also, we can find some heuristics to identify sentences in all records that have more predictive value on both tasks, so that we can get a better prediction result with much smaller data compared to the all medical notes in the admission history. So our goal is to characterize the value of information in medical notes, and hopefully in the future, we can come up with a better strategy to effective information solicitation. Thank you.
Thank you, Xiaoshun. Our final spotlight speaker has recorded his video, and I will share my screen and play that for all of us.
On behalf of my co-authors, my name is Ravi Parikh, and I'm an assistant professor of medical ethics and health policy and medicine at the University of Pennsylvania. I'm excited to present to you our work regarding trajectories of mortality risk among patients with cancer and associated end-of-life utilization. Prognostication is hard. We've previously derived and prospectively validated a machine learning algorithm to predict 180-day mortality risk among individuals with cancer, showing accurate discrimination between high and low-risk individuals. We've since integrated this algorithm into our electronic health record to generate prospective predictions of mortality risk prior to each medical oncology encounter for patients with cancer in our large academic health system. The objective of this study was to identify trajectories of mortality risk and their association with end-of-life quality among 3,280 decedents with cancer who had an encounter at an academic and medical oncology practice in our health system between January 2018 and May 2020. Each individual had a mortality risk prediction associated with that encounter. We derived longitudinal trajectories of mortality risk using functional principle component analysis and assessed the association between risk trajectory and 4 guideline-based metrics of low quality end-of-life care. We derived 2 trajectories of mortality risk. An unpredictable trajectory shown on the left in blue, which was characterized by a low baseline risk of mortality that only rose sharply prior to death, and a predictable mortality risk trajectory consisting of a higher baseline mortality risk that rose linearly prior to death. We found that individuals with predictable mortality trajectories were more likely to adhere to guideline-based metrics of high-quality end-of-life care, including death outside of the hospital and no ICU admission within the last 30 days of life. In conclusion, over a third of deaths among patients with cancer followed an unpredictable disease trajectory, and unpredictable trajectories were associated with more aggressive end-of-life care. For individuals with unpredictable trajectories, over-reliance on machine learning predictions could delay hospice referral and perpetuate aggressive care near the end of life.
Cool. Thank you, everyone, for the Spotlight talks. Our keynote talk begins at 2:30 p.m. But before that, if anyone has any questions for our presenters, thank you all of you for the amazing talks. We can have them here. Otherwise, we can take a quick 4-5 minute break. But yeah, feel free to throw questions here for our presenters if you have any.
Should we post in the chat or can we just say it over Zoom?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Yeah. So Ravi, I briefly read your poster a bit ago. Is the point that if you build a machine learning model, it'll just reinforce kind of overtreatment and high volume care, and therefore more nuance should be taken when relying on machine learning treatments near end of life? Is that kind of the crux of the issue?
If the question is for Ravi Parekh, he's not available for the talk today. He just uploaded his video. I can relay the questions to him later, but he's not available for.
Oh,
he's at the clinic.
okay.
Yeah, so.
Got it.
I had a question for Elliot. I was just wondering if with something like this, where you're trying to predict corruption, if you might find that it's like a dynamic system where now people become kind of savvy to the fact that the machine learning model is looking for them, so they end up changing their behavior. And it's kind of like a cat and mouse game between the regulators and those engaging in corrupt practices.
Sorry, the question's for Elliot.
Yes, I think Elliot Ash. Yeah, is he around? I see him here, but.
I can catch him later too and ask him.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I just texted him.
Is Sudeep still on? I guess he's on, but I don't know if he's.
But I think everyone's just, yeah, taking like a breather or so, because we had the 1 hour of the lunch break, which was not essentially a break. Everybody just went to the breakout rooms, right? So I feel
right.
This is everyone's break. I'm sorry about that. I mean, we will have one more gather session at the end of the workshop at 6 p.m. So we can obviously catch everybody else. But if Elliot or Sudeep come back, we can get these questions.
Sounds good.
I do see Elias, Salva, Renita, and a couple of other presenters, Shashi. So if you all have questions to them, please go ahead, and Charshun as well. So you can go ahead and ask them.
Hello, Rahul. Were you trying to say something?
Yes, Elliot, I think we had a question from Peruz for you. So Peruz, do you want to
sorry, I stepped away for a second. How's it going?
No,
what was it?
I was just wondering if with something like this, where you're trying to predict corruption, if it might be like a dynamic system, where then the people who are engaging in corruption become savvy to the fact that you're trying to predict what they're doing.
Totally. Yeah, we discussed that at length in the paper, that kind of our simulations, our counterfactual policy would work for one round, right? Based on the random audits, and then if you tried to continue with the targeted audit system, I think the more savvy mayors, the ones that can game the system more, they could probably get away with it. But I think the way to address this problem is to continue a system of random audits. So some random, some targeted. I think figuring out the right mix there would take a lot more assumptions. Thank you.
Sure.
Unless we have other questions, I'm going to try getting Susan staged. Susan, can you share your screen? I mean, so that I made you the co-host, so I think you must have sharing privileges now.
Yeah, just give me 1 second. Make sure I have this all in the right. Okay. Does that look good?
Great, thanks, Susan. Yeah, so I can, it's 2:30, I can quickly start this. Thank you for joining us, Susan. Hello and welcome back. I mean, thanks to all the Spotlight presenters once again. Now we begin with our second keynote talk of the day. Susan Athey is the Economics of Technology professor at Stanford Graduate School of Business. I find Susan's research is the very definition of interdisciplinariness, and essentially so much of what this workshop stands for. She's been tireless in bringing together the fields of statistical machine learning / AI, econometrics, behavior science, and making seminal contributions in each of them. She's worked in several application areas, including auctions, internet search, online advertising, news media, COVID vaccination research to a broad swath of applications. I wouldn't be exaggerating when I said her work, along with Sendil, Eric, and John's, have been a key inspiration behind mine, and I'm sure many researchers in this room. So this workshop is essentially an excuse to get all my inspirations under one metaphorical roof. Susan's keynote talk today is going to be on designing and analyzing large-scale experiments for behavior change. Take it away, Susan.
Great, thanks so much. And everything look and sound good? And then I'm just try to set my alarm here. So to remind, what time should I stop talking for questions?
Great, so we have you until 4:30 p.m. So, but I mean, if the questions keep coming in, sorry, 3:30, I'm going to keep, if it's okay, I'm going to keep coming in and asking you questions from the audience.
So it'd be great, actually, if you guys stop me along the way, because I'm going to talk about a couple of different projects. So interrupt, and it's hard to monitor the chat, as you know. So I would love it if the organizers just interrupt if you see something coming in as well. And I should say, when giving talks at AI conferences, I'm often talking about my more technical work. And so today I'm going to be talking about a lot more applied work, much of which is in progress and some of which I haven't presented before especially to large audiences. So it's always a mistake to break in new stuff with a big talk. But anyways, hope you'll slow me down if I'm not clear, if I'm not giving enough details. So the work I'm going to present today is mostly being done in my lab, which is relatively new, called the Golub Capital Social Impact Lab. And in this lab, what I'm trying to do is to take a lot of the technical material we've been developing, as well as a lot of the insights I've gained from working with large for-profit companies, and bring them into the social impact space along the lines of work I'm sure many of you are trying to do as well. So, and I should say that we have a lot of big multi-authored projects. So please check out our website and look for forthcoming papers to see all the different collaborators we have. So just a few comments at the beginning, and I'm going to try to, again, interleave some hints to technical stuff, detailed applications, and also big picture insights through the talk. So from a big picture perspective, in economics, we've been using randomized trials for evaluating the impact of treatments for a long time now. They're actually still a bit controversial in some audiences, but if those of you coming from the tech space or the AI side, of course, that just seems insane, because of course we're going to use experiments to try to learn what works. But one of the lines of criticism or concern from organizations using randomized controlled trials is that while they're very useful, they have a lot of limitations in practice. So the way we've often done them historically in economics is you say, oh, I'm going to evaluate this big thing, and you take a couple of years and you plan a big experiment and you randomize things to different villages or different schools, and then you wait a couple of years and get results. And if you're, say, a startup with a great new educational service that you're trying to provide to help teach kids to read or something like that, this is just not that appealing, because by the time you get the results, they're testing a product that you were developing a long time ago. You know, you've improved since then. A lot of times it's not actionable. If you just get like, oh, it's inconclusive. Well, you've done 10 things to your product since then, and you don't really know how to improve in the future. A negative outcome is very bad for you. So there's a lot of downside risk and not a lot of upside risk. And then even if you do get positive results, it's sometimes hard to measure the things you care about. So there are no like simple answers to these problems. But I would say that a lot of the work I've done over the last, 13 or 14 years since I started getting into this area from working at the Bing search engine, which Bing at the time at Microsoft, is ways to try to make experimentation more useful, more actionable, more related to the things you care about in the end, and provide more insight. So, what tech firms do is they try to measure what can be easily measured first, and then try to work up from there. And I'll may or may not get to it at the end, but I've done a lot of work on what we call surrogates, and that was really inspired by this challenge of trying to use short-term measurement for long-term outcomes. Now, I would say actually the number one problem I think of in terms of misoptimization of a lot of large tech firms is that they're optimizing for the wrong objective, which of course AI needs an objective, and if you start optimizing for the wrong thing, it can take you off the rails. So that's at some level very obvious, but what do you do about it is another problem. And second thing is looking for heterogeneous treatment effects. So if you can see where your stuff works and where it doesn't, that allows you to not just first release your intervention just for the people for whom it works, which makes the policy better, but also you get better qualitative insight about where to improve. And so another line of research, I've been developing these tools for heterogeneous treatment effects, which have been integrated in A/B testing platforms for a lot of large tech companies, and also people can use, and I'll be going into some of that today. You also just experiment and iterate. So you keep trying to get better and better. And although the AI theory makes it seem like, the whole world is, doing fancy reinforcement learning, on the fly, and the GAI is about to take over. In practice, adaptive experiments are actually very hard to implement, have a lot of problems. They're hard to debug, they're hard to tune, and they don't always provide benefits. And so another area of research our lab has been working on is to try to make bandits and contextual bandits more actionable, more useful, help to provide tools for tuning them and debugging them, and also to alleviate some of the trade-offs researchers have in terms of, if you run an adaptive experiment, can you still test hypotheses afterwards if your audience requires it? And surprisingly, even in tech firms, actually, the A/B testing gurus often, are very much sticklers for hypothesis testing. And so not being able to do hypothesis testing after running bandits is a challenge, but it's definitely a challenge in other policy settings. And finally, another solution for using all of this is that, funders, and whether it's private sector venture capitalists or sophisticated, double bottom line investors, they often are looking for capability to improve, not just the outcome. So they just don't want to see you're doing well, but they actually want to see that you know how to learn, you know how to measure, you know how to improve. And so that is, I think, going to be upping the ante in the social impact sector sort of going forward. But overall, getting to what, the private sector calls product market fit is an iterative process. And so having good tools to continue to learn and improve are really important. And I'd say that's kind of a general theme of all that I'm going to talk about. So one of the kind of thinking about how this works in practice, companies have to develop KPIs that sort of capture impact as well as engagement. And again, there's a big challenge there. They do experimentation and learning, A/B testing, bandits, reinforcement learning, other things. That they then figure out from that how to improve their products. And once they make potential improvements, they go back and test them again. And throughout all of this, they're doing analytics on user behavior, whether it's descriptive analytics, machine learning, causal inference to try to figure out what's working, why it's working, and where things can be improved. So this is all of these different components kind of interact with each other. On actually going out to do this in practice, a few observations is that, we have lots of upside potential, and we've already seen some of that today in the posters and other talks. Services, education, training, advice delivered digitally by firms, government, and philanthropy have a huge opportunity to improve outcomes. Something we've seen in the time of COVID is they also have the ability to save time for consumers. When everything moved online, think about how much easier it was when the DMV said, oh, well, maybe you don't have to come here for this after all. Maybe your doctor said you don't have to schlep over there for this. And for people of limited means, the transportation costs and the childcare time are very substantial. So this digital delivery is really important. My observation is that the basic science of AI and machine learning, et cetera, needs improvement, but is actually not the main constraint in getting things into practice. Instead, we have to tailor our behavioral and economic insights to the situation. We have to figure out who the decision makers are. We have to reach our target audience. We have to find partners with access to individual time and attention that have a way to reach them. We need to find ways to distribute these digital services, and we have to motivate the people to take advantage of those by making engaging and effective content and treatments and meeting people where they are, what devices they're on, what connectivity they have, what time they have, and so on. But we've seen also a lot of opportunities because people sitting around their mobile devices, while they're commuting, suddenly have a block of time that wasn't accessible before, and they may actually be willing to engage in smaller blocks, or they can, take a doctor's appointment while their baby's asleep for a nap or other types of things. But generally, like putting all the pieces together and putting it into practice is much harder than just coming up with the latest, greatest neural net, or, tuning and showing that an algorithm has better goodness of fit in a test set. And so this slog is going to be what a lot of the social good work is going to be about. It's going to be about coming up with the right algorithm for the setting or the right method, but then really making sure you're fully solving the problem so that your work can be used. And so that's what one of the things my lab does. And it's kind of frustrating because I can write and publish like 5 or 6 methods papers in the time I can get one project out that actually does something with something, maybe even more. I have many projects that have lasted years, and that's kind of what we do in economics. We're kind of used to that. I know it's harder for other disciplines to slow down the pace of output when you're trying to really make something work in practice. Okay, so now let me jump into some case studies. There are lots of different types of experiments and use cases. I just made some kind of general taxonomy. One that we've been doing a lot is pilots and surveys of potential customers or experimental subjects in advance of releasing an experiment on real consumers or real subjects. And so I'll give a case study of that. And that can be an issue if your partner is a government or someone else who doesn't want to, bother their constituents, and you want to get some idea of what's going to work before you go out and use your scarce resources on real customers. Then there's lots of other cases where you're basically marketing to a customer base. I'm going to show some examples of trying to get people to do charitable donations, as well as nudging students to fill out their financial aid forms. But generally an app can do things like notifications and pop-ups and emails to try to get people to do stuff, to get parents to help their children read or other types of things. And then of course there's testing in the process of using your service. And our lab also has a bunch of these kinds of projects trying to run experiments for improved personalization and so on. I don't have results or time to show you those today, but that's obviously the main thing that the tech companies do, is they just keep improving their algorithms kind of on the back end without the consumers really know. So I'm going to now spend some time talking about treatment effect heterogeneity, which I motivated already. We want to understand what works and for whom. And there's really kind of 2 purposes. One is to gain insight and understand why things work for future innovation or for scientific discovery. A second is that I want to know what works and for whom, because I'm going to ship the thing. I'm going to target my intervention to different groups, different interventions to different groups. And so when I go to the first part of understanding heterogeneity, there's really a couple of different approaches. Historically, what we did in economics was intuition or theory-driven hypotheses, where you test particular subgroups of interest for practical or policy reasons. And actually in economics and parts of biostatistics, this all needed to be pre-specified. Like we want to pre-register this because otherwise, people will just go fishing until they find something that works. So like the FDA doesn't want, some COVID treatment to run a big trial and then just say, oh, this worked for people who stood on their left leg on Tuesday. So if you go out looking for some subgroup where a treatment works, you're going to find something, and that will be spurious. It's a version of overfitting. So one of the things that you would like to do, though, is also have data-driven approaches. And so one of the focuses of our lab has been to find methods that allow you to explore the data to discover complex interactions, but do it in a way that you can still test hypotheses afterwards and that you're not prone to spurious discovery. And that's harder in the area of causal effects because for prediction, we can have a test set where you know what people's outcomes are. But, if I take a particular person, I'm not going to actually have a treatment effect stamped on their forehead. And since there's nobody else just like that person, I actually don't know what the treatment effect is for any particular individual. So one of the things our lab has also been working on over the last years is our different approaches to assess the performance of a personalized treatment effect type of model, given the issue that you can't exactly observe it in a test set. And there are a couple of different approaches. One that I'll be showing you today that's super easy and works pretty well is that you use your causal inference model to put people into groups. And then in a group, it's easier to estimate the average treatment effects in a group. I don't know it for any individual, but for a group of similar individuals, my model can make a prediction for what those treatment effects will be, and I can compare that to a similar group in a test set. So I can have similar groups of people and see how I do. So that's going to be one of our insights. And we use this in some of my other work about counterfactual estimation of the impact of changing prices and things like that. We have more sophisticated ways of trying to see whether we've accurately estimated the causal effect of a change in price or price elasticity. Okay, so we have a couple of lines of work here, and again, we're getting everything written up and getting it posted as quickly as we can. We did a collaboration between my lab and Ideas 42, which Sindel is one of the founders of, and they're a behavioral insights lab, where we tried to do machine learning for experimental design and heterogeneous treatment effects. And one of the things we did is we went back over a lot of large experiments they'd done in the past and said, hey, they didn't look for heterogeneous treatment effects because they were trying to pre-specify everything. So maybe we're going to find all these amazing discoveries in old experiments. And then I simultaneously also went out across all sorts of published papers in economics, which had done I looked for all large scale behavioral experiments that had been published and shared their data like over the last 15 years. And any ones that had, multiple covariates and a reasonably big sample size. And one of the things I found was really disappointing is that across all of these experiments that I looked at, it's actually very rare to find heterogeneity that you weren't looking for. And as I went through this exercise, I started to really think about why that was the case. First of all, people who made experiments like for academic purposes, they usually had a limited budget. They usually had lots of treatments they wanted to try. But if they had an idea for a treatment that might work for some people and not for other people, they wouldn't use it because that's risky. If you're trying to just, get the main effects of a treatment, if you just want to try to show something works and publish your paper, you want to find treatments that work for everybody. So mostly, if you didn't design your experiment for targeting, you were looking for generic treatments. Second, you had a limited budget and you did a sample size calculation and you tried to squeeze in as much as you could into that limited budget. So usually the experiments are kind of just barely powered for average effects. And so it's actually hard to find the power for heterogeneous effects. Now, if it happened to be the case that you accidentally got a treatment that worked well for some people and not others, then actually you can get, bigger T statistics if you find the right subgroup where the thing actually works, because something can work on average 0, but good for some people and bad for other people. So from that perspective, it's possible that you'll find things even in a barely powered experiment. But on the other hand, if most of your treatments are the kind of things that are pretty good for everybody, but they're really good for some people, you won't get that same kind of boost in power as if, it was bad for some people and good for other people, which is what often the experimenters try to avoid. So I decided we did find some interesting stuff here, but not nearly as much as the effort that went into it. So I don't recommend this as a path for other people. I actually, it was good to do, but if I was going to go out again now, I would just say go out and design. If you're looking for personalization and heterogeneity, you're more likely to find it if you're more aggressive in the treatments that you try and actually try things that might be good for some people and are bad for other people. And so that's kind of just a general observation. The spirit of sharing successes as well as failures. But I think there's really good reasons why the failures are failures in retrospect. Okay, so now let me show some experiments that we designed. And again, actually, these experiments were not fully designed for heterogeneity. These were these were initial experiments, and we are going forward going to be designing more for heterogeneity. So we find some things, but it's not fully designed for that purpose. But so here, what I'm going to show you now, this is the collaboration with a fintech company where we're trying to ask what kinds of appeals for charitable giving increase the quantity of micro giving, small donations to charity, like when you check out of a shopping cart or when you get an appeal in the context of doing something else. And then are different customers affected by different scripts? That's what I'll show you now. The Give It Checkout experimental design is going to be that we're going to ask people at the time they donate to donate $1 to support a charity. And we're going to have variations where we talk about the activity of the charity, the cost per outcome of the charity, or what it achieves. So this picture kind of shows what that might look like. And so here are some of the examples of our treatment scripts. The activity would say something like, you provide free and reliable access to safe water. A validation would be, this is rated 5 of 5 stars by a rating group. Cost per outcome would say $1 provides 2 people with free and reliable access to safe water for a year. And then we can combine those treatments together. One of the things is, of course, the more text you put, the longer this text is, and putting more text can have negative effects in a variety of ways. And if you get too distracting, then people won't want you to put these up at all. So that's a big constraint, is that these requests can't get in the way of what else the consumer was doing. We ran these large experiments with hundreds of thousands of people in each treatment group. And what we found here was that cost per outcome information performed the best overall. A lot of stuff did better than the control. But we also found that more information was not strictly better. Another finding is going to be the effectiveness of validation information. So that's like validation is, rated stars. Depends on the context, what type of information it's paired with, and the user. That's a more nuanced finding. And so this is something where we're going to want to run more experiments to see, does that hold up across different charities? And are there, try to further fine tune that finding. Now, when we go to look at heterogeneity, we expected the effect of validation information to be larger among non-donors. So the idea that someone who hasn't been donating in the past would be more affected by validation information. Maybe they're more reticent. But we didn't necessarily expect other types of heterogeneity. Not that we didn't expect it, we just didn't really have a specific hypothesis about that. So here are some beginning things. We looked at the treatment effects for people who had donated in the past. That's on the left chart, and people who had not donated in the past. That's on the right chart. Now, I want to actually just make another small observation here. This is like very practical thing, that this is not, one thing you see to start with is the non-donors are not very responsive. So if you haven't donated in the past, you're less likely to donate in the future. And so actually interpreting heterogeneous treatment effects can be really troublesome if you have some characteristics that lead to very different baselines, basically. So if you think about treatment effects, there's two reasons that treatment effects can vary. One is that, the outcomes for the treated group vary with characteristics, and one is the outcomes for the control group vary with characteristics, and they have somewhat different interpretations. So in this case, like non-donors just don't donate very much. And so you're actually going to get kind of different interpretations if you look at things in terms of levels versus percentages. Now, if your goal is just to get a lot of donations, you care about the dollar values. So you want to do things that get more dollars. And the level of is the right thing. But if you're trying to get intuition and understand like what works and why, thinking about percentage changes. Here's a group that doesn't donate very much. Let's see what gets a big percentage change for that group might build more intuition. And so this is going to be one of these cases where you can actually get like different answers depending on how you look at the data. So I'm going to just show you here levels, but that's just an observation to keep in mind. Okay, so this is the donors versus non-donors, and then we see here that say the cost per outcome with validation with stars does better for the non-donors than just the cost per outcome, but for the people who've donated before, the cost per outcome does better, and adding the stars actually takes away. And so you can come up with some ideas about why this might be true. Maybe for people who are committed to donating, the stars might feel gimmicky, or they might make you pause and say, gosh, is not everything good? Like I kind of trusted these people that they were picking good charities for me. Like if they're just throwing random stuff at me, maybe I shouldn't donate as much. Well, the people who weren't donating before, might have had less trust to start with. And so you're kind of giving them more validation that this is a safe thing to do. But again, those are hypotheses that you could try to look for in the future. Okay, now when I go to the data-driven approach to heterogeneity, what we're going to be doing is we're first going to estimate conditional average treatment effects using, in this case, our causal forest algorithm. And what we're going to do is basically use a model to try to say, as a function of your covariates, all the things I observe about you, which people have high treatment effects and which have low treatment effects. And there's actually a recently released part of our package that allows you to do this with multiple treatment arms. And that's just an extension of our basic binary causal forest package. Then I can take them on the basis of your characteristics. We create subgroups like the people who have the highest estimated treatment effects and the lowest, and we compare their group characteristics. So here in this case, we see that, and by the way, I should say this doesn't always happen. Like this is where the failure is in a lot of reanalyzing experiments. You think you're on a good track, but then when you put people into groups as a function of their covariates into their different quartiles of treatment effects, instead of seeing this nice upward slope here, you see things bouncing around, and then you're like, oops, like my model just found spurious stuff and it wasn't well calibrated, and actually I can't identify heterogeneity. What we're finding here, and the blue and red lines are just different methods of estimating those average treatment effects. The x-axis are the different quartiles of estimated treatment effects according to your covariates, and the y-axis is the estimated treatment effect in that group. So now this is just in the blue line, it's just a simple average difference, the difference in the average outcomes between the treated group and the control group for people with these covariates in a test set. Okay, so I use my machine learning model to put people into groups, and but on the basis of their covariates in the test set, and then I say, well, just what was their treatment effect? And now you see that the people I thought had high treatment effects indeed do have high treatment effects. Again, this is like a low bar, but you'll flunk it if your machine learning model just picked up a bunch of spurious stuff. So we see this nice positive slope, and we see that there's this group really, at the bottom that has low treatment effects, and a group over here with high treatment effects. And in the middle, we don't have a lot of distinction. And then what we can do to try is say, well, let's look at these different groups and see what's different across the groups. And like we see that the highest treatment effect group is also this is donor group, which just, they have high levels and high treatment effects. And we have some other things about income and whether you're buy a lot of stuff in fashion and other characteristics that we wouldn't have necessarily thought to look for or had a hypothesis about. Now, the next thing we do is we try to use this to come up with a treatment assignment model. And so again, I have some theoretical work about this paper that's just come out in Econometrica with Stefan Wager, and then some follow-on work with Xingwan Zhu, where we do multiple treatment, multi-armed treatments. And this is something we're continuing to work on as well. And so here what we do is we basically can either estimate a tree. Sometimes you want to have a simple treatment assignment rule for a variety of reasons. And sometimes you can make it kind of more non-parametric and just put people into groups in a flexible way. This is an illustration of what this would look like for a tree. So we could say people who had prior donations less than $25. If that's true, then we group them again by how much of their prior spending. And then based on that, we put them into the treatment arm that looks best for them. And so then we want to say, okay, how does this measure up? So again, if we just believe our model, we'll be done, but we don't want to just believe our model. We want to make sure that our model is well calibrated and that really is finding valid results. So this is basically called off-policy evaluation. And so just it's a little more confusing than it seems at first. So just a little visualization to sort of think about how that might work. So here in these pictures, the blue, the left is this is my original data. Every observation has X1 and X2. So each of these points is the X1, X2 is telling what their characteristics are. And then the shapes are saying in the observed data that I have, were they assigned to treatment or were they assigned to control? And so if I wanted to just figure out what's the benefit of giving everybody to the treatment, I could just take the average outcome for all the blue circles, all the blue squares, and subtract off the average outcome for all the blue circles. And that would be the average outcome for the treatment of everybody treated versus everybody control. Now, to estimate an optimal treatment assignment policy, I can either use my random forest conditional average treatment effects and just put everybody into a group where according to which one has the highest conditional average treatment effect, that's one method, and that gives you a complex policy. The advantage of that is it's going to give you the best possible thing your model can do, but it might also lead to nearby observations being assigned to different groups because there's nothing guaranteeing that the forest is going to give you a nice smooth policy. Another thing you can do is you can use the forest to estimate the nuisance parameters for a doubly robust score and then put them into a optimization problem, and that's what we suggest in our papers, and we implement this in a package called Policy Tree for tree-based policies, and that'll find you a simpler policy. It may not be as good, but on the other hand, it's less likely to be overfit. It's easier to explain, and so on. In either case, we're going to say, all right, out of all of these, the red people are the people that we think we should assign to the treatment, and the green people are the people we think are control. Once we have the shape of this policy, we can go to the test set and put people into the groups according to their characteristics. And then within the people that are red, they're going to have some that were actually treated and some that were actually control. And I can then say in the test set, what does the data tell me about this policy versus another policy? So for example, if I can say if the treatment, I hope that the people that are red have a positive treatment effect and the people that are green have a negative treatment effect. That means I did my job right. But of course, that might not happen in practice if you overfit. And then even more than that, you could say, well, I'm going to compare this. I could compare the one on the tree to the forest and see which one does better. And of course, they'll only be different on the places where, say, the one on the right is green, has something red, and the other one is green. And the top right, both of them would be assigning the people to the treatment group, so there won't be any difference between the policies. You can also compare these to the best uniform policy. Like, how much better does this do than just treating everybody? Or how much better does this do than some other policy you could imagine? Maybe you're budget constrained or something. So you can think about lots of different counterfactual policies and evaluate their differences in the test set. So that's what we do here. And this left chart is kind of one of the things that comes out of our policy tree package. And so what we do here is we take the data, here we focus on just one charity, and we build a tree, and then we put them, the people on the basis of their characteristics, into different treatment assignments. So the CPO plus VAL, the CPO plus VAL stars, the CPO, those are the different treatments. Then we have a column that shows the region size, and that's gonna tell me how many people are in each region. Then I can say, you know, what's the treatment effect in that region? And then I can look at the benefit of doing this treatment times the size of the region, and that's going to tell me how much overall does this contribute to the benefits of the overall personalized policy. And then in the end, I can see, okay, this personalized policy does well, although it's not, you know, a huge improvement. Another thing I can do is I can say for each of these groups, so over here, here are the 3 groups. What are the characteristics of these groups? So like the ones assigned to CPO plus validation, you know, they're donors, while the people assigned to CPO plus validation stars, those were not previously donors. So I can kind of understand who are the people in these groups with this kind of a table. And the difference in colors shows that they have different average outcomes. And all the differences are significant because this is such a big sample. So this is basically saying we get a 12% increase in donate rates over the average baseline rate from this personalized policy. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Now I gotta, oops, you can tell I don't always do the, let me get rid of my drawing, sorry. Got to get better at this before I start teaching. All right, so now let me show another experiment where we were working with the City University of New York to try to encourage people to apply for financial aid. And so this was an intervention. A lot of people don't apply for financial aid that are eligible for it because it's a big cumbersome process, and there's a lot of research about how bad this process is and how regressive it is. So here what we were trying to do is use text messages to encourage people to apply for FAFSA. And so they would go to a text message, and then they would get brought to a kind of a landing screen for them to do this. And so we, again, wanted to see for whom are these nudges most effective and how should resources be targeted, especially if you wanted to make a more expensive intervention where you might actually get passed through to a human or something. But we're starting with just the text nudges here. So again, we use the same kind of approach. We use causal forests to estimate treatment effects conditional on covariates. We created groups, and we can assess the observed effect by groups. Now here you're seeing that this isn't quite as pretty as the last one. The 4th quartile by our model were supposed to be the highest average treatment effect. And you can see that in the test set, they're actually not better than the middle quartiles. So it's basically saying that our model was ineffective at distinguishing people above about the 25th percentile. So we could find some people who were not as responsive, but then we weren't really able to tell who would be really responsive versus who would be medium responsive. And so that's a less success from this perspective of the potential for personalization, because we just weren't able to find it in this data. Okay, then we can look at the characteristics. And one of the things that I'm sorry, I didn't manage to get this remade with readable, in a readable way, but just the colors are saying there's some differences. And I'll tell you that the lowest treatment effects were people who were not enrolled at the time the text came out, that had lower age and GPA. And so the idea is that we were randomizing people sort of at the beginning to try to get people to get these texts, but then some people are dropping out as you go along during the quarter. And so it turns out the people who are also dropping out and are doing badly are also the people you can't get to fill out their forms. And so it's a little disappointing, because that's like the main thing we figured out, is that people who were dropping out, you can't get them to fill out your forms. And so it's not the most exciting piece of heterogeneity you could imagine finding. We just break this out generally in two different groups. One is by enrollment status, and there we can clearly see that the people who it turned out were enrolled by the time they were getting these messages indeed had bigger average treatment effects. Of course, if you're unenrolled, you can still come back and enroll. So it's not that, you know, it's impossible. It's just that you're less likely to need it if you are planning to not go back to school. And it's a signal of that. And then we also look at the average treatment effect for just basically the people who were, that we find this 28.8 percentile as a kind of a cutoff for where we can actually identify a group with lower treatment effects and separate them out. And those we can distinguish, and they're significantly different. So again, we come back to this thing now. Let's try to come up with an optimal treatment assignment policy based on these kinds of methods. Now I want to show you a different kind of picture. And basically this kind of picture is trying to look at what percentage of the gains could you get relative to the maximum possible gains using different targeted treatment assignment policies. So on the x-axis is the percent treated, and on the y-axis is the percentage of the gains. And so we compare, in this case, a couple of different things. We're going to compare just using a machine learning model to predict the people who are likely to fill out the forms. So there's no causal inference here. You could do this with historical data without an experiment. So let's just target the people who look like they like to fill out forms and give it to them. And that's going to be the baseline here. And that's the red line. Then the purple line is just the 45-degree line. And then, the other things are targeting by enrollment or targeting by the conditional average treatment effect. And basically, because the most important thing driving the conditional average treatment effect is enrollment and the blue.
Have you ever used Gather?
Sorry.
Crazy.
Oops, somebody needs some, there we go. The blue and the green lines look similar. And so what we can see here is that although, again, we don't get a ton of gains from this personalized treatment effect estimator, relative to just giving it to the people who we would have predicted would be likely to fill out the forms, the red line versus the green and blue lines, they're different from one another. And this is important because a lot of companies, like including major tech companies, they tell the advertisers, hey, we're going to target your ads, but they actually target by people who are predicted to click rather than by people for whom the advertisement causes you to purchase. And those are very different things. And so here is an illustration where you don't just want to target by the people who are likely to do your action anyways, but you want to target by the people for whom the nudge makes a difference, and you'll get different benefits. And we show that by targeting 70% of the students, we could get 42%, and I'm sorry, the x-axis is the renewal rate, and the gain is, the purple line takes you all the way up to the maximum gain. But by targeting 70% of the students, we can get most of the gain, and that's basically saying the blue and the green lines are a little flat at the top. So I think these kinds of pictures, it's similar to an ROC curve, but it's more targeted to our specific goals and application here. And these kind of pictures can help you kind of summarize, you know, what's the gains to personalization and what are the gains to different types of policies. And so we really like making these pictures.
Susan, I had a question.
Yeah,
I have
please.
a question. Yeah, because I see confidence intervals. I was wondering, is there a way to quantify the uncertainty in the subgroup assignments or definitions in this policy tree approach?
We are not doing that here. So we are just finding an assignment over here, and then we're evaluating it over there. So I think I would say that quantifying that uncertainty is really asking a different question. So you could think about what's the benefit of the uncertainty about the overall procedure. Like if you took this whole procedure and reran it on a different data set versus, hey, I'm here to help you. I've got a policy, go do it. You know, in which case, like, we just want to know what's the benefit of the policy you're going to implement. So I think those are different questions, but they're both interesting in different settings, whether you're advising a company to kind of set up a procedure and do it all the time versus, you know, I want to figure out what's this particular policy. Great question. Okay, so now I want to look at another thing, which is adaptive experiments. So here we're going to be looking at email nudges, and basically we're trying to help the New York City Department of Finance collect fines. Now, my first reaction with this was like, wait, how is helping people collect fines a good social impact? I feel a little uncomfortable about this. But of course, if you're poor and your car gets booted, that's a nightmare. You have to go get your car. I got my car booted when or towed when I was an assistant professor, when I was very busy and working 80 hours a week. And I certainly was not happy to spend the time to go and get the car back, let alone the money. And of course, you have to get a cab to get there because you don't have a car. So it's a big problem. So we're going to try to nudge drivers to engage this and resolve their fines, whatever they're doing, finding a deal rather than getting their car booted. So the idea was to do an experiment, but there were lots of ideas about the different emails. And so the problem was, how do I pick the email and how do I find one that works if I have lots of different treatments? So a bad design would be a 10-armed randomized controlled trial, because some arms might be bad enough that precise estimates are not useful. Some arms may be good but similar, and it doesn't matter which one is chosen. So I'd like to optimize my data collection for the problem at hand. So here what we do is a two-phase experiment. First, we do an adaptive experiment that selects a subset of arms for further experimentation, and then we do a randomized controlled trial pure on the selected arms. And I would say this is like a baby version of Bandits. Of course, if you had all the resources and you could be God for an organization, you would set up adaptive experimentation on an ongoing basis, but this often isn't realistic with a government partner. So what we did is we did our pilot on Amazon Mechanical Turk. Of course, your mileage may vary in terms of external validity. Magically, it worked here, thank goodness. We gave participants a simulated email box, and then we had an adaptive experiment trying to maximize the desired behavior, which was sort of seeing if they would click on a fake email in this fake experiment. And so this is kind of what they would see. They would see an inbox, and then we asked them to rank these subjects in terms of their priority. So, and what we wanted them to do was the towing thing, like to put that at the top. And so we had different subject lines assigned to the participants, whether it says like, dear customer, you have unpaid boot warning fines. This is a courtesy notice, blah, blah, blah. So these are different kinds of subjects. And so this is one of the email prototypes that they got in the email step. And then we want them to click on a link. So as if they were going to resolve the ticket. And this is the control email, which I don't have time to read. And here's just, I'm just going to show you this once because I'm mainly going to focus on the adaptive part. We used the pilot. We found 2 prototypes. They weren't exactly what we tested in Mechanical Turk, but they informed that selection. And then we ran a real experiment with 22,000 drivers. And indeed, the prototypes did better than the control. So it looked like this was helpful. We improved their emails, basically. But what I'm going to show you today is how the adaptive experiment part of that worked. So we're going to think about using adaptive experiments for pilots and discuss some statistical challenges as well. One thing I want to mention here, we're going to use something called Thompson sampling, which is kind of designed for regret. What we really should have done was exploration sampling, which is designed for discovery. Now, it turned out it didn't make a difference in this setting, but we just hadn't coded it up and tested it, and we were in a hurry. So we didn't want to have the risk of a software bug. So we just went with Thompson sampling, but luckily for us, it didn't make much of a difference here. And so basically exploration sampling, you can see a paper by Max Casey about this, but it basically just slows down the aggressiveness of the bandit to put more emphasis on exploration to try to learn, because your goal, you don't care about the regret in your experiment, you care about learning the best policy. And so I guess one other thing I would say about this is that if you don't care about regret, like why would you do this at all? And the point is that if you have lots of bad arms, those bad arms are just wasting data. And so the adaptive experiment, the reason you're going to do it is because you want to discard the bad arms and spend more of your data learning about good arms. But so you can do an adaptive experiment, which is not for regret. And almost all of the machine learning AI community cares only about regret and has not thought about exploration. So this is just a difference of use cases. So we could do this different assignments. We could have fixed probability of assignment, roughly the same number of units, and then we would get these kinds of results on the right. But we're going to have many individuals assigned to a suboptimal treatment, which will give us regret. But also, our standard errors are going to be larger than they need to be on the good treatments. We won't really know how good the good treatment is because we didn't give it that many units. If we instead assign treatments uniformly at random at the beginning, but then start increasing the assignment probability for the good treatments and decreasing it for the bad ones, we're going to get tighter confidence intervals for the value of the good arms. And if we keep going, then we'll get a very, very precise estimate of the value of the good arms, so we can be really sure whether this is actually worth doing, or if it takes some engineering cost or some other effort to do this. So these tighter confidence intervals can be helpful for a variety of reasons. Now, the problem is, so what we're going to do here is we use Thompson sampling, and we're going to then get posterior distributions of arm values, and then we'll assign people in proportion to the probability that the arm is good. And the exploration sampling, the alternative, would actually assign you to basically p times 1 minus p normalized. It kind of slows things down. Then what we find here is basically at the end of the initial pure exploration phase, here are the posteriors of what they look like. And then at the end of the entire experiment, you see this final set of posteriors where there were 3 arms that looked good, and we put more data on them. So you see they have tighter posteriors and higher expected value. These were in the lead, and and that helped us inform our final experiment. Now, one final thing is that if I had wanted to go out and publish results about just my pilot, because I didn't in the end implement those final things. Suppose I also want to say, hey, I learned some stuff about behavior. I want to publish that separately, and I want to test hypotheses. I might be like, oh no, hold on a second. My data is not independent. My data is not IID, because I looked at the data from early batches when I decided who to assign in later batches. And while that non-independence is kind of modest, it's actually there, and it can mess things up. So if you see just taking sample averages after my data, the true normal distribution, a normal distribution is in blue, but the true distribution across a bunch of experiments is not normal. It's biased. And that's basically because if you spuriously think an arm is doing badly, then you'll stop collecting data on it and you don't correct your beliefs. So you basically overweight bad outcomes because you don't collect any data afterwards. So once you see some bad outcomes, you slow down. And so those bad outcomes are overweighted. Now there's a solution to that, which is to use inverse propensity weighting, but that also gives us non-normal results, as we see in this right figure. And that I won't be able to give you all the details of that, but this is not well recognized until I think we've emphasized it more in our recent work. And there's a bunch of reasons for this. There's another problem with the inverse propensity weighting, which is if you start dropping arms, the assignment probabilities get low. And so if you divide by those assignment probabilities, you create more variance. So these are problems. And so in this paper with Vitor Haddad et al., which is on arXiv, we show how to reweight the data in a way that you can test hypotheses, you do get asymptotic normality, and we show how to reduce the variance. Okay. So finally, I've been talking about personalization. So in pulling all this together, the big holy grail is to do this in a personalized way. Contextual bandits have been analyzed a fair bit, but there's still a lot less of them that have been used in practice, and they actually are quite cumbersome to do. They're very brittle and have a lot of challenges. So we're running some of them now, and I'll just show you a little bit of the kinds of problems they come up with that, again, I think the AI community just kind of breezes past them. But if you're really trying to solve a problem or help a partner implement them, these problems can be prohibitive. So one challenge with contextual bandits is that they are, you have all the problems with bandits, but they are multiplied, because in contextual bandits, what you're trying to do is for every potential vector of covariates, I'm trying to learn the best policy. So the dimensionality has exploded. As a result of that, you're going to need to try to do some extrapolation or fit some functional forms. But then once you do that, you cause a whole bunch of other problems. So here's an example. On the left, I've got this picture of the outcome model. So the axes, the x-axes, are the x1 and x2. These are your context. And these red, blue, and yellow are the outcomes, the rewards for different arms. And we see that I've got them kind of nonlinear. There's a region where x1 and x2 are both low, where the expected outcomes are similar, but then they kind of move off in nonlinear directions as a function of the covariates. And so this is an example of how the bandits would work. In the beginning, you get some data, you have a hard time understanding this entire function space. So you have some guesses about what's better. And for a little bit, it looks like you think yellow is better. And then you keep experimenting and eventually figure out the actual shape. This was done using a random forest-based bandit, and it worked well. But if you use the wrong functional form, you can get into lots of trouble. So just to see where problems can arise and why misspecification is much bigger problem with adaptive experiments and otherwise, imagine over here on the left, I did a purely randomized data gathering in the first batch. So there's a red arm and a blue arm. And I see that, I've got my reds are distributed along the whole dimension of X, and the blues are also distributed along X. So I can basically figure out there's a downward sloping reward model for the blue arm and an upward sloping reward arm for the red arm. But then in the next batch, I gather lots of red points when X's are high and lots of blue points, the blue arm when X is low. And then that's going to lead to this new estimates of these dotted lines, which make it look like, well, the function looks pretty flat in the region where I've got most of the data for both of the arms. And then if you assumed that you had the right functional form, you would be very confident of what, say, the red arm looks like when X is low, and you would be very confident of what the blue arm looks like when X is high, even though you haven't gathered a lot of data there. Because if you have the functional form, if you think you have the right functional form, then you'll get an estimate of the slope, and your model believes that if you have the slope from one part of the space, you can extrapolate to the other. So this can lead to overconfidence. You stop experimenting, and biases persist. And so we find that indeed that can be a big problem. In one paper that came out a couple years ago in the same conference, we suggested using double robust estimation for the agent and the bandit to collect data more smartly. And then with some ongoing work, we have trying to get better and better heuristics. And also there's some other people working on this. A big team at MSR has worked on this and others. But we're trying to also work on hypothesis testing afterwards, which turns out to be technically a much harder problem. So I'm still very excited about doing this kind of personalization, but I would say that, and if you're a tech firm, like, you don't worry about hypothesis testing, and if it's a little unstable, maybe you can deal with it. But if you're trying to publish results about impact, or work with a less sophisticated partner or in a higher stakes environment, it's actually quite challenging. And I think contextual bandits still need a fair bit more work to make them as robust and useful as possible.
Susan, a reminder, we have a little less than 5 minutes.
Yep. Okay, so let me just say, I didn't think I was actually going to get to this. I also have been doing work about short-term to long-term impact with Raj Chetty and Hito Imbens, and some of the papers with Hyunsung Kang. If you're interested in this short to long-term, you can check this out. And actually, Raj Chetty has some nice things on his website that show our slides and some pretty visualizations. And so one of the things we try to do is figure out how, if you have an experiment where the outcomes evolve over time, like say over multiple years, 9 years, how far can you go before you actually figure out the treatment effect? And we show that, for example, if you just use data from 8 quarters, or even 6 quarters, you can get pretty close to getting a good estimate of the 9-year treatment effect. And so this is a very active ongoing area of research to try to use short-term outcomes to estimate long-term outcomes and to figure out how to optimize that process. So just a little advertisement there. So let me just stop here, and happy to take any questions. And feel free to just call out or let's see, I can get the chat open. It's a little laggy.
Susan, thank you so much for a really nice presentation. I'm curious, so I come more from the biostat perspective. I'm just curious to see, so I'm trying to understand where some of this work that you presented, particularly the one where you're trying to essentially personalize treatment choices to individuals' covariates. How does that relate to the precision medicine sort of literature that has emerged in biostatistics? OWL being the one that comes to mind, outcome-weighted learning from the folks at UNC and other related methods. Are they differences that you can kind of highlight from their perspective versus the one that you presented today?
Yeah, so I would say that, I mean, these literatures have been evolving in parallel and with some back and forth. So I would say, I'll answer two ways. So when we started, there was very little emphasis in the extant literature on confidence intervals, on being able to optimize the estimation for the causal inference objective. Those would be like two big emphases that we were trying to bring to the table. So we imagined that people wanted to test hypotheses afterwards. And also we really highlighted the downside of using methods that were optimized for prediction when your problem was causal inference. And if you're in a high signal environment, having the right kind of optimization objective doesn't make a big difference. But if you're in a lower signal environment, you can often have a lot of variables that predict outcomes very well, like pretreatment variables or covariates, but they're not the ones that are associated with heterogeneity in treatment effects. So our packages were designed to, we basically designed algorithms that optimize more for treatment effects rather than prediction. And we built the statistical theory. So like for random forest, there didn't exist a theory that allowed you to test hypotheses afterwards. Now as this, I think a lot of these ideas have been spread more widely and people are doing lots of different approaches to them, which I would say are all, you have to go paper by paper and see like, well, which elements of this framework are people using. But I think generally, like, we've done a lot of work on random forest and we've created the package that happens to be because we proved the theory for it. And so that's what we invested in. But that doesn't mean that you couldn't, that I fundamentally believe that there aren't lots of other approaches that could work well too. But I would always be looking for like, are you doing overfitting? Are you doing the theory suggested like double robustness, it worked best, and then we found that in practice. Are you doing sample splitting? Are you using the same observations to estimate nuisance parameters and to find treatment effects? Are you protecting yourself from overfitting? Those are some of the big things. And then for policy tree, actually, there just aren't very good tree-based optimization methods that scale to larger sets. And so we kind of came up with algorithms for that. And then we also showed in some of the policy learning stuff, we came up with the first theorems that kind of showed you how to make sure you hit the efficiency bound. And provided the theory that was linking some of the algorithms to practice and showed that, just pure inverse propensity weighting may not hit the efficiency bounds as well as double robust and so on. So, but I think in the general spirit, like, yes, precision medicine is an application of this. 10 years ago when I got started on this, there were a lot of holes for a researcher who wanted to publish in certain journals or who cared about hypothesis testing or was really working in an underpowered low signal environment. And I'm really excited that so many people have been working on it in the meantime.
No, thank you so much. I know we're over, but if I'm the next speaker, so I can give you some of my time. I just also wanted to ask you whether you have considered doing, so a lot of these applications are actually just based on observational data, particularly in the world I live in the health sciences. One may not have the luxury of designing an experiment to explore and learn. But rather just leveraging existing observational data. And so with that comes a challenge of homogeneity. And so have you considered some have you given some thought about how one might tackle underutility in this context where you're trying to optimize treatment decision?
So actually, all of the methods that I described do work under unconfoundedness. And actually, this year I did a bunch of work on a COVID therapeutic where I was playing with all this data and we were trying to justify unconfoundedness. We did not get to heterogeneous treatment effects there yet, and I think, of course, the assumptions, it might be harder to justify. I have another paper with a student who was getting text out of EMRs and using that to control for confounders, but finding if you didn't put in the text from the EMRs, you did have confounding.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah,
just to emphasize, so after controlling for the measure covariates, you still have confounding. So unmeasured confounding is what I'm
So basically, I don't have any magic solutions for that. Is a short answer. For the measured confounding, that's what we've been focusing on so far.
All right.
And bringing very recently paper we just posted brings in stuff from EMRs. But that, of course, from a credibility perspective, this is a huge concern, and just applying it off the shelf to medical stuff. So sorry to take your time, and great to see you. Looking forward to your talk.
Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Thank you, Eric. Great conversation. And I hope, Susan, you can also join us for the post workshop session on at 6 p.m. on Gather. So without further ado, I'm going to begin with the next introduction. Dr. Eric Shedgen is the Luddy Family President's Distinguished Professor at the Wharton School of the University of Pennsylvania. He researches infectious diseases, including HIV, AIDS, and the role of genetic and social factors in the patterns, causes, and effects of public health. Eric has distinguished himself as one of the leading biostatisticians and methodologists in the world, having made seminal contributions to the development and application of methods for missing data, causal inference, and semi-parametric regression. The last question that Eric asked Susan is a great segue to Eric's talk, which talks about observational data, and it's titled An Introduction to Proximal Causal Learning. Here you go, Eric.
Thank you so much. It's a real pleasure to be here to present some of this work coming out of our groups. For the last couple of years, we've really been focused on trying to relax or find alternative assumptions to assumption on no unmeasured confounding or no endogeneity bias. The people use different terminologies across different disciplines. And so what we've developed is this framework of proximal causal learning that I'm going to try to introduce today. Some of the talk is going to be a little more technical towards the end, but really the first part of the talk is mainly going to be based on DAGs and more conceptual, and hopefully if anything comes if you get anything out of this talk, is really the first 15-20 minutes of the talk will give you a pretty good sense of what's going on. So here's an outline of the talk. I'm going to review exchangeability or unconfoundedness in causal inference the way it's typically stated, then define this. I'm going to introduce proximal identification of causal effects without this assumption of exchangeability. And just to be clear, we are going to make some assumptions. You cannot draw any causal inferences without any assumption. But the argument here is that the proximal framework might actually be a good alternative framework under which investigators can actually reason about exchangeability and might be closer to the best we can hope for from well-designed observational studies. And then I'll illustrate an application from the health sciences and some concluding remarks. This is work from my group. This is funded by grants from NIH, and it's a couple of postdocs, some former postdocs who are now faculty at the University of Michigan and Peking University, and a student at Wharton, Hong Pu. So a standard assumption for causal inference, as we all very well know from observational data, is that one has measured a sufficiently rich set of covariates to ensure that within covariate strata, subjects are exchangeable across observed treatment values. The skepticism about this exchangeability assumption in observational studies is often warranted, because it really hinges on the investigator's ability to accurately measure covariates, capturing all potential sources of confounding. Realistically, we argue that confounding mechanisms can rarely, if ever, be learned with certainty from measured covariates. And this is certainly the case in settings where measured covariates are not measured for the purpose of actually targeting a particular causal effect. They are measured for administrative reasons, for billing reasons, so on and so forth. And they're just simply recycled to address causal inferences. Therefore, in practice, actually, if we wanted to be honest with ourselves, the most one can hope for is that covariate measurements are at best proxies of the true underlying confounding mechanism operating in a given observational study. And so I'll introduce what I mean technically by a proxy and what assumptions a proxy should meet, what conditions a proxy should meet. Such acknowledgement, once you make it, will in fact invalidate any causal claim made on the basis of exchangeability. And to be clear here, I'm referring to a large collection of methods. Susan mentioned a few of them: propensity score-based methods such as inverse probability weighting, outcome-based methods in epidemiology and biostatistics. We refer to those as G-formula-based methods, G-computation, or W-robust method, double device machine learning. All of those methods all very much rely on this assumption that you've measured all relevant covariates in order to ensure that condition of those covariates, the treated and non-treated, in fact, are as good as exchangeable. So in today's talk, I want to introduce a general framework for what we call proximal causal learning, which, while explicitly acknowledging covariate measurements are as imperfect proxies of confounding mechanisms, enables one to potentially learn about causal effects in settings where exchangeability does not hold on the basis of measured covariates. And once you get a sense of what's really going on, I'm going to introduce this in a very simple setup where you have a point treatment and a point outcome, and you're trying to estimate a total effect. But these methods, in fact, generalize to some of the settings that Susan discussed, where you're trying to learn an optimal treatment regime, to settings where you're trying to learn about mediation, such as in the surrogate outcome setup. Any setting where you have to worry about confounding bias, using this framework of proximal learning can be used as a replacement to relax the assumption of exchangeability and replace it with an assumption that, in fact, your covariates might be informative about the confounding mechanism, but are not themselves the source of the confounding mechanism. So to formalize this framework, I'm going to introduce a simple ID setup where A is going to denote treatment of interest, Y an outcome of interest, and L is a set of measured covariates. And we'll use the potential outcome language. Y little a denotes the potential outcome had possibly contrary to fact, a person received treatment little a. And we aim to identify a population average causal effect corresponding to a contrast of counterfactual averages, beta A, for different values of little a. And so you might imagine beta A now encodes the population average causal effect if I could intervene and treat everyone in the population with treatment little a. In practice, some people would have treatment little a, some people will have treatment little a prime, but we want to use our data to recover what would have happened if everyone received treatment little a from our observed sample. And we want to do so for different values of a, creating contrast and as evidence of a causal effect. So standard assumptions for identification of this kind of factual mean. So because we want contrast of beta A, it suffices to be able to identify from observed data population averages of the potential outcomes under potential intervention little a. And the standard assumptions are consist of the following: consistency, that your observed outcome is connected to the potential outcome for the treatment that you actually received in the observational study. And sometimes this is thought of as SUDVA. This is embedded in the SUDVA assumption, if that's the language you prefer. Positivity assumption, that for any observed covariates, that there's at least an individual who took the opportunity to take the treatment of interest, little a. And then exchangeability, and this is the one assumption that I want to spend some time on today. The other two assumptions are also of interest. There are some settings where they are not met. The first one might be in interference. You might not meet the consistency assumption at the individual level. Positivity and the lack of overlap might violate those two. I'm not going to talk about, I'm going to assume that those complications do not arise. And I want to focus on this last assumption, which essentially states that conditional on your observed covariates, the treatment is as good as randomized, and therefore it's independent of any pre-treatment covariates, and the quintessential prognostic factor which is a pre-treatment covariate, is the potential outcome. Now, I'm going to use DAGs to kind of motivate the ideas behind proximal learning, causal learning. So these are three different DAGs, type A, type B, and type C, that depicts conditions under which L might be thought to satisfy the exchangeability condition. So the classical one is L is a common cause of A and Y, and we'll refer to this as a covariate of type A. And the idea here is, if I'm going to give someone, I'm going to want to estimate the effect of treating someone with HIV with an HIV drug, I better account for all possible causes of the outcome that also are causes of the treatment. And that's one way of thinking about that. And adjusting for L, then we could justify assumption 3, the exchangeability assumption. And another setting under which exchangeability might hold is that, in fact, L is not a cause of Y. However, L is correlated with Y only to the extent that it's a proxy for the unmeasured confounder U. So U is the true underlying unmeasured confounder, and you're so lucky, so fortunate that your measurement of L intercepts all pathways from U to the treatment. And so a condition on L again, you recover exchangeability condition 3, and we will refer to this as a proxy of type B. Okay, and it's a proxy in the sense that it itself it's not a cause of Y, but it's only associated with Y to the extent that it's a proxy for the unmeasured factor U. And we'll also have a proxy of type C, which is essentially a mirror image of this situation, whereby now L is not a cause of A, it's a cause of Y that happens to be correlated with A only to the extent that it's a proxy of the unmeasured confounding mechanism U. Under any of these three DAGs, one would be satisfied, the condition 3 would be satisfied. You would in fact have exchangeability. In fact, in practice, we never really, when we assume exchangeability, we never really ask anyone to draw any of these DAGs. And so this is not really, exchangeability will suffice to claim that you can identify a causal effect without necessarily drawing the DAG. But these illustrate three mechanisms under which exchangeability might be satisfied. In fact, you can overlay these conditions. L here has been broken up into Z, X, and W. Z is a proxy of type B. X is a proxy of type A. It's a common cause of A and Y. And W is a proxy of type C. And L here is a composite of Z, X, and W. Okay, and in this, so this last DAG subsumes all three possible data J mechanisms under which one might claim that exchangeability holds. Under these three assumptions, assumptions 1, 2, 3, positivity, consistency, and no unmeasured and exchangeability, it is well known that the population average counterfactual mean for value A is given by this formula, sometimes referred to as the G formula, whereby you regress your outcome on your covariates for the group of the treatment group you're interested in, and then you marginalize over the population density of your covariates, and that recovers your beta A. You do this for different values of A, and you have a causal contrast. And this hinges on the fact that you're assuming exchangeability primarily. So in figure 2 and 3 that I'm giving here, here's two settings whereby exchangeability no longer holds. So L has been broken up again into Z, X, and W. These are three types of proxy, and I've subsumed all the unmeasured factors in U. And now U is a common cause of A and Y, and therefore there is a non-measured common cause of A and Y. There is confounding bias, there is homogeneity bias. However, we have measured three types of proxies of type A, embedded in X, proxies of type B, denoted by Z, and proxies of type C, denoted by W. And just to remind you what that means is proxies of type A are common causes of A and Y, proxies of type B are causes of the treatment that might be associated with the outcome only to the extent that they are correlated with U. And so they're proxy for the unmeasured confounder. And the proxies of type W are potential causes of your outcome that are only associated with the treatment to the extent that they are associated with the unmeasured confounder. And so in this particular setting, we have unmeasured confounding owing to the presence of an unmeasured common cause U of A and Y. So what we're going to do is we're going to propose to replace the untestable exchangeability assumption with an assumption that the analyst has correctly identified variable Z of bucket type B, potential treatment inducing confounding proxies is how we'll refer to them, and W of type C, potential outcome inducing confounding proxies. And I drew these pictures just to give you an idea of when those assumptions might hold. In practice, in many examples we've encountered, in fact, one has the following situation whereby Z and W are neither causes of A nor Y, but are simply proxies of the underlying unmeasured confounding, in which case they are completely fungible because the graph is completely symmetric in Z and W. It doesn't matter which you allocate as Z and which covariate you allocate as W. In many examples, this would hold. In some examples, it is clear that the mismeasured covariate Z or the mismeasured factor Z was actually used in the treatment decision-making process, and therefore it is a cause of the treatment. This arises a lot in public health, where you might have confounding by indication. That is a physician. We had a really beautiful talk this morning about physician decision making, and a physician might look at their lab values and then assign the HIV patient, because their immune system is depleting, assign them to the treatment. The CD4 count, the immune system measurement, is not the underlying causal mechanism by which confounding arises. It's a measurement that's done in the lab with measurement errors, a snapshot at one time point. The process is incredibly complicated and it occurs over time. However, it is a good proxy. It is associated with that underlying confounding mechanism you cannot get your hands on. Okay, and so the idea here is that if you have such proxies of type B and C, the following assumptions would hold, assumptions 5 and 6, and we'll use these assumptions to denote what we mean by a valid proxy. So this assumptions 5 and 6 will in fact replace the standard exchangeability assumption. So 5 says that Z, it would be independent of Y if I had in fact measured the underlying unmeasured confounder, and I would further condition on A and the observed covariate X. And so you can think of Z as a variable that cannot directly cause your outcome if you had measured the unmeasured confounding. And this captures the idea that it's kind of a measurement error kind of idea, that if I had measured the underlying confounding mechanism of interest, Z would fall out of the model. It would not be predictive of the outcome. And likewise, W would be independent of both A and Z if I had measured U and X. And this is the symmetric assumption to this one, which basically says that W is a really good proxy of the outcome. And if I had measured U and X, A and Z would not be causes of W, because A and Z are only correlated with W to the extent that they're correlated with U and X. So examples of proxies of type B and C abound in observational studies. I would go as far as claiming that most cases in which we actually think we've measured features and we believe that those features are involved in confounding bias, that those features should not be thought of as the underlying confounding mechanism, but rather as proxies of the underlying confounding mechanism. And so what we're going to try to describe here is if you buy into this argument that the methods by which you incorporate those covariates should not be the standard statistical methods that we've been developing over the past few years, the past few decades. So examples of proxies of type B and C in observational studies abound. In fact, in observational studies in the health sciences, evaluating the effects of a treatment on disease progression, there's a general concern that patients either self-select according to health-seeking behavior or are selected by their physician to take the treatment based on prognostic factors for the outcome. And so a diligent investigator in those settings would endeavor to record lab measurements and other clinically relevant covariate data available to the physician and the patient when considering treatment options. This is typically done via questionnaires or by measuring biomarkers in the lab, both of which give a measurement error-prone snapshot of the underlying physiological mechanism or disease status at the source of confounding bias. Measured covariates in health and social sciences, as well as in business applications, are often proxies of type B or C, CD4 count and viral load in HIV research, ICD-9 codes to measure comorbidities in comparative effectiveness. Food frequency questionnaires are notoriously to measure nutrition are notoriously known to be subject to be error prone. Cognitive functioning screening tools such as the MMSE is also known to be subject to measurement error. So essentially everything we try to measure about the units on which we wish to intervene on or to estimate a causal effect will typically be subject to this issue that they themselves are simple measurements of what might actually be the underlying mechanism driving the confounding bias in a particular study we're considering. All right, so let me just describe how we use proxies in practice to estimate. And I'm going to start from a fairly abstract level. So we've demonstrated that one can actually identify causal effect using proxies, as I've described, non-parametrically. And so I'm going to describe what we might do non-parametrically, and we have procedures that actually implement this. And then I'll describe a simple parametric approach that will highlight the key ideas. So bear with me for a couple of slides. Let's start from the fairly abstract. I'm going to make two assumptions. The first assumption is that in fact one can solve the following integral equation. So the left-hand side is a regression of the outcome on your treatment, the treatment proxy and the covariates. And the right-hand side is an expectation with respect to W, given A, X, and Z, of a function of A, X, and W. Now, why is this not a trivial equation? It's not a trivial equation because H itself doesn't depend on Z. If H depended on Z, this would be a trivial integral equation that one might solve by replacing H with the conditional average of Y given A, Z, X, and W. By virtue of dropping Z from this, which I'm not going to get into why we do that, by virtue of dropping it, it makes it non-trivial. A solution might not always exist. There are conditions. This is a very well-known integral equation in functional analysis in mathematics. It's known as a Fredholm equation of the first type, of the first kind, and they're very well understood conditions on which a solution exists. So we're going to assume that those conditions hold for the time being. And I'll give you some examples under which that are sufficient for it to hold in simple settings. And then we'll make a second assumption that, and this is known as a completeness condition. If you've done any work in non-parametric IV literature, they make use of these types of conditions all the time. And the idea of this condition is essentially, just in words first, that your proxies are relevant to the unmeasured factor, that there's in fact a relationship between the unmeasured factors and your proxies. If you just happen to have proxies that do not capture anything about your unmeasured factor, this assumption will not hold. And so this is our version of the proxy relevance that replaces the IV relevance assumption in IV settings. And what does it say? It says that for any function of the unmeasured factors, and this could be multivariate, can be anything under the sun that might be a confounding factor. If that function conditional on Z, A, and X is 0, this would only happen if and only if the function itself is 0. Now, just moving on, given any valid confounding proxies Z and W, assumptions 1 and 2 imply that in fact, if you were able to solve this equation and obtain that H, and you simply substitute it into the G formula and just average over W and X, that would in fact identify your kind of actual mean of interest. And you could do this for different values of A, and that contrast of that average will recover the average causal effect. I'm going to skip this, but it turns out that the solution to that integral equation also solves is also a solution to an integral equation involving unmeasured confounders. So we refer to this identifying formula as a proximal G formula and to H as a outcome confounding bridge function. Note that the standard G formula is recovered on the exchangeability given X and W, with H being the mean of Y given AXW. And so this is a generalization of the standard G formula of Robbins and others. Now, let me spend, as I said, I believe I've already covered this, that the integral equation that we have to solve is known as a Fredholm equation of the first kind. And there are well-known conditions under which this is identified, and we discussed this in a paper back in 2018. The second condition is a well-known completeness condition, familiar in fact to statisticians. If you've ever taken statistical inference and covered the sufficient complete statistic, they in fact related to this condition. It can accommodate both categorical and continuous confounders. And completeness, the way I think about it is how I explained it earlier, is a technical condition which relates the range of U to that of Z, and essentially states that the set of proxies must have sufficient variability relative to the variability of U. And so this is again that your proxies are relevant to the variability in the unmeasured factor. And so when might that condition fail? Well, so the simplest possible scenario to describe in words would be, suppose we are in the categorical variable setting where U, Z, and W are all categorical with numbers of categories DU, DZ, and DW, respectively. In this case, completeness requires that Z and W must have at least as many categories as U. And this completely makes sense. This is not magic. This is, we're trying to learn about something that is not observed. If the variables we not observe has a support over a very large support relative to our proxies, there's no way we might recover this. We're trying to basically solve a very ill-posed inverse problem. And so what we need here is we need enough proxies to make it work given certain levels of the unmeasured factor. And the intuition here is that accounting for unmeasured confounding in the categorical case requires that the number of categories of U is no larger than that of either proxies Z and W. This condition provides a rationale, which we follow right now, for measuring a rich set of baseline characteristics in observational studies as a potential strategy for mitigating unmeasured confounding via the proximal approach. And so here we're measuring as many proxies, not so much because we believe we can actually adjust for confounding by conditioning on those proxies, but rather because we want to ensure that we have enough proxies given the uncertainty about how much confounding might be present in our application. Unfortunately, unlike the G formula, the proximal G formula is not always available in closed form and requires solving in an integral equation numerically, which is a well-known ill-posed inverse problem that is generally computationally intensive and unstable. And so as a statistician, the first thing that I would do is, rather than going, there are many ways of regularizing this procedure. The classical procedure would be Tikhonov regularization. We didn't go that way, actually. The most intuitive way of regularization, which requires some strong assumptions, is actually modeling the confounding bridge function. And so, and that turns out to work really well with the caveat that, in fact, it's model-based. So to illustrate a simple version of the approach, consider the simple case of the proximal G formula under a linear specification of the solution to that incorrect equation. So I'm a priori assuming that H is linear in A, W, and X. Then the way we estimate the average causal effect, beta A here, the average causal effect because of this model specification is actually captured by beta A. The way you estimate it is not by regressing Y on this. And the reason is because W here is subject to endogeneity. And so the way you actually estimate this is very intuitive, is you first actually regress the outcome proxy W on the treatment proxy Z, conditional on your covariance in X. You get a fitted value from that regression, you just use least squares, and then you incorporate it in your outcome regression. And so the idea here is you adjust for your covariance, and then you adjust for this fitted value of the regression of one set of proxies on another set of proxies. And it turns out that that completely debiases your estimator. It's very simple. This procedure, in fact, is connected to two-stage least squares. Similar to two-stage least squares, the fitted value of one proxy on the other proxy need not be a consistent model for the mean of W given Z and A and X. It's just, as long as you're using these squares, you will be robust to model the specification of that regression. And we refer to this procedure as proximal two-stage least squares, given its close relationship to two-stage least squares estimation in its rental variable, and W hat as a proximal confounding control variable. And so again, the idea here is you have unmeasured confounding, you're concerned about them, rather than adjusting for your covariates, you regress one set of covariates on another set of covariates, you get the fitted values from that, and you adjust for that fitted value. As long as those variables are good proxies for your unmeasured confounding and your model for H is linear, that will completely account for unmeasured confounding. And this is, and we'll call W hat as proximal confounding control variable. This connection, in fact, has implications for practice, as it reveals that the estimator can be implemented with any off-the-shelf instrumental variable software, which can perform two-stage least squares for multivariate exposure variables, upon taking W as the endogenous variable, Z playing the role of the IV, and A and X taking as covariates. So in closing, let me just go over an application of this. We consider the support study, which the aim of evaluating the causal effect of right heart catheterization during the initial care of critically ill patients in the intensive care unit on survival time up to 30 days. RHC was performed in a little over 2,000 patients within the initial 24 hours of ICU stay, and while a little over 3,500 patients were managed without RHC. The study collected rich patient information, including 73 covariates, including demographics listed here. They had an estimated probability of survival at admission. They had comorbidities, the vital signs, and a number of physiological status that were measured in the lab, and functional status variables as well. The outcome of interest, as I said, is the number of days between admission and death or censoring at 30 days. So looking at these data, there were 10 variables that measured the patient's overall physiological status from a blood test during the initial 24 hours in the ICU, and listing them there. Let's not worry about what they mean. These are values that are reflective of a patient's health status at admission into the ICU. As such, these variables may be subject to substantial measurement error, and as a single snapshot of an underlying physiological state, and thus might be viewed as potential confounding proxies and not necessarily the underlying source of confounding. Among these variables, we selected 4 that were strongly correlated with both the treatment and the outcome as potential proxies. And thus we constructed proxies Z and W from this reduced set of variables and collected all 69 remaining variables in the set of covariates we further adjusted for. Now, you might ask, how do we choose which 2 to define as Z and which 2 to define as W? In fact, in this case, we only had 4, so we did all permutations, and the results were very stable across them. So this is one of those scenarios. If you recall, I had this DAG with the 2 variables hanging out of the DAG, neither causing Y, neither causing nor A. And this is a setting where the 2 sets of variables are completely fungible, and it really doesn't matter which you pick as treatment proxy or outcome proxies. It can, at worst, the worst that can happen is it affects your variance and not necessarily the bias. So having said that, so we specify proxy allocation where 2 of the covariates were defined as Z and the other 2 as W. And for estimating the causal effect of interest, we consider the linear outcome confounding bridge model that I described earlier, in which in this case, the eta A denotes the causal effect of interest. And to fit this framework, you simply adopt your software from in IV. And so in R, you might use the IV reg routine. And there's a sample code from that, whereby you specify an outcome regression with A, X, and W variables listed there. And you would specify the endogenous variable as A, X, and sorry, the IV as to be included in the first stage as A, X, and Z. And the data source were RHC data set. So having done that, I'm reporting here two sources of estimation. One was just using origin least squares, adjusting for all 72 and so variables in the underlying regression model versus using the approximate approach. The variable of interest is RHC variable, and what we found was both the origin least squares and our analysis suggested that, in fact, in this population of critically ill patients at the time where the study was done, RHC was in fact harmful to the patients and increased their risk for dying prior to being within 30 days. And what we showed was that, in fact, using the approximate approach, the effect was substantially larger than using origin least squares, which assumed that there was no unmeasured confounding bias. Just in closing, so I hope I've convinced you that the proximal approach here is a useful tool to in settings where you are not entirely confident that you've measured all relevant covariates, rather that you believe you've measured covariates that might be related to the confounding mechanism at hand. The approximate approach extends to complex longitudinal studies with time-varying treatment and time-varying confounders that may mediate previous treatments. These types of data sets are very much typical, particularly in behavioral sciences. Most observational studies would try to follow patients over time with time-varying treatments and time-varying confounding factors, some of which may or may not be observed. Also, we've developed some theory for these estimators, including W-robust estimators as well. So this is more for folks who might be interested in math stats type of questions. And I did want to mention that these methods apply to many settings. Folks are sometimes interested in understanding the mechanism of a treatment on an outcome through a mediator, and that typically requires some really strong no unmeasured confounding assumptions, that you have all confounders of the exposure, mediator, relationship, all confounders of the mediator outcome relationship, and all confounder of the exposure outcome relationship. The proximal framework relaxes that assumptions and replaces it simply with having measured proxies for those confounding mechanisms. One other thing I wanted to mention, which was the question I asked I asked Susan about, is in fact these techniques can also be used in optimal treatment regime on the heterogeneity. Now, this is a really interesting problem because at baseline you might actually so this arises, for instance, if you have a randomized trial and you're randomizing patients with the intent to treat them with the drug. However, some patients might not actually adhere to the randomized intervention and may not, and therefore you have, and the reason for which they did not adhere to the assigned treatment might be unknown to you. However, you have baseline characteristics that are measured on the patients, and the idea here is that those baseline characteristics could be measured with a lot of error, but you might still be able to learn about how you could tailor the treatment to the patient, even though the treatment variable actually taken was subject to confounding bias. And so I'm going to stop here. I'm a little ahead of schedule. I just want to thank the NIH for grant support, the proximal inference group at Wharton, and also Jenny Robbins and Ila Spitzer for some helpful discussion and a lifetime inspiration. This paper is currently under review, but it's on the archive under the working title Introduction to Proximal Causal Learning. And we do have about 5 minutes for questions if there are any. I'm happy to answer them.
Cool talk, Eric. Really enjoyed it. Just a question about the RHC study. Were you able to do any further analysis on, what the implications would have been had the kind of coefficient estimation relied on kind of your methodology? For instance, the number of people who maybe a reduction in 30-day mortality or anything like that. Just curious if you were able to run that analysis.
No. So let me I should provide some context for RHC because even though I gave it a pretty dramatic tone here, RHC is actually the gold standard. If I'm admitted into the ICU with heart problems these days, despite these results, I would want RHC to be done on me. This study that was done on this, which also found that RHC was harmful, was done in the 90s. RHC done in the 90s is somewhat has evolved since then. Physicians are much better at it. The procedure has evolved tremendously. So the suggestion that there is a harmful effect is specific to the practice at the time, but it's also specific to the population that was being targeted at the time, was critically ill patients admitted into the ICU. And so I wouldn't say I would not recommend not to take RHC if you were so unfortunate to be admitted to ICU with heart problems. I just want to give a little bit of historical context. So we didn't further explore this just because in terms of relevance for today's practice, this was more or less an illustration of an analysis that was done relying on known measure confounding. We are currently looking at various applications of this work. And I think the most relevant answer to your question is really this within the context of really trying to adapting treatment to patients and seeing whether at the population level, such decision-making using our methods lead to better outcome than methods that rely on known measure confounding or exchangeability conditions. That would be a real validation of these methods. And we are in the process of trying to implement those. Sorry, that was a long answer to your question.
No. Can't wait to see what the results you guys come up with.
Thank you.
Hi, Eric. I have a question.
Yes, hi.
Hi, and thanks for the talk. This is really useful work. I'm wondering if instead of the unobserved confounder U, you had something unstructured like an image of a product or something. And it's very common for people to, you can't measure, you don't actually measure beauty. You kind of approximate it using 10 different ways. Those will become your L proxies. Does the same framework apply in that case? And is it the best framework to use?
So that's a really good question. So this relates to the whole literature on structural equations, right? Where people believe there's an inline construct and everything you measure is related to that. So this framework is, so typically in that framework, let me just scroll back to the DAG. This is usually the DAG that's assumed, is that there's an inline U here, which might be a construct of what beauty really is. And you have a bunch of measurements that might be related to that, Z's and W's. So in that context, this would apply as well, because it doesn't require actually measuring U. The main difference from that literature and this literature is that we can do so non-parametrically. That literature typically relies on, I mean, the most used methods rely on linearity, that the world is linear and these relationships are all linear. And it's essentially factor models, right? That they're trying to learn the factors from the observed data. And so that's a distinction. And the reason there's a distinction here is because often in that literature, people are actually interested in understanding U and saying things about U. And so they really try to actually estimate the distribution of U. Notice that I never mentioned U here in the actual application. My target of inference was just the average causal effect. U is a nuisance. I really don't want to estimate it. I don't want to learn anything about it. I want to address it. And so that's maybe the distinction. And so both setups have some usefulness. It's just the target of inference is somewhat different.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thanks.
All right. So I guess if there are no more questions, I'll yield my remaining 2 minutes.
Thanks so much, Eric. This was a phenomenal talk. Because you have 2 more minutes, I know we have taking a break at 4:15, and then we come back at 4:30 for our next talk by Munmun. I actually was on a lighthearted note. Is there a pitch you want to make to folks in the psychology space, right? Because we have a very interdisciplinary audience here. And one of the takeaways in the conversations I was having with folks was this, obviously, I mean, for a lot of legitimate reasons, experiments being the be-it-all in psych generally. With your work, again, standing out as, how can we leverage observational data for causal inference? Do you want to give a quick spiel? I mean, your talk served as a good spiel, but anything beyond that?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Oh, no, I was just asking you to, along with your talk being a good spiel to our psych audiences, to how you can leverage observational data for answering questions on causal inference and behavior change. I was wondering if you wanted to add any thoughts to that, that narrative.
So yeah, I think, and this was actually a conversation that was, I thought, really interesting we had during the lunch table. That one of the issues, the key issue that we're trying to address here is really credibility of causal inferences when you have observational data. And so I think thinking about creating tools to assess credibility of causal inference is incredibly important. Triangulation of evidence is incredibly important. Using various methods that target the same parameter only leads to more credibility. In terms of actually assessing the credibility of methods, I think there is a huge opportunity to actually and this is at the intersection of causal inference and machine learning that I find fascinating, is this idea of being able to generate data sets that mimic the universe of data set that you believe you're going to face. So I've been doing this in work that I do with Amazon, where we literally use, and I think I can reveal this, we use methods such as variational autoencoders, using the universe of data set from Amazon to create a parallel universe of data set that mimic that data set. The reason that's important when you're doing simulation studies, as opposed to just simulating with toy example, is that in those data sets, there are certain biases that are really hard to replicate if you were just to generate using a toy example. And so this idea of anchoring your simulation onto real data set and using the most modern machine learning tools is incredibly useful for causal inferences, because they will replicate those biases, and then you can overlay on top of that whatever intervention you want. And the question is really, if there is no causal effect, am I going to get the right answer in this universe of synthetic data that is well grounded in the data that I'm actually have to face? So maybe I'll stop there, but that's kind of what comes to mind in terms of your question.
Thank you so much, Eric. Appreciate it. Yeah. Okay. So with that, we would take a break until 4:30 p.m. where we meet again, and we have 2 more talks, and And then we'll have the post-workshop hangout. I've also put a link in the chat for a Google form where you can enter your email addresses, where we can share the Zoom link of the recording after the workshop ends. Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, John. How are you doing?
Okay. How are you?
Awesome. I'm doing well. Yeah, this is great. We're doing tech check right now, so I think you should have the ability to share your screen. It'd be great if you could check that out.
Yes. Let me try that. So for that I will full screen this and then screen share.
Hi, John.
Hi. Okay,
Perfect.
is that working?
Yes.
You can see that? Great. So the way, okay, so screen sharing's working. I'll stop sharing. And so the way this will work is that there's no break. So basically I'll just go second and take over the screen sharing. Is that?
Correct. Yeah, right at 5:15.
Awesome.
Awesome.
And then at the end, it ends with some closing remarks, and then we go into Gather Town.
Right. So we will, yeah, so I think we have Munmun first, and then you are there, and then we have the closing ceremony with the awards, the best poster and the best paper awards. And then we all, after the thank yous, we move on to Gather and have the post-workshop hangout there.
Great.
Awesome.
Sounds good.
Hi, Munmun.
Hi, should I try out my screen sharing?
Yeah, that'd be great. Actually, yeah, you can if it works, you can go ahead and leave it up.
Yeah. All right, so let's see. So I have two monitors. So one help I'll need once I share is whether you see the presenter view or you see the slideshow. I want you guys to see the slideshow.
Of course.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay, so I guess the slides are visible. So let me try to do a slideshow now. Okay, so.
Perfect. We see the slide deck, not presenter view.
Okay, yeah.
Awesome.
All right. Thank you. So I guess everything is working. Should I stay like this or should I just like unshare, reshare?
You can stay like this. This is fine. We'll put the spotlight when 4:30 hits and the talk starts.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Cool. Awesome. Thanks.
Yep, no problem. So we just are in the middle of a 15-minute break between talks. We'll let people come in, maybe wait another minute or so and go ahead and get started. All right, everyone. We are excited to welcome Munmun Chaudhry to the AI for BC workshop. Munmun is an associate professor in the School of Interactive Computing at Georgia Tech, where she leads the Social Dynamics and Wellbeing Lab. Her research focuses on the intersection of computer science and social science, developing new computational methods to understand the role of online media in health and well-being. Her work has been featured in the popular press, New York Times, BBC, and NPR, and spans international, industrial, academic, and clinical collaborations with over 150 co-authors and across 10 disciplines. Today, our talk is titled Bridging Machine Learning and Collaborative Action Research, a tale of engaging with 3 stakeholders in digital mental health. Take it away, Munmun.
All right, thank you very much. It's my pleasure to be here today. And thank you for sticking around. I mean, I know it's pretty late in the day. Today, my talk is going to be focusing on some of the work that we have been doing at the intersection of social media and mental health over the past few years. And hopefully by the end of the talk, it'll make you think a little bit about how lenses that can be derived from the social science field can allow us to get richer, deeper, and hopefully more useful outcomes, broadly speaking, to computational social scientists who are interested in harnessing computing and technology for societal good purposes. So we all know that powered with different digital platforms and such as social media sites, many digital traces, a variety of digital traces are being left behind by people on these platforms. And over the past, I would say, decade and a half, the emerging field of computational social science has grown quite a bit and has made a lot of strides into improving our understanding of various kinds of different social phenomena, including behavior change, which is something that we have been discussing a lot in this talk today. And they have provided new ways to measure things such as our social interactions, our moods and emotions, our political ideologies, our collective action, civic engagement, and including health and well-being. So in the initial part of this talk, let me take this opportunity to share with you some of the highlights of the work that my collaborators, students, and myself, we have been conducting over the past few years about the computational use of social media data for mental health. And then I'm going to spend a large part of our discussion today to talk about some of the challenges in the next frontier of this research and how hopefully synergistic and critically leaning approaches that combine social computer science techniques with social science can allow us to fully realize the potential of these computational uses in a way that would allow different stakeholders in the domain and in the field to not only use and benefit from these computational insights, but also what is it that can be done to reduce any potential sources or consequences that could harm people. All right, so a quick recap, and I'm going to use an social ecological approach here, kind of looking at the individual and the community and the population, and quickly give you some highlights of our work in the past about these computational uses in mental health. So starting off, focusing on the individual, some of our earliest work in the space wanted to test the feasibility of using social media data that can allow us to get insights about our psychological state and people's forthcoming risk to mental health challenges. So in this work, we looked at new moms who had shared on social media, particularly Twitter, that they had a new child. And we looked backwards and forwards from that point in time to understand what kind of behavior changes do these new moms experience around this important milestone in their lives. And we found that for a percentage, about 15 to 20% of the new moms, we could discover language-based markers in their social media feeds that were indicators of postpartum depression. Then talking about communities, we did some work looking at the impact that crisis events have on situated communities, particularly college campuses being one example of that in here. And we looked at gun violence incidents in the form of mass shootings or isolated incidents of firearm use that happened in 12 universities in the US over a span of 5 years. And we looked at Reddit data that were shared in these college communities over a period of 3 months prior to these incidents and a period in the aftermath. So what we found is that by looking at social media data, we could not only identify what kind of changes in stress and anxiety these communities faced in the aftermath of these incidents, but also it allowed us to identify specific linguistic markers that were indicative of this change that we identified through discontinuity analysis, and it allowed us to identify what could be stressors that followed and changed these communities' conversations in this period after the gun violence incidents. And then talking about population level, we devised a measure we call the Social Media Depression Index. And as you see in these heat maps, our index did pretty well in mimicking the outcomes that were given by gold standard data. In this case, these were a survey data that were given by the Behavioral Risk Factor Surveillance Survey, a survey that is conducted by the US government every few years. And we found that our index can do pretty well in reflecting what was recorded through self-reports in these surveys. But not only that, such an index allowed us to also get important insights about sociodemographic variabilities in the experience of depression, spatiotemporal patterns, how it varied over genders, over location, over different seasons, and so forth. All right, so here was a brief overview, a really quick one. But you might be wondering, so what is sort of the next step in this line of work? For instance, are we ready for real world deployment or use of these models? And if so, what would be the best way? So we envision two potential ways in which these computational algorithms can be used for behavior change. And I'm using behavior change in a more broader scope here. I'm thinking about interventions, and these could be interventions that would allow people at risk to connect with resources, get help, get social support in a timely and proactive fashion, and how can technology assist in those efforts. And then we can also envision opportunities for a broader efforts by community organizers or other stakeholders like public health organizations, how they can harness these algorithmic insights in a way that can help influence policy or decision making. But the question, like I said, is what is preventing us from pursuing these directions? So I would note 3 issues that we need to pay attention to before we can fully realize the potential of these data and algorithmic insights. So first of all, how should these algorithms, that infer mental health states of people, negotiate people's needs, their demands, their expectations in a way that doesn't take away their agency? And then how should we navigate power asymmetries between different patients, caregivers, interventionists, behavior change experts, clinicians, insurance companies, and so on, that kind of coexist in existing institutions of mental health treatment and care. Then the next issue is how do we prevent bad actors from abusing these algorithms, or sometimes even well-meaning stakeholders who want to deploy them, but deploy them in a way that can lead to harms among people. And then there are broader questions of ethics, right? How do we consent people? A lot of the work that I reviewed uses public data, but we are inferring very sensitive attributes about individuals. So a question of consent is lingering in there. There are questions of what provisions we need to make to prevent adverse outcomes, especially while working with a vulnerable population who is sort of central to this kind of work. So ultimately, what I think is that these questions point to the need for consideration of collaborative lenses and participatory lenses through research, And then in the remainder of this talk, I'm going to discuss hopefully one approach that can allow us to adopt a collaborative and a participatory paradigm in the research process itself, so that we can get over some of these challenges that are lingering before we can actually deploy the algorithms for the desired behavior change that we want to have in the world. So the particular theoretical lens that I'm going to be talking about and what we have adopted in some of the case studies that I'm going to discuss today comes from a qualitative social science. It's called the Action Research Framework, and it goes back a long way. It was coined by Kurt Lewin in 1944. And what it does is it has this iterative framework, and it argues that if you want to have transformative change, as a consequence of research, then you have to take the simultaneous process of action as well as doing research, which have to be linked together by critical reflection. So now the question is, we don't quite know. There are no existing guidelines to use such a framework in the context of machine learning for behavior change. So how do we go about doing that? So I'm going to talk about 3 case studies in this talk today that gives you one paradigm of thinking about adopting such a framework that would allow us to get over some of the challenges that we discussed previously. So the first case study is a collaboration with Northwell Health, a big health provider based out of New York State and Georgia Tech. And here in this project that is called Thrive, we have been thinking about how can we design clinical decision support systems and other tools that can augment the ability of clinicians, as well as hopefully empower patients as well, who are getting treated for severe mental illnesses. And how can the insights from social media data and other similar forms of data that are algorithmically analyzed be a part of this effort. So among the many projects we are looking at together collaboratively over the last 4 years now, I'm going to take one example of that, and that is the question of relapse in mental health. So relapse, we are talking about relapse in the context of schizophrenia here. It is a very significant challenge, and even for patients who are currently under treatment, they remain at very high risk of relapse in the course of treatment. And it is unfortunately something that clinicians and even patients become aware of after the symptoms have already set in. So one of the questions that we collaboratively explored together in this work is that what could be ways to change the status quo and try to forecast these events ahead of time. So as you can imagine, patients are a very important stakeholder in this research. So while our research process proceeded in tight collaboration with the clinicians, we did also incorporate patient perspectives because ultimately it is their data, what's being analyzed, and hopefully it is the outcomes are going to be something that are going to benefit this population as well. So based on some preliminary work that I'm not going to review, we did find that patients were very supportive of such research efforts because they found value in the potential that research could lead to in terms of behavior change, in terms of it impacting their treatment process. So the particular work that I'm reviewing here is based on a snapshot of data that was collected longitudinally over time, a little over 100 early psychosis patients, about half of who experienced a relapse. And then for these individuals, we also had their consent to access their Facebook data archives. And vast majority of them shared their entire archives with us through this informed consent process. And we got very rich longitudinal data for these patients alongside their medical record data. So now the question is, how do we actually go about developing this prediction framework? So one thing I would note is this is where the action research piece becomes critically important because as we discussed more and more with our clinical partners, we became aware of some of the limitations of supervised learning approaches. Standard supervised learning approaches that would forecast a certain event going into the future. The reasons were the following. First of all, relapses are multifactorial events. They manifest in many different ways in different people. So there isn't like a template that we could train a model on that would detect those same risks in every single person. So in many ways, they're heavily associated with clinical heterogeneity. It depends on the person, what their history is. And this is the knowledge that a clinician tries to gather in their interactions with the patients. Then the other challenge here was that there are actually no true positives or true negative examples that we could use to build a model. And that's because any individual at any point in time has a non-zero risk of relapse going into the future. So given these challenges, and to make our algorithms more actionable for behavior change among the clinicians, we adopted an approach called anomaly detection. So essentially, what we did is we modeled relapse as an anomaly event in the trajectory, in the longitudinal trajectory of their behaviors that we gathered from their social media data. And then the idea here was to then look at these periods of health, which was a non-anomalous period, and then periods of relapse, which was a month-long period before a relapse-related hospitalization as the anomalies. So what did we find? There were some interesting findings in here. So in terms of specificity, so for an anomaly detection model that would be relapses that were predicted as relapses, we did pretty well. For 79% of the relapses, we were able to correctly identify. But where we didn't do so well on was sensitivity. So here we found that the model thought a number of cases were relapses, although in our ground truth data, they were not recorded as hospitalizations. So we wanted to poke further. And just to remind you, the action research framework, it is this iterative process. How do we go back and improve and change approaches in a way that can eventually lead to the change that we desire? So what we did is for the misidentified anomalies, we went and looked at medical charts, which are basically unstructured data or information that were recorded by the clinicians during different consultation. And we wanted to see if there is any information in there that could provide us additional insight to explain the findings that we are seeing as outcomes of the anomaly detection. So what we found is that for 45 of the false negative time periods, about half of them had some information recorded in the patient's medical record. And for about 90% of those, we did find that the clinicians noted some level of psychotic symptoms during what is labeled as periods of relative health, except that in those cases, the clinician didn't consider these alarming enough that would warrant a hospitalization. So our algorithm was not looking at or analyzing these chart review data, but looking at the Facebook data, it thought that in those cases, it did look like a relapse, except that in our ground truth, it is not recorded as one. So it leads to many interesting thoughts about sort of, how do we go about using machine learning in these kind of messy problems where we don't have clean examples, whether positive or negative, and where you can even question the veracity of the construct itself. Here, the construct is relapse, and we conceptualize that in the form of a hospitalization, which is the medical standard. But then there are a lot of variabilities across different clinicians, and it brings into question how can we then develop computational approaches in an imperfect world where at best what we can get at are gold standard data, probably not true ground truth. But to close up this specific case study, what it did is it allowed us to kind of think about how social media data can be appropriated at the level of an individual to identify risk factors. We didn't look at population-based differences here, which is what a lot of supervised machine learning approaches would give you, but we were more interested in, given this specific person's past history of illness or behaviors or whatnot, can we identify the risk that they might have a relapse a month into the future? So personalized methods, it tells us that there is a lot of potential for use, but also it highlights the utility of these collaborations between clinicians and researchers, computational researchers, that can allow us to go beyond sort of thinking about traditional metrics of accuracy, precision recall, and so forth, to really analyzing why an algorithm performed a certain way and what may it have picked up in that process. And all of those insights can be incredibly valuable as we think about technologies for behavior change. So now moving on to the second case study I wanted to review. So this second work, it's been a collaboration with the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention over the last almost 2 years now. And our central goal has been to inform suicide prevention efforts where social media data can play an important role and can augment the insights and the evidence that is provided by traditional public health data sources. So to give you a little bit of a background of why this is such a challenging problem. So the rates of suicide in the US have been monotonically increasing over the last 20 years. But what is even more challenging is that organizations like CDC have been struggling because there is a lack of real-time data on suicide fatality trends that can guide their prevention efforts. So currently, suicide fatalities information is information that is recorded from death certificates that are submitted by different medical examiners and coroner offices throughout the country. But unfortunately, because of that cumbersome process, data is delayed by almost 1 to 2 years at the moment, depending upon which time point the data is queried and which state and part of the country we are talking about. So this means that in 2021, when CDC is going to the government and asking for their budget for the next fiscal year, their latest data is 2019 data. And with rates of suicide increasing, having real-time data is incredibly important. So this was the motivation of this work, that how can real-time data sources, particularly online data sources, augment current efforts for suicide surveillance throughout the country. So what we did is, in this work, we developed a two-phase machine learning pipeline, and we harnessed insights from many disparate but complementary data streams of real-time information. And these included health services administrative data, such as visits to the emergency room or calls placed on the National Suicide Prevention Hotline. We also looked at macroeconomic data. We looked at weather and meteorological data and online data as well, which included Twitter, Reddit, and Google search trends and YouTube trends. So basically, we then combined them and we selected them in a theoretically informed manner. And our idea here was that by combining these different data sources, we would get a much richer and improved signal than can be done with any one of these data sources alone. So I'm not going to get into the details of our overall architecture, but our two-phase process did include first training individual models using each data source, and then combining them in an ensemble approach through a deep neural network that would give us a final estimate of weekly rates of suicide deaths throughout the country. So the question is, what did we find? We found that, expectedly probably, when we combined information across different data sources, we did better than models that only harnessed one data source, telling us and validating our initial hypothesis that when we combine these diverse and disparate data sources, we are getting signals that covers a greater cross-section of the population, more diverse context, simply because not everybody uses media, or not everybody goes to the emergency room for suicide reasons, or not everybody picks up the phone to make a call on the National Suicide Prevention Hotline. So what we found eventually is that, we do much better over a baseline model, which in our case was a Holt-Winter model time series prediction approach. We did significantly better over that approach when we combine all these data sources together. So like I said, currently there are no established ways to gather real-time signals on suicide trends, which can be significantly useful when we are thinking about behavior change and interventions at the population scale. So this comprehensive study tells us that we can do that. We can overcome this 1 to 2 year lag that currently exists in the prediction frameworks, forecasting frameworks in suicide surveillance systems. And it raises interesting questions of, practical use of these systems. Like if this were to be deployed in the real world, then what is it that we need to be careful about going forward? How frequently do we retrain our models? How frequently do these models age over time? And importantly, maybe looking into some of these models as well, if we really want to target specific sources and causes of these increasing rates of suicide. And information which can be really valuable from a behavior change perspective. All right, and then finally, I'm going to go over this quickly in the interest of time. This third case study is a collaboration with a nonprofit called Every Town for Gun Safety. The purpose here was to collaboratively validate a hypothesis and an anecdotal observation that grassroots workers at Every Town were having for the past almost 5 years. So for those of you who don't know, Every Town is a gun control advocacy organization based out of DC and New York. And they do a lot of work around policies that can lead to gun control, but also they're very interested in the impacts of gun control on populations. So politics aside, I think we all acknowledge that firearm fatalities have a significant impact on the public health of populations. And this is especially true when we are talking about drills. So the context of this problem was active shooter drills, which are a set of crisis preparedness activities that have rapidly increased in K through 12 schools in the United States, especially after Sandy Hook. So what happens here, it goes beyond sort of developmentally informed approaches like education and raising awareness around these kind of incidents to actually simulate these incidents. So it could involve a simulated masked gunman who comes to the campus. It could involve fake blood. It could involve, firing of a fake gun and so forth. So Every Town, our partner had this, a lot of evidence that came from reports of the grassroots workers that these drills are having a tremendous negative impact on the mental health of the kids in these schools, the teachers, and even their parents. But currently there doesn't exist any evidence to support or to defy this observation that if it indeed is the case or not. And what is even more challenging here is to really establish the causal relationship between these incidents and the mental health changes that we might observe in these different stakeholders. So what we did in this work is we adopted a three-prong methodology. So we comprised a survey that gathered incidents of these active shooter drills over 100 K through 12 schools in 33 states in the US over a school year. And then we paired it with 6 months of interrupted time series analysis of 3 months preceding each incident and 3 months succeeding each of these incidents. And this included over 50 million tweets that came from the communities of these schools. And then we had follow-up focus groups that we conducted with 34 stakeholders that included K through 12 students, their parents, and teachers. So at a high level, what we found is that in the period after these incidents, there was a significant increase in the trauma and collective worry that we measured through stress and anxiety and depression, which were classifiers trained on social media data. And we found more alarmingly that these trends were sustained over a period of time, over a period of almost 90 days. So in these charts, charts, the vertical yellow line in the middle is when the incidents of the drill incidents happened, and then we compare the trends before and after. So what was even more interesting is that we looked at 114 schools in 33 states, and there are differences in how different states implement active shooter drills, especially when we are talking about public schools. But we found that across diverse school districts, drill tactics, or which time of the year the drills were conducted, we did see this sustained increase of about 42% for stress and anxiety and 39% for depression. So going to that causal question I was mentioning earlier, that what we need to establish is that these changes are indeed attributed to the incident and not simply because maybe some external event or maybe a higher level of mental health concerns in specific communities. So how do we rule that out? So we did it in several different ways. I'll talk about one here. So we conducted robustness check for causality using permutation tests here. So we had 1,000 permutations of what we constructed synthetic time series for each of these outcomes. And we found that if we computed the zero lag correlation between the before and after periods, we found a significantly lower correlation for the treatment time series compared to the control. All right, so to start to close up, in this third case study, it tells us about yet another paradigm of collaboration and participatory research, and how can the research be, the machine learning approaches be informed by the experiences and inputs from diverse stakeholders that can allow us to, take into account aspects of a domain that we might otherwise be missing. So in this particular work, hopefully some of the takeaways is how do we think about better evidence-informed interventions, crisis interventions for K through 12 contexts that would allow us to still prepare these communities better for mass shooting incidents, but without incorporating or inducing trauma and anxiety. All right, so as we start to close up here, computational social scientist has been my identity for the last 12 years. So I've kind of, put the lens back towards myself. And I would say that there are 2 points that I want to make as sort of the future steps of this kind of field, as those of us who want to use, social media and other kinds of digital data traces for societal good, whether it's behavior change or something like another set of interventions. So the first thing is that, it's great to have access to this kind of data, but I think what is important to not lose sight of is that we are not just trying to solve a social problem with a technical approach, whatever that might be. But actually in doing so, we are tackling socio-technical problems. And that is a very important piece. And one of the ways I've tried to navigate that in my own research has been through these collaborations, but potentially there are other means and approaches to do that. Then the second point I want to make is that how do we not just emphasize rigor, but also emphasize responsibility in our research paradigm. So like I was saying, a lot of us are motivated by problems in the real world, and we want to do something that leads to a positive change. So basically then we are working on problems that are not inconsequential problems. We are not working on Kepler's planetary laws of motion, right? We are working on problems where any algorithm we build or deploy can lead to behavior change, but we want to make sure that the behavior changes are indeed the behavior changes that benefit people instead of harming them. So I talked about 2 paradigms, 3 stories here, and talked about one paradigm that you could adopt to think about addressing some of these issues and concerns that I noted earlier on in the talk. But then the question is, what could be alternative paradigms that we can think about so that our behavior change approaches that are especially informed by algorithms, informed by, causal analysis and similar methods, how can they not just lead to better outcomes, but what is it that we can do to build trust in affected communities? What is it that we can do to support graceful failures when our data or models don't, live up to the potential use case of behavior change that we are talking about? And importantly, one aspect I really value in this kind of work is sort of incorporating some version of the Hippocratic Oath that is taken by medical professionals, which is to do no harm. And how can that be part of our research paradigms as we go forward? Hopefully, when we think about these issues, these are not just issues that we leave, for the end of the research when the research is concluded, and we are giving a talk like this in a platform like this. But how do we make these considerations a part of our research methodology itself going forward? All right, so that's what I have for now. I would like to thank the sponsors of this research and of course the collaborators and students who did all the real work. Thank you very much, and I think I have time for a couple questions.
Awesome. Thanks so much for a wonderful talk, Munmun. And yes, if anyone has questions, feel free to unmute yourself and ask them here.
Okay, I'll ask a question. Thank you. Great talk, of course.
Hey, Lyle.
So I'm noting somewhat mixed shifts in terms of the willingness of participants to share data. So like you, I collect not just very public things like Reddit and semi-public things like Twitter and more private things like Facebook and very private things like text messages. Are you sensing a shift in the population in terms of how people feel about us accessing their private or not private data? What's your sense of, I know there's a huge shift against the hegemony of Facebook and Amazon and the superpowers. What is your feeling in terms of the AI for social good? Is that suffering from the Amazon effect, or are people still pretty happy to share their most intimate details of their suicidal ideation and their psychotic breaks with you?
That's such an important question, right? And I think we'll be chasing that question in, however long we do this kind of work. There are indeed changes that we are seeing. And in some ways, those changes are good because I think people are beginning to realize that what does it really mean to be public, even public on Twitter, right? I mean, and there is research that says that people always underestimate how many people may have seen their tweet. So I think that awareness is great because it would help to minimize some of the misuses. But it may not be the greatest news for researchers like us who want to use these data for societal good. I think one of the things that we are shifts that we are also seeing is sort of people's hesitation in sharing data and the hesitation that is varying across different platforms. So people are being more okay to share certain kinds of data, and that depends on the demographic, on the problem context, and so forth. And in other cases, they're feeling like, okay, this is some data that we can or cannot share. So there are some shifts and differences we are observing there as well. And I think this is how do we then tailor our research question, our consent processes, and so forth to kind of earn trust from individuals that they feel comfortable to share whatever the specific platform they're active on. I think that will be, it's constantly going to be a moving target for us. But yes, I think some of those shifts are good, and I think some of the shifts are not so great in the short term, but hopefully in the long term, they're good shifts.
I have a question. So in some of your work on predicting health outcomes, like for example, the one predicting relapses as an anomaly detection problem, I'm wondering if at any point did you make modeling assumptions for prediction that were medically novel? So in the sense that it wasn't known clinical knowledge, And how did your medical or clinical collaborators react to you making those assumptions for the purpose of prediction?
Yeah, so if I understand your question correctly, did we find something through our modeling approach that surprised the clinicians, right? Okay, so yeah, we did. So there was one finding where we found, where we saw, we were looking at check-in data, and we were looking at where different Google searches are coming from. So pretty sensitive data that I'm talking about. And we found that just before a relapse, we kind of expected that people's mobility will go down before a relapse. But actually what was interesting, this was a population of people with early psychosis, and we're talking about psychotic relapse. So the period before relapse, we actually found that their mobility increased, and not just increased in sheer volume, but actually people were going to more different places. So a healthy person where maybe, they were going to like 3 different places throughout the week, but for a person who had a relapse going forward, they were going to like 10 or 15 new places over the same period of time. So that was an unexpected finding. And I think there are some hypotheses around that in the medical literature around people's sociability and how that changes prior to relapse and stuff. But I think kind of looking that through the lens of geolocated data was kind of new and interesting.
We have time for a couple more questions if anyone feels like they want to ask. Lyle, I believe you're muted.
It's been a long day.
I am muted. I'm switching platforms. So hopefully you can hear me because my headphones aren't on. So another question. So you've looked at a couple different mental illnesses, particularly schizophrenia and depression. There must be fairly different amounts of signal. A schizophrenic break is really obvious. Severe depression is fairly obvious. Have you thought about what range of mental health this is, where this will help, where this won't help?
Yeah.
In terms of being useful enough to be either pre-screening or actual detection?
Yeah. So in our experience, we have seen that in some ways it's easier to find symptoms of mood disorders, non-psychotic mood disorders like depression and so forth in social media data. So like things like negative mood, lower arousal, greater social isolation, social media is a great place to find signals for these things. Schizophrenia has been a bit more challenging. So Lyle, it's interesting you said that it's pretty obvious to the human, right? What is really challenging?
Schizophrenic break. So I guess it depends where you are in the process.
Right.
Before, I don't think I could tell. During, certainly bipolar, I can tell the unipolar upside from the downpolar downside pretty easily.
Yeah.
But beforehand is a much harder problem than during.
It is. And also like people talk about all kinds of stuff on social media and what is sort of out of the ordinary for a person, which is one of the strongest signals for schizophrenia, that can be pretty hard to detect. So one example that my collaborator often noted is that one time I was working with a patient of mine, and he said that he was delusional, and because he used to think and always say that he's going to play at the NFL. And I knew that he's not a sports person. So I knew that he's experiencing these delusional symptoms. But, you just see that comment on social media. I mean, somebody might be joking, somebody might be serious. Your first guess wouldn't be that, it is a delusional symptom. So I think those kinds of symptoms where the context becomes really important, those can be a little harder to detect on social media.
Interesting. One minute break before the next talk. Lots of applause.
Yeah. Thanks again, Manman. That was great.
Thank you very much for having me.
Awesome. Cool. Now we're just about ready for our final talk of the day. We are delighted to welcome Professor John Kleinberg at Cornell University to join us. John's research focuses on the interaction of algorithms and networks and the roles they play in large-scale social and information systems. He is a member of the National Academy of Sciences, National Academy of Engineering. He is also a recipient of the MacArthur, Packard, Simon, Sloan, and Bush Research Fellowships, as well as awards including the Harvey Prize and the ACM Prize in Computing. His talk today is titled Simplicity and Bias in Decision-Making. So, John, whenever you're ready.
All right. Well, thanks very much. Let's see. Let me share my screen. Is that working? Audio is working. Great. All right. And yeah, let me know. Yeah, feel free certainly to break in with any questions or anything that comes up during the talk. So thanks very much for the invitation to take part in this workshop, which you know, brings together, I think, a lot of different interesting perspectives around a compelling theme. This idea of the intersection of AI, human behavior, and behavior change in particular. I want to describe some joint work I've been doing with people actually across a range of different disciplines. So with my PhD student, Manish Raghavan, with our first speaker of the day, Senthil Mullainathan, with Jens Ludwig, who's a public policy researcher at University of Chicago, and Cass Sunstein, a law professor at Harvard. And what we've been looking at here is when we think about AI and how it intersects with human behavior and the potential for interventions. One point that I think Senthil began the day with, that a first step toward that, of course, is in a sense trying to use algorithms to understand our own behavior better. And this challenge that to a large extent our decision making is unknowable, even to ourselves. And I'll continue that theme, talk about some of the ways in which we see this unknowability of human decision making actually reflected in policy, some of the ways in which algorithms then pose challenges to that policy, and then to open up the black box of the algorithm and think about some of the ways in which we actually build the machine learning pipeline can lead, in fact, down the road towards some of the biases that we see in human decision making as well. The kinds of decisions I want to talk about are what you might call screening decisions, decisions that we make about others, right? So in a variety of contexts in the offline world. And part of the beginning of this work really was taking some things that we as computer scientists knew how to do very well in the online world and thinking about what their offline analogs might be. So here's a canonical task that we know how to do very well in the online world, which is making recommendations. Right, so a site like Netflix watches a trace of your behavior as you watch and evaluate movies, and then it turns that into some sort of a feature vector, some sort of stylized tabular representation of you, and based on that, it makes some prediction, like it predicts whether or not you will like this next movie. Okay, and in some sense, an interesting starting point for a lot of work that we've seen over the past few years is to ask where we see this kind of template, this template that we've gotten very good at in the online world, playing itself out in the offline world, right? So in hiring, for example, you could argue that the act of applying for a job at some high level, some syntactic level, bears some kind of an analogy to this problem of algorithmic prediction. After all, we take somebody and we take their whole life and work experience, we reduce it to a tabular representation in the form of a resume. It gets submitted to a decision-making entity like a human hiring committee, and they in turn are trying to make a decision, perhaps a prediction. Here it gets a little murky, right? What exactly they're trying to predict when they evaluate this resume is unclear, and that actually is going to turn out to be sort of central to the point that I'd like to make in the talk. But this notion of taking a person, reducing them to features, and having even humans evaluate them is something that we see not just in hiring. We see it, for example, in places like college admissions, where we do a similar thing. We take your past educational history, turn it into a stylized form of an application, and then humans, possibly assisted by data, do some evaluation. And in all of these areas, right, employment, education, but also areas like credit, deciding whether or not to give somebody a loan has a very similar property to it. Similarly, in sort of highly contested areas like criminal justice, where for pretrial detention, the law instructs the judge, in fact, to make a prediction when looking at a defendant before their trial, whether or not to have them wait for trial in the community or in jail based on a prediction of their future behavior. And so in all these cases, we're following this pipeline where we take an individual, map them to a set of features, pass them through some decision-making entity, be that human or algorithmic, and then making some kind of a prediction that there's some high probability or low probability of some action. Now, a lot of these, as we can see, are what you might call high stakes decision-making. And by that, I mean, it's very important to the subject of the decision or the object of the decision, you know, in this case, whether they get this job, whether they're admitted to college, so certainly whether they wait for trial in jail or in the community. This is not to say, of course, that, you know, the example at the very beginning of, you know, online content curation is necessarily, you know, low stakes in aggregate. It certainly is low stakes at the level of each individual decision. In the end, it doesn't really matter if Netflix correctly predicted what I would think of this movie. It doesn't really matter whether this news article that you sent me was exactly what I wanted to see. On the other hand, we have also seen that if we take 100 billion of those decisions and we do all of them collectively in a country, say, as an election approaches, we see something potentially that's very high stakes, like the formation of public opinion, or, you know, the rising and falling of the fortunes of political candidates for office, can be the result of these billions of micro level low stakes decisions, adds up to something very high stakes. But there's something about the granularity of these screening decisions, that each individual decision you make is important to somebody. Each individual mistake that you make is costly. And so for all these reasons, it's very interesting to ask about the risks of bias. The risks of bias when humans are making these decisions, and more recently, the risks of bias when algorithms are making these decisions. And this has given rise to a very active line of work. And I'd like to argue that this work benefits, in fact, from a careful analysis, a diagnosis of what we know about human behavior in this particular stylized setting, this setting of decisions, and the way in which algorithms and AI can actually shed light on some of those behavioral principles. So to do that, I should start with some things that we know about human bias. And there was an enormous growth in research on human bias all through the 1990s and continuing on after that. Both explicit bias, where people actually have an intent to engage in bias, but also more subtly implicit bias, where the person may not have an intent to engage in bias or discrimination, but maybe doing that nonetheless through their actions. And a lot of the early empirical work on this, you know, had the following general form, and I'll illustrate here with an influential study from the mid-1990s by the European social scientists Christine Van der Vos and Agnes Vold. They were looking at reviews assigned to European Research Commission grant proposals. So someone applies for a grant for a grant, and as part of the evaluation of the proposal, the reviewers are asked to give a so-called competence score to the PI. How competent is this person to carry out the research? And they were interested in the potential for disparities based on gender, for example. Do men and women get different kinds of competence scores? And so the idea there was to first try to control for some measure of the external impact of this researcher, right? So they said, we're interested in whether similar researchers are getting different competence scores, and what does it mean to be similar? And so they tried every way they could think of to say people with similar numbers of papers in high impact venues, similar numbers of citations to those high impact venues, similar past success at receiving past European Research Commission grant proposals, and so forth. And they put these numerical measures of impact on the x-axis, and on the y-axis they looked at the aggregate competence score assigned to men and women with that measure of external impact. And what they found was this troubling disparity, where there's this gap between the competence scores of men and women who had similar measures of external impact. Or reading the plot horizontally, in order to get a given competence score, women had to have much higher measures of external impact than men. Now, of course, a lot of the challenge here isn't declaring what does it mean for two people to be similar, and this is a particular way of doing it, but this became increasingly refined over the years, culminating in a now classic study carried out by my co-author Senthil with Marion Bertrand in the early 2000s, where they took fictitious resumes, sent them to prospective employers, and actually simply changed the names at the top of the resume, kept the resume the same, just changed the name at the top to create associations in the employer's mind with different groups. And they found that by strategically changing the name and creating these associations, they could reduce the rate of callbacks for interviews based on these resumes by a factor of up to 2/3. Right, so sort of as similar as you want, but just by changing the names. Study them. I'm sure many of you are familiar with. So this is some basic facts about human bias, even when we don't necessarily think that we're engaging in it. Now, it's interesting to come back to the question of algorithms, because at some level, algorithms, in contrast, have no direct incentive to exhibit bias. That's essentially by definition. The algorithm doesn't know anything about the world except what you put into it. And so if you built it using some sort of standard machine learning pipeline, then you presumably didn't build in an incentive to exhibit bias. Despite this, there are many sources of potential actual realized bias in algorithms. And the past 5 to 8 years of work has made clear where some of these might come from. In particular, in the choice of features, for example, right? So you might be, for example, training an algorithm to evaluate European Research Commission grant proposals. And you say, I'm not going to, try to contaminate this with any human subjective judgment. I'm just going to use the pure administrative data. I'm going to use as training data the past history of proposals, reviews, labeled outcomes, and train a classifier. But in that administrative data, for example, would be the competence score. We've already seen on the previous slide that the competence score has this systematic disparity between men and women. And so that would all be going into the training of the classifier. And that's the standard argument that that one makes in thinking about it, algorithmic bias. Now, what we wanted to look at here was that in some sense, evaluating algorithmic bias involves auditing the algorithm. And it therefore runs up against the complicated black box nature of these algorithms. But there's something else interesting going on, which is that activity, which often we think of the challenge of interpretability as a sort of new genre of problem that the existence of complex classification algorithms has brought on us. But in fact, the problem of interpretability has, in disguised form, a long history in the evaluation of human decision-making as well. And more than that, in fact, the law around discrimination, in some sense, is fundamentally based on the uninterpretability of human decision-making, right? Because the law, and it's different in different countries, and so I'll focus here on the terminology from US discrimination law, but most legal systems recognize some form of this distinction, that there are always two categories of discrimination. One is what you might call disparate treatment, which would be deliberately favoring particular applicants, let's imagine a metaphor of hiring or admissions, based on protected attributes like race, gender, national origin, religion, or age. But there's a second kind of discrimination, which we'll call disparate impact, which is that regardless of your intent, if a screening decision has a disproportionate adverse effect on a protected group, then the burden of proof shifts to the decision maker to establish the so-called business necessity of this disparate impact. Right, so even if you were not intending to discriminate, if there is in fact a differential impact across groups, you have to establish that this is necessary, right? So if you're hiring, for example, for a job where your employees are constantly having to reach objects that are extremely high off the ground, then you might say, I need to hire very tall employees, even if that might end up having a disproportionate adverse impact based on gender. If on the other hand, I'm hiring software engineers and I put in a height requirement, that would be very hard to justify on the grounds of business necessity. And the point of this distinction is that in a way, we often can't know if the human decision maker has engaged in disparate treatment versus disparate impact, right? We can't know their intent. And that's for two reasons. At the surface level, it's because they might lie. You might ask them, did you intend to discriminate? And they might say no. And we can't know if they're being honest. But there's a deeper reason for this, which is they also might genuinely not know their rationale. We sort of all know this intuitively because we can all think back to our own service on hiring committees or some other kind of committee that was doing this kind of screening. And we can ask ourselves, to what extent were we really in control of the criteria that we were using, right? A set of candidates came through, you had a good feeling about one of them. You may have even engaged in an exercise where you wrote down explicit criteria that you were supposed to use. But to say that your good feeling about this applicant followed mechanistically from the criteria that you wrote down would be rather challenging to establish. Now, this disconnect between the criteria we write down and the actual reason we make decisions, this too has a long history in the behavioral sciences. And it was really cast into sharp relief by some very creative experiments of Nisbet and Wilson beginning in the 1970s, in which the sort of gloss on this is you set up situations in a lab environment where you ask subjects to explain the choices they made, but you, the experimenter, introduce a known but hidden confounder in their choices, known to you but not to them. And then you see, does their explanation reflect this confounder that you yourself built into the environment? So one of many Nisbet-Wilson examples, they gave people a word recall task. So they asked people to memorize a lot of words. And then at the end, after this task, they asked them a sort of non sequitur question. They said, name a brand of laundry detergent. Okay, that's condition A. In condition B, you do the same thing. You ask people to remember a bunch of words, but those words are moon, beach, ocean, waves, and then you ask them to name a brand of laundry detergent. Many, many more people say Tide, a brand of laundry detergent, because you've primed them, right? So priming is something we understand. If I tell you a bunch of words in close proximity to a word, I can often get you to say it. But Nisbet and Wilson did an extra step, which was what sort of was particularly striking for our purposes. They asked people in groups A and B, why did you pick this particular brand of laundry detergent? And in both groups, people said it's because it's the one we use at home. It's the one we used when I was growing up. I remember it from the store. In group B, no one said because you primed me with a bunch of related words, even though statistically we had these two random groups of people, and in the second one, many more people said Tide. So somewhere in aggregate, some people were being primed, but no one was aware of that. And it wasn't just they weren't aware of it. When you asked them why they made the decision, they were happy to give you reasons they even, I think, believed, but weren't necessarily the correct reasons. And there are many, many examples of this. In another Nisbet-Wilson experiment, we asked people to choose their favorite article of clothing from a rack. You orient the rack so you can more or less force the rightmost one on them. But again, when you ask them, why did you pick this one? It's about the color, the style, and so forth, and not about the fact that you essentially forced it on them. Okay, so the argument is, as the psychological literature says, sometimes we're in fact strangers to ourselves. We don't actually know the reason why we make the decisions. And it puts an interesting twist on the way we think about the traditional problem of interpretability in AI and machine learning and algorithms, right? The idea that algorithms are black boxes, that they're black boxes that we have a very hard time penetrating into. The same can be said of human beings, right? There's a sense in which human beings are also uninterpretable. Human beings often give you the illusion of providing you with an explanation, and often the explanation may be the correct one, but we can't know that, and it sometimes isn't. In fact, when we think about this, it sort of makes clear, in fact, ways in which algorithms are, in some sense, more explicit, and therefore, in some dimensions, more interpretable than human decision makings. And this is sort of part of the key argument that Jens, Sendel, Cass, and I have been making in this work, that well-regulated algorithms, independent of the question of whether they make discrimination better or worse, more or less abundant, in a distinct axis, they can arguably make discrimination easier to detect. Now, there are two terms I'm using here, well-regulated and algorithms, and we should remember that, by algorithms, I'm really thinking of two algorithms: a training algorithm that produces a classifier, and then the classifier itself, which is a second algorithm. And well-regulated, right? What do I mean by well-regulated? Well, we mean some notion of the algorithm being available for inspection. Now, obviously, we can't really read the code and expect to understand the algorithm. That's something we understand well in computer science. But we can do a whole set of things that you simply cannot do with a human decision maker. And this is really where it gets interesting, where you start to appreciate that the move to start having algorithms make some of these decisions is not just a quantitative question of scale, the number of instances you can process, the accuracy improvement over humans. Those are all nice things to be able to sort of show, but there's a much deeper qualitative difference, which is the decisions the algorithm is making are in some sense explicit, right? The algorithm, even if the code is very complicated, is actually following an explicit rule that takes input, works out a series of steps, and produces output. And that's something that humans, to any model that we can measure, are simply not doing. I mean, okay, Obviously, somewhere in the human brain, neurochemical pathways are producing that decision, but there's really literally no way for us to interact with that the way we can with algorithms. Algorithms, we can really probe like natural systems, right? We can, for example, if it's built using the standard machine learning pipeline, ask what were the features that went into the decision? What was the label being predicted? What was the objective function? What was the training procedure? I really can't ask a human being engaged in hiring, what is your objective function? They'll be happy to tell me their best guess, but we can't really know. They can't, I can't, no one can know that. Similarly, we can probe the screening rule with synthetic instances. We can take the classifier, we can change certain features. We can say, what if this applicant had graduated from this school instead of that school? What would the classifier have said? You could ask a human being that. Would you have still thought as highly of this application, or if they had graduated from this school and that instead of that school? They can try to give you an answer. We really can't know what they would do in that counterfactual. So it's really a massive change once we go to algorithms. We suddenly have things that can be probed like natural experiments, that are repeatable, that can be interrogated with synthetic data, many things that we can't do with human beings. Now, of course, this kind of regulation includes enormous record keeping requirements, right? If you can imagine that regulation in this context might say, if you're going to do this, you must, if you're going to use an algorithm for a high stakes decision, you must retain the training data that you use, the test data, the features, the objective function, the whole training pipeline, so that later we can inspect it. And you might say that's very onerous. And that's true. But one argument that we also make is that in other contexts where society has deemed something, a set of decisions sufficiently important, they do in fact impose very onerous record-keeping requirements. The financial markets, for example, right? The concern about malfeasance in financial markets or bad behavior in financial markets, the concern about that is so high that the government imposes enormously cumbersome record-keeping requirements, right? Every transaction in markets where trillions of dollars of transactions take place. And so it says that as a society, we could in principle make the decision that we want to impose that kind of regulation. But it would really be up to us to make that kind of decision. So I talk about being able to inspect the machine learning pipeline. And so I want to get into sort of a more abstract description of what might we learn from inspecting a machine learning pipeline. And I want to do this in a sequence of steps. First, let's just talk about the ingredients of the pipeline and how we might decompose disparate impact into the different ingredients that went into the construction of the algorithm. And then second, I wanted to actually talk about the construction of the algorithm itself and ways in which that process in and of itself might actually be creating opportunities for bias to come into play. So first, just a basic description of the pipeline. I have individuals. I have a feature vector x for each one. I have a productivity function f of x, which is a function of the features. And I'm basically trying to rank people by productivity and take high productivity applicants. Again, think hiring or admissions. I'm concerned about disparate impact between two groups. Let's say I have an advantage group A and a disadvantage group D. Now, if I know the value of x, I don't really care what group somebody comes from. So in what sense is group A advantaged? Well, the answer is that features conferring a high value of f may be more abundant in group A than group D. Right? So if x is a good feature vector, making f very large, it's possible that the frequency of x in group A may be higher than the frequency of x in group D. Okay. In both groups, we can compute the average value of f. So in A, it's just the weighted sum of f of x by the frequency of each vector x. And in D, it's the weighted sum of f of x by the frequency in group D. Right? And if these quantities are different, then even though f of x is the same across both, the average value in A may be higher. That's the sense in which they have an advantage. So in the language of the social sciences, I could declare the structural disadvantage of one group with respect to another as the difference in the average f value between A and D. Okay, so I'll call that D of f, the disparity in f, right? Weighted average of f over A versus weighted average f over D. And actually, because as we engage in the machine learning process, we're going to begin morphing this function f, it's useful to actually talk about this disparity for any function v, weighted average in A, weighted average in D, and that's D of v. Okay, so how do we morph the function as we begin engaging in this process? Well, I would argue it passes through a sequence of steps. First, the algorithm designer can't really know the true productivity f, right? That's essentially some complex, inherently unknowable concept, and so they're going to use some proxy for it, g of x instead of f of x. Now, they also can't really know the full feature vector about somebody. The whole point of all this is that it produces thin tabular representations of people. So a reduced representation, r of x, instead of x. that introduces a kind of syntactic issue, which is that G expects a long feature vector X. Now we have a short feature vector R of X. So we have to use a transformed objective function H, which takes short feature vectors. So now we have H composed with R applied to X instead of G, right? First R, then H. And finally, we don't really have any of these functions. Instead, we're inducing them from a finite amount of training data. We have a training procedure. And so we actually end up with a trained function T, T composed with R instead of H composed with R. So we started with the structural disadvantage, D of F. We ended up with this disparity coming out of our predictor, T composed with R, right? A trained model on a reduced feature representation. And we could ask, how has the structural disadvantage, how has this disparity changed, right? Now, we might, for example, have various goals, right? Our goal might be, we would like to actually use this algorithm to correct the structural disadvantage in society. We would like D to actually be smaller than D of F. We might say we would like the algorithm to do no harm. We would like D of T composed with R to be comparable to D of F. These are different goals. You see both of them being deployed in different situations. But regardless of this, we'd like to understand how these two quantities relate to each other, right? How much has the algorithm added net of what was already present in society? And it turns out if we write this as a very simple telescoping sum, we see that this entire qualitative discussion we've been having actually gets borne out by the terms of this telescoping sum. In other words, D of T composed with R can be written in this expansive form as D of F, the structural disadvantage, plus D of G minus D of F. That's the bias from the choice of outcome, G not F, plus D of H composed with R minus D of G. That's the bias from the choice of features, R of X not X. And finally, D of T composed with R minus D of H composed with R, the bias from the training procedure. And so it really says when we talk about those four ingredients, we're talking about everything in some level, because that telescoping sum says all of the disparity is accounted for in one of those terms. So this just gives a sense of the kinds of questions you can ask once you start looking at the machine learning pipeline through this lens. I want to move on to the question, though, of how does the construction of the algorithm itself potentially introduce new avenues for bias and also new opportunities to remediate bias? And so it's in the nature of the machine learning pipeline to simplify, right? Simplifying is in a sense sort of inherent in what we're doing, right? We work with reduced feature vectors, we work with simplified objective functions. And so I want to talk about simplification in particular. And one thing we'll discover is that through this very stylized model of simplification, we can learn something not just about what algorithms might be doing, but we discover mechanisms that are extremely similar to some of the mechanisms I mentioned at the beginning for human implicit bias, right? Situations where with low information or with rapid decision-making, people often fall back on stereotypes, often to the detriment of disadvantaged groups. And we'll see that some of the simplifications that machine learning engages in lead to very, very similar outcomes, similar to what we see in the more qualitative or empirical work on human bias. So how's that going to happen? Well, first, let me just remind you of the model, and I'll specialize it slightly. Imagine applicants are described by a feature vector, right? We usually just have X, but let's say X is really K coordinates, X1 to XK. Imagine they're Boolean, perhaps. There's still a productivity function. The plan is still to sort by the F value and admit, say, the top R fraction. Imagine we're doing PhD admissions. Again, we have advantage group A, disadvantage group D. And again, if you knew the value of X, you wouldn't care about group membership, right? So this is essentially a decision maker who's F maximizing. They care deeply about F. They're not particularly, you can't really say they're biased in the sense of caring about the group membership, but they're also not particularly interested in correcting for the structural disadvantage that's there. And finally, I'll take a particular form of the disadvantage condition, which is what I'll call a likelihood ratio condition, that if X is a better feature vector than X prime, it confers a higher value of F, then the relative abundance of X in group A is greater than the relative abundance of X prime in group A. Okay, that's likelihood ratio. And it's a form of disadvantage. Now, what I want to do is walk you through an extremely simple example where we'll see the two phenomena that I would like to talk about. One of them, a problem, and one of them, let's call it a missed opportunity. And then I'll end with a theorem that says that what's true in this example is actually true for arbitrary Boolean functions. Okay. So here's the example, and it sort of instantiates the points that I want to make here. Imagine that I have two variables, x1, x2. So it's a simple enough example that we can all kind of do it in our heads watching. The true criterion is just the conjunction of them, right? So imagine this is PhD admissions. X1 is, did the applicant have good grades? And X2 is, did the applicant do high quality undergrad research? Okay. Applicants from group A have each xi set equal to 1 independently with probability 2/3. Applicants from group D have xi set equal to 1 with probability 1/3. That's the nature of the advantage. Okay. And there's equal numbers of applicants from both A and D, so this this truth table gives the relative proportions and all the values. It contains everything we need to know. Okay, so what happens? So at all small admission rates are less than or equal to 5/18, which is how many ones there are in the set of F values, all the admitted applicants have F value equal to 1, and a 1/5 fraction of them come from group D. That's just because A has 4 times as many people with 1s as D does. Okay, and so that's the nature of the disadvantage, right? A smaller representation from group D. Okay, now again, it's in the nature of the machine learning pipeline to simplify. So what does simplification mean here? Well, suppose, just to take a simple example here, but ultimately the general result we have is operating more generally than this. Suppose we simplify F by collecting only variable X1, not both features, right? So in PhD admissions, I'm collecting only grades because it's just too hard to evaluate someone's undergrad research. So maybe it's just too expensive to collect. Maybe in a rule more complicated than this, I'm doing this for reasons of interpretability. I would like an interpretable rule, so I deliberately project onto a small number of features. I may be doing it because I'm regularizing. I'd like good out of sample fit, so I have something, a rule whose support is only on a small number of features. For any of these reasons, I might be collapsing down to a smaller number of features. And if I do that, then my complicated truth table on the right becomes a very simple truth table, which I'll call an F approximator. I collapse down rows of the big truth table into these cells, and I just admit in descending order of the cells. Within a cell, I now have heterogeneity. People have different values of X2, different groups, but I'm just pulling indiscriminately from there, right? Each time I admit, I just pull a random person out of that cell. What happens? Well, the average F value in this top cell is now only 5/9 because I bundled together 0s and 1s. And so at all small admission rates, the average F value I get is 5/9. The fraction from group D is now 1/3. So relative to the true function, I have gains in equity. D is 1/3 represented, not 1/5, and losses in efficiency, a kind of trade-off that we often see in these settings. So simplicity, has that natural trade-off to it, right? The rule is simpler, it may be more interpretable, it may generalize better. Often we have gains in equity, losses in efficiency. But it does introduce 2 more subtle problems, which I wanted to talk about first in the context of this example and then state them more generally. The first problem. So the first problem, actually, let's start by staring at this and saying, when we had the full truth table, we gave the decision maker X1, X2, and we hid the value of the group membership from them, say. And if we were to ask them, would you like to know the value of this applicant's group membership, A or D? The decision maker would say, no, I don't care. I have everything I need to know to evaluate F. Because remember, this decision maker is an F maximizer. They just want to maximize F. They're not maybe as concerned as they should be about the structural disadvantage in the world, but they're also not seeking out the group membership in a way that makes things worse. Now we've simplified. We present them with this truth table and we say, would you like to know the value of group membership? And now this F maximizer says, why, yes, in fact, I would like to know the value of group membership, because if you told it to me, I would build this 4-line truth table where I broke out groups A and D separately. Why am I doing this? Because group membership is now giving me information about the variable that you won't let me look at, X2. And so I would admit in this order, getting first an average value of 2/3, then an average value of 1/3, filling in that 5/9 cell, and then onto the ones of value 0. In other words, right, simplification has transformed disadvantage into bias. We had a decision maker who was an F maximizer. They weren't seeking out group membership. They weren't biased in that sense. But when you take away information, they become biased. They would like to know the value of group membership. And what's interesting is how closely this parallels mechanisms that people have proposed for human stereotype formation as well, right? This idea that when I take away information, when I push you into a low information setting, that's often when you fall back on stereotypes and often to the detriment of disadvantaged groups. You see this in more complex policy applications also, where people have done very, very detailed public policy research to argue that if you take employers and you make it illegal for them to ask certain questions of job applicants, you can actually increase the amount of bias with respect to protected groups. The argument being that one proposed mechanism is that they're now using group membership as a way to fill in, hypothesized values for questions you won't allow them to ask. Okay? And so we think of this as a very human thing to do, to fall back on stereotypes when we're lacking information. What the argument here is that even an 8-line truth table will do exactly this if you withhold variables from it and then you instruct it to care about maximizing this function. Okay. So that's the first point I wanted to make about the simplification inherent in building these algorithms. The second point I wanted to make is that simplification is never even the best thing that you can do. Let's again go back to our simple F approximator and think about a different truth table that I could build, one in which I strategically unsimplify it by sculpting out a tiny bit of that first cell. The tiny bit I propose to sculpt out is all the applicants who have x1 equal to x2 equal to 1 and group membership equal to D. And I'll create this F approximator. And again, I'm going to admit in descending order. I first admit from this cell, then I move on to this cell, and then to the bottom. And so what I'll be doing is first admitting people of F value 1, then half, thereby filling in that top 5/9 cell, and then the rest. Right? So this is actually a Pareto improvement on the 2-line truth table. It's at least as good in efficiency, and sometimes strictly better. And it's also a Pareto improvement in equity, because with respect to membership representation from group D, it's always at least as good and sometimes strictly better for different admission rates. In other words, I have simultaneously improved in both efficiency and equity. Or to put it another way, the simple rule was not even an optimal trade-off between efficiency and equity. Right? It was not on the frontier. It could be improved simultaneously in both. Now, you could say this sculpting out that worked in the context of our model. Do we recognize this from our own behavior? I would argue that we do. Let's go back to PhD admissions. Let's imagine that we're on an admissions committee together and we're all discussing the fact that we don't have enough people in our entering classes from group D. And we ask, what can we do about this? And then we have an idea. What if we were to create a summer internship program after people's junior year of college where we invite people from group D to come do research with us? And the ones who do particularly well in research, we flag their applications next fall in the admissions process because we know not only that they have good grades, but in fact that they've done great research. And we admit them first. We get more people from group D. We get people we know are great. It's a win in every dimension. And that's exactly what we've done. We've strategically unsimplified our rule. We've said it's very hard to evaluate everybody's research in the applicant pool. Let's strategically invest our resources on evaluating these people's research. And in that way, we've created a Pareto improvement. We've simultaneously improved efficiency and equity. So in some sense, there's this giant landscape of simplifications of any Boolean function, right? This is in a sense the true function in the stylized model where it is even reasonable to talk about a true function. But all the different ways that we can collapse rows and create cells with averages give us many, many different simplifications. And as we walk around on this landscape, we find that these basic simplifications, right, just by projecting out variables and creating cells, are a kind of unstable point on the landscape. In one direction, we tilt toward incentivized bias, where the decision maker seeks out group membership, has an incentive to seek out group